Hey, what are you doing this 420? Whatever you're doing, make sure to stop into Legacy 420 because the Indigenous owned and operated organic medical cannabis company is having an Indigenous themed 420 celebration. When you arrive, stop into the vending area featuring the local artisans and check out the fish, corn soup, Indian tacos, and other Indigenous foods that are being prepared throughout the day. Whatever you do, also make sure to bring your pets as they have their own area to bounce around in. And while you're there, take some time to talk to Ollie Dog, who will answer all your pet-related cannabis questions. And for you, don't forget to check out the free cannabis-infused samples this 420. Make sure to stop into 346 York Road on the Tioga Mohawk territory, home of Legacy 420, where the Indigenous medical cannabis legacy continues. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's April the 15th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here from the Legacy420.com news desk, and we're live at paceradio.net. Good morning, as I said, everyone. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. I can tell you from my view, looking out here at the windows, it's nothing but blue sky and sunshine here, and hopefully it is the same where you are. Just let everybody know that Rev Cindy, she is off to BC, and she won't be back till about the 29th, like as far as the first show back here. And Glenn is still in the process of moving, but he should be ready to go by Thursday. So they'll be back along here shortly. But until then, I'll just keep plugging away. I'll get the news stories out to everybody because to me, news is always important, and it can also be very educational. So let's get at her. First story of today comes to us from Vancouver. It is awesome. It says that Health Canada warns City of Vancouver over licensing mushroom dispensary. Interesting. And there's the dispensary right there. Yeah, Health Canada sent a letter to Vancouver City Manager Mike Marchery over concerns that two Green Party councillors overturned a ruling of the city's chief license inspector to suspend the business license of a magic mushroom dispensary. The March 15th letter, obtained by Glacier Media, is authored by a Health Canada staff member and on behalf of Acting Director General Carol Ann Chenard of the Controlled Substance and Opioid Response Directorate. It is important that psilocybin mushrooms are controlled under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. The letter states, storefronts selling psilocybin in the general public are not authorized to do so under the CDSA and its regulations. Therefore, such storefronts may be subject to law enforcement action. The letter, which they received in response to a 2-1 decision back on March the 5th, by Council's Business License Review Panel that overturned a recommendation by Sarah Hex. That's the city's chief license inspector and city lawyer Robert LeBlanc. Hicks had suspended the business license of the medicinal mushroom dispensary at 247 West Broadway back in May of 2023. The panel heard that Valentine Mueller had applied for a license as a retailer of gifts and novelties and was granted a business license on January the 1st of 2023. In March that year, a city property inspector visited the business and reported that illegal drugs, as defined under the Federal Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, were being sold. Despite the license suspension, the store continues to operate, selling mushrooms, LSD, peyote, DMT, coca, and kratom. The dispensary is located a couple blocks from City Hall and a short walk from the Vancouver Police Department. So it doesn't look like they're hiding it in any way. The police raids, they say it was November 2023. They executed a search warrant at the dispensary and two others on East Hastings Street and Granville Street. The panel heard the police seize a total of 27 kilograms of psilocybin, 2.2 kilograms of coca leaf, 2.7 kilograms of LSD, and 1 kilogram of DMT. No charges were laid. Although exemptions exist in BC for people who possess and consume drugs for personal use, it is illegal to traffic psilocybin and other psychedelic drugs unless an exemption for Health Canada has been obtained, for example, for a clinical trial. The letter from Health Canada to the city points out that psilocybin is classified as a restricted drug under Part J of the Food and Drug Regulations, meaning it cannot be sold to the general public. Even holders of a controlled substance dealer's license cannot sell psilocybin to the general public, the letter says. Health Canada maintains the positions that illegal operating storefronts pose a risk to the health and safety of Canadians. And figures, even though I walked the dog before the show, she still wants to go out. And of course, I'm alone, so she may have to wait a few minutes. The letter was mentioned by city councilors at Wednesday's meeting, where the Green Party's Adrian Carr and Pete Fry introduced a motion to have the city consider regulating business licenses for retailers of psilocybin, peyote, mescaline, ayahuasca, and kratom. Just so you know, after the dog walked for a walk just before the show. Carr and Fry formed the majority of the three-person business license review panel that allowed the dispensary on West Broadway to continue operating with its current license. The councilors argued at the time and again on Wednesday that the city had set up a retail framework in 2025 to regulate medical cannabis dispensaries after cannabis was made legal 6 years later by the federal government. Fry said on Wednesday that through a regulatory framework, we can prevent access to children and young people. We can have standards of retail that can inform how they're displayed, what kind of signage, the visibility, a location of retail outlets. This regulatory framework is not about legalizing mushrooms or ethogens. Rather, it's just creating a regulatory framework for how businesses operate. It was sort of like in Toronto for when they had the vapor lounges. There was no laws for or against them, but the operators still stuck to certain things, such as the age requirement and no tobacco, so on and so forth. They say that more than a dozen citizens, including well-known drug legalization advocate Dana Larson, spoke to council in support of the motion. Larson is the director of the Strathcona Tea Society, a nonprofit that handles finances and logistics of the Broadway dispensary and two others in Vancouver. He also referred to the Council of the Day's move in 2015 to regulate cannabis dispensaries as a reason to do the same for mushroom dispensaries, which he estimated had grown to 24 in Vancouver. He says, if council chooses to not pass this motion and to ignore the issue, it's only going to come up again, and we're only going to see more and more of these kinds of stores opening. Now, Errol Conrad, an employee of the Medicinal Mushroom Dispensary and chemistry student at the University of BC, told council that psilocybin, LSD, and mescaline do not endanger lives, they save lives. I have firsthand seen the substances that we provide alleviate the symptoms of depression, anxiety, trauma, years of dependence on antidepressants, nicotine addiction, alcoholism, and toxic marriage, he says. Some of my friends would have ended their lives. They would not be here with us if it wasn't for the kind of work that we provide at the Mushroom Dispensary. Lawyer Turk Kusa, who acted on behalf of the medical cannabis dispensaries prior to the city regulating them, recommended council read an article published in May of 23 in the International Journal of Mental Health and Addiction. the article. The article, Change Substance Use After Psychedelic Experiences Among Individuals in Canada, was authored by an assistant professor and researcher at the University of Michigan, along with president of Victoria Clinic Group focused on providing psychedelic-assisted therapies for pain and mental health. The authors concluded an online survey of 1,639 adults who self-reported past or current psychedelic use. The trio investigated whether psychedelic use was associated with self-reported changes in the use of other substances. The results found that 44% decreased or ceased alcohol use, 43% ceased or decreased antidepressants use, and 42% decreased or ceased cocaine use, according to the article. Now, M.J. Malloy, an assistant professor of medicine at UBC and research scientist at the British Columbia Centre for Substance Use, cautioned counsel about drawing parallels between cannabis and ethogens as alternatives to toxic drugs. He says he studied overdoses in the downside east side for 15 years, and in 2017 focused his research on the potential of cannabis to serve as a beneficial intervention in the overdose crisis. The motion makes sort of an explicit parallel between cannabis and ethogens with the respect to the overdose crisis. Unfortunately, scientifically, the evidence is not there yet to support the use of ethogens in this way, contrary to the findings we have seen so far with the cannabis. And, that would be all showing anecdotal evidence, the same as what cannabis patients have been showing for years. And yet, Health Canada still doesn't recognize medicinal benefits of cannabis, even though we've had a program for over 20 years. He goes on to say at the same time that it's not, continues that it's not to say that the ideas are not plausible. Indeed, the recent clinical trials with ethogens have, in fact, demonstrated quite thrilling results with respect to using these substances as treatments for depression, anxiety, addiction, pain, and trauma, and other things, which underlay the overdose crisis. However, importantly, these molecules have not been demonstrated to be safe among people who use drugs at higher risk of overdose, and indeed, there may be interactions between these different substances. And there could be. There are unfortunately, a lot of anecdotal evidence, not the standard evidence of going through all these different trials, but obviously a lot of patients are finding benefit to it, and some people need to take some action on it. The ABC Vancouver majority defeated the Greens motion 5-2, with Councillor Brian Montague arguing the motion was an extension of the business license review panel's decision to allow the West Broad dispensary to continue operating. He's a retired police officer and accused Carr and Fry of exploiting their position as councillors and engaging in activism. This motion was absolutely no business being considered by municipal government, he says. I'm not here to debate the merits of the harms of potential product. I'm here to say that this is not our lane. This is not our jurisdiction. We shouldn't be touching with this with a 10-foot pole. So there you go. That's what's happened there. On Health Canada has gotten involved in that. So they had the meeting, and to decide on what to do. As I mentioned, there's something about a vote of 5-2. So let's take a little bit deeper look into that, how that meeting went, with our next article. And this one comes to us from the Prince George Post, and the headline says that Vancouver Council rejects motion to permit the sale of magic mushrooms. There you go, some magic mushrooms. Vancouver City Council has rejected a motion that would have permitted the sale of magic mushrooms and other psychedelic drugs in the city. Scroll on past the ads here. On Wednesday, Vancouver Mayor Kim said the sale of those drugs was illegal, and that creating a regulatory framework for retail sales of psilocybin and entheogens in the city was not the role of the federal role of the federal government. While we acknowledge the importance of this national conversation, we firmly believe this needs to be discussed at the federal level, as they are the regulating body on the issue. Our focus remains on addressing the critical issues facing Vancouverites that are within our jurisdiction. This includes core services such as public safety, housing, roads, and infrastructure. The motion was made by Vancouver Green Councillor Pete Fry and Adrian Carr and stated the number of unlicensed and unregulated retail shops selling magic mushrooms and other entheogens in Vancouver had rapidly increased in recent years. Although most mushrooms and entheogens are classified as controlled substances, there has been no prosecution or conviction of their retailers, and to date, no business license regulations specific to their sale or display. Now, in March, at a Vancouver business license hearing, a 3-person panel voted to reissue the business license of the dispensary, a decision that the store operator, Dana Larson, described at the time as cracking the door open for regulation of psilocybins in the city. The panel, comprised of Fry, Carr, and fellow councillor Mike Klassen. The medical mushroom dispensary on Broadway there had its license, as mentioned before, suspended in 2023 after being inspected. And in the end, it says that the business licensor and the panel approved a motion to ask staff to reinstate the license to terms to clarify the business involving education advocacy of medicinal psychoactive substances. And so now we know that Vancouver has not approved that business license. So it's going to be interesting to see what Dana's next steps are. And we will keep an eye on that and see what happens. And on to our next story of the day. And this one comes to me from Entrepreneur. Headline says FDA commissioner says DEA has no reason to delay cannabis rescheduling decision. Oh, lost my mouse. There we go. And starts off with the U.S. U.S. Food and Drug Administration, that's the FDA, Commissioner Robert Califf said this week that there's no reason for the DEA to delay its cannabis rescheduling decision. Califf made this statement during testimony on Thursday before the House Oversight and Accountability Committee, suggesting he does not believe the DEA is purposely dragging its feet on last year's rescheduling recommendations from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Notably, it was reported in February that some DEA officials are skeptical about the recommendation to move cannabis from Schedule 1 to 3 under the Controlled Substances Act. The commissioner also responded to criticism by Texas Rep. Pete Sessions that the rescheduling effort did not base its assessment in scientific facts or realities and completely ignores realities of a drug that is causing enormous consequences for U.S. children and adults. Wow. Let me remind you that Schedule 3 does not put cannabis on the market in the United States. So it doesn't even legalize it for access, as over 25 states have done. Meanwhile, a group of 14 GOP lawmakers last year asked DEA Administrator Ann Milgram to reject the HHS recommendation to reclassify cannabis. Meanwhile, a dozen Senate Democrats requested in January that President Biden remove cannabis from the federal drug schedule entirely. Well, there you go. Well, at least we know that one party wants it completely removed, and let's hope eventually it gets to that point, because it doesn't make sense for them to have the cannabis being illegal federally when all these states have got it legal medicinally, as well as there's many that have it legal federally. So just so you know, I've heard from Glenn. He says Al, you're doing a great job, but you look a little bit lonely. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I am lonely. Let's hear about myself, guys. He says so he couldn't make it, and he says that Shessens is an idiot and always was. So thanks, Glenn. We'll see you on Thursday. You should have everything ready to go by then, and we'll get to the news before the 4:20, so we'll be able to do all that. Okay, on to the next story, and this one, it also comes from me from the Entrepreneur, and the headline on it says, I got to turn off that comment there. There we go. Headline here from Entrepreneur reports, cannabis industry currently supports 440,000 plus full-time jobs. Okay. Now, cannabis, as we all know, it's illegal federally, but yet almost 500,000 jobs. So why is it still illegal federally? This does not make sense. But it is. Here we go. The cannabis industry now supports 445 full-time equivalent jobs, according to the 2024 Vance Jobs Report, published this week by the cannabis jobs platform Vanced. In partnership with Whitney Economics, the report also found that the industry added 22,952 new jobs in 2023, which was a 5% increase over the previous year. The report also tracked the value of cannabis products sold in 2023 to a total of $28 billion, which was $2.7 billion, or a little over 9% more than the previous year. Revenues are expected to continue to rise in 2024, with the report predicting another 9% rise in annual revenue this year, with particularly hot job market expected to open up in Ohio, New York, New Jersey, and Maryland as states industries continue to develop. The industry's overall job growth represents an important turnaround after approximately 2% decline in cannabis jobs from 2022 to 2023. Vance is the Denver, Colorado-based cannabis industry hiring platform, and Whitney Economics is an Oregon-based cannabis hemp industry data and economics research firm. So, yet again, why is cannabis illegal federally with billions of dollars and all these jobs for an industry that apparently is so bad that they have to keep these laws on the books? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. But hey, they're the ones that makes the laws, so what can we do? Okay, well, I'm halfway through everything here, and I think it's time for me to take a break. Medication time. I'm right back after my joint session with myself and the dog. I got a dog out, so I'll have a joint session with her. So I'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're live with Psychedelics, Cannabis, Education, and News here at paceradio.net. Glenn's off today. He's doing the move thing, and Cindy is out in British Columbia. I saw her post a picture that she was walking barefoot amongst sand and warm temperatures and stuff like that. She figured she was probably had gone ahead by 5 or 6 weeks because didn't expect that type of weather at home for at least that amount of time. But looks like she's having a good time, and we'll hear more from her when she gets back from her trip. But in the news, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 more stories to cover. And first up, this one comes to us from the Pew Research Center. They say 9 facts about Americans and cannabis. Let's see what it says. The 9 facts. I'll just quickly go through them. It says here the use and possession of cannabis is legal under U.S. federal law, but about 3/4 of states have legalized it for medical or recreational purposes. The changing legal landscape has coincided with the decades-long rise in public support for legalization the majority of Americans now favor. So here are 9 facts about Americans' views of and experience with cannabis based on the Pew Research surveys and other substances. They say around 9 in 10 Americans say cannabis should be legal for medical or research or recreational use. Well, what are you waiting for, Joe? 9 in 10? It's a pretty high number. You can see there on the chart, it says that 57% say it should be legal for medical and recreational use. 32 said it should be legal for medical use only, and 11 say it should not be legal. Just 11% said it should not be legal for something. Number 2, views on the cannabis legalization differed widely by age and political party, race and ethnicity. They say older adults, 31% of adults age 75 and older support cannabis legalization for medical and recreational purposes. Republican and GOP-leaning independents, they say 42% of Republicans favor legalizing cannabis for both, while 72% of Democrats support it. They say Hispanic and Asian Americans, 45% in each group support legalization it for either. And larger shares of Black and white adults hold this view. Support for marijuana legalization, number 3, has increased dramatically over the last 2 decades. I imagine it has. You can see it right there. See where it's crossed the path, and up to 70% there. Number 4, half of the U.S. adults, 50.3%, say they have ever used cannabis. According to the 2022 poll, they said that is a smaller share than the 84% who said they have ever consumed alcohol, and 64% who have used tobacco. Say number 5, while many Americans say legalizing recreational cannabis has economic and criminal justice benefits, views of these and other impacts vary. Economic benefits, half of the Americans say that legalizing recreational cannabis is good for local economies. They say criminal justice system reforms, 42% of Americans say that legalizing cannabis for recreational use makes the criminal system fairer. About 4 in 10 say it has no impact. Really? Use of other drugs. 27% say this policy decreases the use of other drugs like heroin, fentanyl, and cocaine, and 29% say it increases it. But the largest share, 42%, say it has no effect on other drug use. Community use. 21% say recreational legalization makes communities safer. 34% say it makes them less safe, and another 44% say it doesn't impact safety. It sure won't make it any worse. Most Americans, at number 6, support easing penalties for people with cannabis convictions. 2/3 of the adults say that they favor releasing people from prison who are being held on cannabis-related offenses only, including 41% who strongly favor this, and 61% support removing or expunging cannabis offenses from people's criminal records. Yes, and I see a lot of that goes on down in the U.S., and it's really disappointing what's happened here in Canada. They say younger adults, Democrats, and Black Americans are especially likely to support these changes. For instance, 74% of Black adults favor releasing people from prison who are being held for cannabis-related offenses, and just as many favor removing or expunging cannabis-related offenses for criminal records. Number 7, 24 states and the District of Columbia have legalized small amounts of cannabis for both medical and recreational use as of March 2024. There we go. Basically halfway there. This doesn't make sense. It's still illegal federally. Now, according to the National Organization, which is NORML, an advocacy group, which we know all about them, other remaining 12 states all allow limited access to products such as CBD. Let's see here. It says another 14 states have legalized cannabis for medical use only. Okay. So 24, and then there's the 14. So there's your 38. And the remaining 12 states that allow limited access to products such as CBD oil that contain little or no THC. And 26 states overall have it at least partially decriminalized recreational use, as of the District of Columbia. Well, there you can see the chart there. In addition, 24 states and DC, see the U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands have legalized cannabis for medical and recreational use. Number 8, more than half of Americans live in a state where both recreational and medical cannabis are legal. 74% live in a state where it's legal either for both purposes or medical use only. 9, about 8 in 10 Americans, 79%, live in a country with at least one cannabis county with at least one cannabis dispensary. And you know what? All this, and the sky hasn't fallen. Like, these are numbers that should be giving an administration the thing to go ahead and do it finally, instead of holding back. It just doesn't make sense. And I'll be feeling that way until they to get around to it, and then it won't be perfect, and just no different than here in Canada. It's not perfect, and we got to keep fighting for more changes, and it's going to have to continue down in the U.S. Just as it will here. People can still celebrate the culture and still protest the fact that things need to be changed and things need to be improved on. So, but that's what the Global Marijuana March is for, and that's why they've asked people to do I March for, and then fill in the blank. Explain why. Alrighty, on to the next story, and this one here might surprise a few people. This comes to us from CBC News, and it says charges for Chatham man after lit joint thrown at woman's forehead. The police say, yeah, someone threw a lit joint at a woman, and the man has been charged with assault with a weapon. The joint is a weapon. Chatham man has been charged with assault with a weapon after allegedly flicked a lit cannabis joint at his neighbor. According to Chatham Kent Police, officers responded around 5:30 on Wednesday for a dispute between neighbors in Tilbury. Police say a man confronted a woman over a parking space. The confrontation escalated when the man flicked the lit marijuana cigarette at the woman, striking her in the forehead, police said in a media statement. The 25-year-old Chatham man was arrested, charged with assault with a weapon, and released. He will appear in court at a later date. Wow, I'm going to have to follow that, see what happens. Maybe people find out they can't flick joints at people because it's assault. So, all right, talking about arresting people. This next story, the headline on it, I went, what? Police arrest international gang in $686 million medicinal cannabis scam. And this comes to us from VOA News. Wow, that's a lot of dough. Comes to us from Madrid, so it's out of Spain. Police, led by Spain on Thursday, arrested members of a gang that allegedly defrauded $686 million from victims in 35 countries in a scam centered around cannabis plants for medicinal use. 35 countries. The gang mounted a marketing system and attended international cannabis fairs to persuade victims to invest in the system, the Spanish National Police said in a statement. It led the operation with the help of Interpol and police services in 5 other countries. 9 suspects who have not been named were detained on April 11th on the suspicion of fraud in Spain, Britain, Germany, Latvia, Poland, Italy, and the Dominican Republic. The spokesperson, Sylvia Garrido, says the business model offered by this organization consisted of using the capital transferred from investors to develop partnerships to finance the cultivation of cannabis plants. With this system, they promised victims profits of about 70% and 80 and 168% per year, depending on the species of cannabis in which they invested. The British National Crime Agency, which took part in the operation, said 180,000 people invested funds in juicy fields, which it called a notorious and elaborate Ponzi fraud scheme. The NCA also said that a 42-year-old man appeared in a London court on April 11th for the start of extradition proceedings. Luxury cars, hotel parties, and music videos were used in an advertising campaign to promote the scheme, police said, and victims were taken to legal cannabis plantations that were involved in the scam. Police carried out raids in 2022, but did not say if any suspects have been charged with any offenses. Interesting. This helps give me an answer, because I've seen some posts on LinkedIn where a fellow has been saying that he was involved in this Ponzi scheme of this cannabis. So I'm connecting the dots here, and this would be the one. All right, my last story of the day. This one looks to me like it's coming from the Marijuana Moment. And the headline on it tells me, oh, hit the wrong button, folks. Just a second there. Last story of the day, right? Got to make the big mistake. Okay, here we go. Story says, headline, Kansas lawmakers consider proposal to jail farmers who grow hemp with too much THC. Okay, hang on. So, like, we'll read the story, but obviously, hemp has their number, the 0.3% of THC. So if someone accidentally grows like 5.5% or something because the cannabis happens to, not the cannabis, but their hemp happens to be grown in, expert conditions and happens to have a little more, they could face jail time. Well, we'll find out. Here we go. See what the extremes are on this. It's a bud. State law enforcement, local prosecutors, and lobbyists convinced legalization of medical cannabis posed the greatest threat to quality of life in Kansas. Tried to quietly squeeze into a bill lowering fees on industrial hemp producers, an amendment that could send wayward farmers to prison for years. The threshold between freedom and incarceration under the amendment, advocated by the executive director of Stand Up for Cannabis, or Kansas, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and Kansas County and District Attorneys Association, would be a laboratory test measurement whether a hemp product had a THC content greater than 1%. The U.S. Department of Agriculture and the state of Kansas allow harvesting, processing, and marketing of hemp with less than 0.3%. So they're going to 1, all the way up to 1 instead of like 0.5, but still. Now, according to Senator Carolyn McGinn, she says, I just need help understanding who are we going after. I hope it's not our industrial hemp producers. Is there some place we can look to find out how much this is being abused? I'm trying to understand where all this abuse is at. Why do we need this law? Stand Up for Kansas leader Katie Wisman said she couldn't document the threat posed by crooked hemp farmers. The former Kansas Bureau of Investigation minister did say establishment of industrial hemp has a row crop in Kansas, creating a lot of confusion for law enforcement personnel. She said one source of frustration was the challenge of differentiating between legal hemp and illegal cannabis. She says they look the same. They smell the same. Is that hemp? Is that cannabis? How do you enforce that? Well, I thought the police officers were experts on this. Current Kansas law mandated that legal industrial hemp products contain less than 0.3% THC. Existing state statute states first-time violators could be charged with a misdemeanor, and a second offense could be a low-grade felony, resulting in prohibition. Wisman's amendment would retain those sentencing subjects for hemp, but add a third layer of penalties so law enforcement officers could raise the stakes for hemp industry participants trafficking higher level THC products. Depending on the quality of the hemp tested higher than 1% THC, the proposed revision of state law could lead to sentences as long as 154 months. What's that? 12 times 12 is 144, so 13 years, basically. The new THC merit should be deployed, Wisman said, despite presence of profoundly higher THC levels in cannabis demanded by recreational consumers in Colorado and Missouri. Greenlight Marijuana Dispensary, which is 750 feet from the Kansas border in Kansas City, Missouri, offered cannabis ranging from 16% to 30% THC. There were dozens of choices, but middle-of-the-road options, including Banja Frog, registered at 23.6%, and some other strains there as high as 26%. They say at least 16 states have authorized medical cannabis programs, only with 24 states with the legal recreational. The plan, they say, is to crack down on potential hemp farm renegades interested. Havana's Senate Senators Virgil Peck. He's a chairman of the Senate Agricultural and Natural Resource Committee. We welcome Wiseman's unconventional presentation on the law enforcement request to the 6th House and Senate negotiators working last week to compose agricultural legislation. So why do they want to throw hemp farmers in jail? The reason I'm bringing this forward is to make certain hemp is hemp, and hemp growers do not get out of their lane. It's the real reason, just to cut the chase. Why am I presenting this? Is there a problem? The proposed appeared to catch several negotiators off guard, and the House Agriculture Committee Chairman, Agro GOP Rep Ken Rajas, said he wouldn't agree to add the proposal to a bill. I understand the heartburn, Peck said before rescinding his commitment to endorsing conservation district and poultry bills sought by the House, but hardball politics left the agricultural bill with prohibitions on spying at confined animal operations and tweaks to state law on registering horse and cattle brands. Boy, this is going all over the place. Negotiators could resume talks on hemp law when the legislature returns to Topeka at the end of the month. The hemp crime amendment was eventually placed in a conference committee bill. The maneuver would serve as a textbook distortion of the legislative process. Typically, advocates of reform begin with an introduction of a bill in the House or Senate that could lead to a public hearing and committee votes. Advocates of a bill must labor to win majority support in the 125-member House and 40-member Senate. If graced by good fortune on both sides of the Capitol, the proponents could seek support from the governor with veto power. So there you go. It's a long story, and it's going to go on for quite a while. But you want to put hemp farmers in jail. 13 years for growing hemp that has a little bit too high THC. Just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. That's going backwards as far as I'm concerned. Hopefully they can get rid of that. It's silliness. So, all righty. Well, that's it, everybody. Don't forget, this Saturday is 420. That's right, April 20th. It's my 39th wedding anniversary, so I will be celebrating that Friday and Saturday. And other than that, I will see you on Thursday. From the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our news for today. And thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca and Legacy420.com. And in closing, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the post-Cambo first mushy moment today for, it is March 21st, 2023. We are here live on paceradio.net. We are on through Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Boxcast locations such as Roku and Fire Sticks. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
I'm doing awesome, my friend. How are you?
I'm pretty fantastic. This
You're
is our
sporting
first.
that post-Cambo glow.
Yeah, this is our first show since our adventures in Ontario, which were absolutely
life-changing.
Yeah, that's a really great way of putting it. I was going to say absolutely fantastic and horrifying all at the same time. But yeah, I mean,
I didn't find it horrifying.
Oh, yeah, no, thanks. The Sananga you found bad, so
yeah, okay.
It was some horrifying. I did get more horrifying than you, and that is true. I fell in love with the bathroom wall because it was cold, and that's where we'll leave that.
But that's okay, because we've got it all. And we will be putting it into a documentary so that people can learn what a Cambo experience is like.
It's like.
Can be like, what it can do, where it can go, and how it might possibly change your life for the better, like I know it did mine.
Yeah, and we are next week. You will get a little sneak peek of the afterglow because we are going to concentrate on talking about the ceremony. But that is next week. So that is the sneak peek you get for this week. Ta-da! This week, we have a lady I met here a couple of months ago when I went for a hike in the woods. I saw this ad on Facebook for come join us for a chaga hike, 3-hour chaga hike. We were going to go for a walk in the woods and check out some chaga on the trees and learn some stuff and have a forest bath. And so off I went, and two lovely, lovely ladies were guiding it. The owner of the land and a friend of hers who is just incredibly smart when it comes to a lot of these natural nutritional and healing paths. So as we're walking through the woods, she's pointing out a lot of stuff to us, and she's pointing out this mushroom, and she's telling us what it's good for. And I'm sitting there going, "You got to meet my friend Steve." And at the end of the walk, I asked her, would you be interested? And she said absolutely. So this is the first chance we've had to have her on. She is my friend Jennifer Chandler, and she's a nutritionalist. She is a fitness advisor. She runs classes teaching people how to healthy cook and how to ferment, and she knows a lot about what I consider to be over-the-counter legal mushrooms. So we should bring her on. Hey, Steve?
We should let people know that she's not about the psychedelics. This is about mushrooms and health and nutrition.
Absolutely. because it all goes together.
We have a tendency to have people come in thinking it's just about psychedelics, and no, this is about healing, whole healing.
Whole healing. And without further ado, welcome, Jennifer.
Good day.
Hi there. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. As I've told everybody already, we met on the Chaga hike here back in, it was February, wasn't it?
Yeah, like almost 2 months ago. It's crazy.
Yeah. It was a fantastic hike, and I learned a lot.
How did you find her?
How did I find Jennifer?
Yeah.
Oh, it was just an ad on Facebook. The As the River Bends retreat was putting on a chaga hike led by, Shauna and Jennifer. And I'm like, ooh, time to go learn about mushrooms. And off I went. And it was fantastic. Yeah, so fantastic. I mean, I've signed up for every single one since. So.
And the crazy, wonderful thing about these hikes is you really just never know who you're going to meet. So, thank you. It's reciprocal.
Yeah. It's been fantastic. So,
yeah.
We did a lot of talking before we started the show. You and Steve were talking, and you share similar knowledge for different reasons, I think. What really got you onto this whole natural healing path? Because the little bit I've learned from you so far, there was a turning point in your life that said it's time to get healthy.
Yeah. So I'm 43 years old now. When I was 19, I had a pretty severe eating disorder. I had anorexia. My lowest weight was 52 pounds on a 5'10" height body frame. And at that point, I really didn't mentally and emotionally and physically really understand what was going on until I had a massive heart attack. And it was that turning point that, precipitated me into this journey. It was bad. Like, my dad used to have to carry me up the stairs. I had no function of my muscles. I couldn't make decisions. I didn't know how to chew anymore. But that turning point of the massive heart attack was like, this is your moment. And I had without getting into a long story, I had a moment on the other side. And so for my story, I went to this place, whether you call it heaven or the universe as a whole. I was laying on the middle line of a highway, and I kid you not, the Archangel Raphael, he was holding my face, and he looked at me and he said, "You need to wake up. Your goal and your destiny in life is to be a role model, to be an educator, to be a healer for other people, not just women, but for children, for men, for society as a whole, in terms of teaching them how to heal with using what you fear, and use that as, that the energy and the strength to be who you need to be in life without having to, I guess, compare yourself to other people." And, that was just one issue that I had to deal with. But I think in terms of health as itself, we all deal with something. And it's these big life moments that kind of shake us to the core. And maybe mine is a little bit more out there than, some other people. But that moment was a turning point for me. But with that came a long journey, and it didn't happen overnight. I was blessed with a lot of really great spirit guides and people, on planet Earth that wanted to guide me and teach me how to chew again. Opened me up to the world of natural health, taught me how to heal my body, my physical, mental, emotional, with food. And I fell in love with it. I was like, this, it feels real. It feels true to me. It was something that I could resonate with and something that I could see myself doing, for many years. And here we are 24 years later, and I'm alive, and it's such a blessing. I don't tell my story to too many people. I am, and it's just so, I'm blessed that I've been able to help hundreds and hundreds of people find their destiny and their path through food, but not only with food, with just being able to connect with them, because having that experience on the other side, it made me an empath. It made me connected to other life forces. Being able to think and know what people are thinking
feeling of
before they
lonely.
speak.
It eliminates
Absolutely.
the feeling of loneliness.
And it
You know
made me
you're
think-
not alone.
Absolutely.
Wow, what an
And I
awesome
think too,
story.
just it made me calmer and gentler, and it gave me the ability to really learn and know that holding space for people and listening without judgment is such a crucial point of connection with people. And I don't feel like I would have truly healed to where I am now if I hadn't have had that skill. So yeah.
Okay,
I
so
just,
I'm going
I'm
on
lucky.
another hike with Jennifer on Saturday, and if I come running up and just give you a big hug when I first see you, it's going to be because you gave me chills when you told me that story. Like, I mean, as hard of a time as that was to go through, that is like a wow, wow, what a
Yeah.
beautiful story.
It took me
Wow.
about 2 years to get to 100 pounds. But once I got to that place, then I signed up for my holistic nutrition cert. That was like 2003. It really wasn't that long ago. And I just loved it. And I had so many people help me, and it's perpetuated me into all these different certifications. And now I'm a culinary nutrition expert and instructor, teaching people how to use food to heal themselves. And really, it wasn't until the last maybe 3 or 4 years that I got into this complete fascination with medicinal mushrooms and how amazing they are, like especially for cancer, for gut health, for migraines. Like, it's just unreal the amount of benefits that they have. So yeah.
In the research I'm doing, they're one of the highest forms of beta glucans and polysaccharides you can find, which are the things that seem to be documented as modulating our immune system to ultimate health.
Yeah. And this is a whole other topic, but I feel like the last 2 years in particular with the COVID pandemic, people are so wanting to have a different route to heal themselves. They don't want all these vaccines, and they don't want all these injections and over the counter, things. They want to heal naturally, and mushrooms can do that. Like, it's immune boosting. It's
they've changed my life. They've changed my life, and it's why I promote them.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, mushrooms are going to save the world, and it's not just to talk about somebody else for 5 seconds. It's not just in the nutrition. I mean, Paul Stamets has shown us that he is finding easy, non-harmful to anything else, but like, the insects that they're going after, ways to get rid of parasites. He has discovered a certain fungi, and he has manufactured it. It will only attach itself to termite DNA. And then it turns them into fungi and disintegrates. So it'll stop the termites in their tracks. He's working on bed bugs now. And, I kind of hope he gets into, looking at ticks and whatnot. I don't know how it's done.
Even in Chernobyl, they found it's eating up the radiation. Fungi came in and it's eating up the radiation. They found one now that it eats plastic.
Yeah. Well, and I just posted that thing on my Facebook about how mushrooms make it rain. Like, I didn't even know that. That was so fascinating to me. Did you read that?
Oh yeah, with the spores all out. Oh yeah. I think I might have shared that in our Mushroom Moment group too.
Yeah, you probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so like they do a lot, and I found I've only recently in the last couple of years gotten into the heavier psychedelic world and learning more about mushrooms. So I'm still the newbie in most of the groups that I'm in, and that's okay because I'm the newbie and I get to learn from everybody, and it's pretty cool. But I found when I went on the walk, I mean, you were just full of incredible information, and
thank you.
I found that unbelievably fascinating. It was really great, and you knew about all of the mushrooms, and not even just the mushrooms, but everything as we're going along. You could walk through the forest and say, what was going to do what to us, or what could be used for what. I found that extremely fascinating, and of course, what caught my ear is when I believe we found turkey tail, and you started to teach us a little bit about the turkey tail, and that was when I knew that you had to meet this guy, because I mean, you telling me everything that Steve has already taught me, and it was just like, wow, that's just really pretty amazing. And I mean, learning about mushrooms, you went and took all of these other courses. Was this something that was self-taught? Was this something that you learned in a course?
No, it's just been self-taught. So something else is that my mother had stage 4 brain melanoma 2 years ago. And when I found out that she was terminal, of course, being her daughter, I wanted to find out every possible way that I could save her life. Even though, the prognosis was inevitable. And it really was that perpetuated me to learn all about these mushrooms. I was already pretty well versed in chaga for many, many years, but turkey tail, reishi, lion's mane, like all of those, my mind was like, oh my God, I have all this information. How can I put this all into one bottle or a tea so I can give it to her, not just in terms of end of life, but like to decrease the size of tumors. Like it's been proven that these mushrooms help reduce the size of tumors. They
multiple published
they improve
studies.
blood cell count.
Yes, multiple
Absolutely,
published studies.
and I just multiple articles everywhere, and I just started to research everything I could find, and then I said, well, I've got to get out. Like all of these grow locally in the Northern Hemisphere, and I just started, going in the woods more. And I found them, and you also have to have a field guide and kind of learn as you go along. But I became hooked. I'm like, this is amazing that you can heal yourself and make your own medicine. And yeah, I wish more people would be willing to try them before they knock them.
Yeah.
But it was definitely
absolutely
self-taught and turned into, yeah.
Wow.
But I'm particularly I love chaga and turkey tail. Turkey tail is actually my nickname. But I'm particularly interested in lion's mane. It fascinates me.
Yeah, it's been catching my attention. I have loved ones that suffer from ADHD, and lion's mane is a wonderful medicine for it. So it's been one that's fascinated me for a while.
It's also a great food replacement for meat. If you want to make burgers, you just slice it into nice little thin slices, marinate it, throw it on the barbecue, make it just as if it's the burger, and you got a better burger than, a dead animal.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, and even just for hormone balancing, there's so many benefits. I just love them all.
The lion's mane was one of the first ones that came on my radar, because it was when I was down the PTSD rabbit holes and researching psilocybin. Lion's mane kept coming in Reddit blogs and the areas that I would go. There wasn't a lot of info at the time, and a lot of people were talking about lion's mane, and that it was published studies were coming out showing how it healed brain tissue, how it healed nerve endings, how it heals the telomeres on the end of the nerves. It was like, oh, need that in there for PTSD, because PTSD blows that shit out.
Absolutely.
So it's like, oh, well, if there's this, what else is there here? And then when I started going down that rabbit hole, it's just like, oh, there's a whole world of healing here.
Yeah, even just brain fog too, like.
Yeah. The brain fog. Steve makes a line of nutritional products, and I take the line, which includes dehydrated berries and dehydrated, vegetables and sea vegetables and other things that I can never remember. I mean, I'm lucky I can get that far. And then of course the 2 different types of mushroom caps.
You're doing awesome.
That and it's made a huge change for me. I mean, before I even started detoxing for the Cambo, I was on this, and I had blood tests done. I am somebody that I always overate. I was on the other side. I always overate when I was younger, so I was bigger than everybody else. I was made fun of, and of course, because I overate, I ate bad, and therefore my hormones and my vitamins and everything were never leveled in my body ever. I mean, from the time I can remember until about 6 months ago. I went for blood tests here about 2 months ago or ish, and I couldn't believe it when it came back, and they're like, okay, you need to stop taking all of the extra this and all of the extra that we've been throwing at you, because you're fine. And if you keep taking it, you could go toxic on them. So just stop. I mean, I got the phone call to stop, because, and they couldn't believe it. Like, what are you doing that is made everything go from that to that? Because it did that inside 6 months.
What were you
yeah,
taking?
So I mean, I
like
had,
multivitamins?
No, they're
they're everything that we'll have to tell you about it.
Myself and a couple of my friends in our healing have put together lines of whole plant natural product healing, and it utilizes things like gluten, thunder god, vine, things you wouldn't really, but most people wouldn't look for, but they all have published studies regarding what they do for the healing. A lot of it was for cancer. Some of it was designed because people we know got vaccine injured. They ended up with myocarditis, spike protein issues, immune deficiency issues. So, through our research, we found, if you combine these products here, this will reduce the spike protein down, all in a natural whole plant type form. And I've got a buddy that's he's got an incredible brain, and he's a nutritional guru that for every published study I can read and understand, he'll read 100 and then explain to me exactly what every one means. And we kind of work together on, I'm having issues helping people here. What do you think we could do here? And then he's put together a bunch of different products that they've been modified over time as we've worked with people. I'm going to close the door so my dog is out of the room.
Okay. Yeah. So it's I've it's gotten me into nutrition, taking these things that Steve has, because it's proven to me that if you can balance your nutrition, even if it's by dehydrated fruits and vegetables and mushrooms, and that's what taking the dehydrated version did for me, balanced me out inside 6 months. The real version, like the hydrated version, I should have been doing this my whole life. So I'm fascinated at the fact that, in all essence, eating right fixed my vitamins in my body inside 6 months. 6 months.
Let medicine be thy food and food be thy medicine. Socrates.
Yeah. Hippocrates always said it well.
He said it right. And somewhere along the line, the industry of medicine forgot those words, because Jello isn't something you give somebody to heal from a frickin' heart attack. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I know.
I tell this to my clients all the time. Like, these multi-million-dollar pharmaceutical companies, big pharma, like there's 10 huge companies that drive the food industry. And they're all taking things from Whole Foods, tearing them apart, and then adding vitamins back into it. And people buy into this stuff, things geared towards kids, and then we wonder why they have ADHD and autism and depression, anxiety. All those things they all come back to our food source. And I think if just more people would listen to their own body's wisdom, and cook from scratch, like, you can heal yourself. You're living proof that you can do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And nutrition, people don't realize that nutrition is key. The one thing in the last few years of my healing journey that has really come clear to me is that all healing starts in the gut. The things that I was researching that I needed to fix my brain had to go to my gut. But those same things can get rid of cancer. So how does that happen? And I had to research and understand that our gut has all the locks, and the food is the keys. Yeah. The nutrition is the keys for all of the healing processes. And if you put in all the right pieces to unlock the locks, the body knows how to heal. It does it. That's what it does. Our medical industry is designed around medicate and operate, but healing is done by the individual person. Only you heal yourself. Yes. and like you did.
Well,
and you know, that's what I had to take on. I need to heal myself.
Yeah.
I'm tired of medicating.
And I think an important part that, pardon?
I love your story. Your story, I was on the verge of tears. I could see they were well. I almost went like this so other people wouldn't be able to, but no, yours is a beautiful story. In the walk that I'm doing, I'm finding that the most amazing healers I meet are hurt people healing. You know, and then you tell
we
your
all
story.
want to be seen no matter what we go through.
Wow.
Yeah. We all want to be seen and
Yep.
Yeah,
Sorry,
we all want to be seen, and so I think it just comes out.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
It's okay. It comes out differently for everybody, you know, and not everyone that goes through these traumatic life experiences comes out maybe like we do. But you really like, and I think too, a really integral part of healing is wanting to heal. Like if you don't want to heal, your body is not going to connect those pieces, even if you eat all the healthy food. So, you know, it truly is mental, physical, emotional. You have to have those three together.
Yeah.
And mushrooms.
Yes.
Mushrooms are amazing. They it was what I first started with when I started on Steve's product. That's what he started me with first, was the Immuno Blend, he called it.
Steve and John's product.
Steve and John's product, yes. I knew Steve before I knew John, so you know, it's a habit I'm trying to break. But yes, the At Ease product, the first one I tried was the Immuno Blend, the 7 blend of mushrooms. And even just taking that, it made a huge difference. Just adding the mushrooms into it, it gave me energy that I never had before. And I was absolutely shocked.
And that 7 mushroom blend, just so you know, Jen, it has rhodiola in it as well. Just because I found that usually if people were taking it, they needed a little extra calm anyway. And it has its own health benefits that blend nice.
We all need an adaptogen, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love adaptogens.
So does he.
Yes. Yes. Nutritional wise, to healing, taking both the amount of nutrition to the amount of healing ability within the mushroom, which would you say is the most potent?
You mean the most potent, like vitamin, or? Sorry, I misunderstood you.
In a combination of both. Nutritional, because some will have higher nutritional values in areas, but it might not have as much healing ability in areas. So of all the mushrooms, which would you say has got the highest of both, the healing and nutrition?
Oh gosh, that's hard. I think I'd have to say reishi. I really love reishi. You know, it's immune modulating. It's for brain fog. You can heal your gut with it. You can improve digestion. You can, you know, not only as prevention, but you can cure cancer. You can improve your skin health. Oh gosh, yeah, like there's so many. And it's so high in B vitamins, which are great for mood, for depression, for PTSD, for anxiety. Yeah, I mean, I love them all, but reishi's kind of the king.
Nice.
Would you agree with that, Steve?
Yes, actually. That's why, well, on my original packaging, reishi was the first one. That was actually the first one I went to. And then lion's mane came in there. And then chaga came in there. Yeah. And then I went down the rabbit holes and everything came together. Yeah. I
know. Well, because they're all so powerful in their own specific ways, it's really hard to choose. But from a nutritional standpoint, I'd have to say reishi is my number one, and then lion's mane. I mean, lion's mane looks like a little brain. Like, it's just so amazing. I think it does.
Oh yeah. Oh, I've seen some that look quite a bit like brain. Then you see the others that are just these huge masses hanging that are just so beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah,
I know.
we are at a moment that we might as well take a break. We're there. When we come back, I want to talk about a picture I saw on Jen's profile. She is growing her own mushrooms now. So when we come back, we'll make that the first topic of discussion. So it's break time, and that means it's time to hear from our sponsors, pay some bills. You are watching Mushy Moment here on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Boxcat, and Pace Radio Network. We'll be back in 3.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. In February of 2022, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club and Ted Smith were fined $6.5 million. This for helping 8,500 patients with access to medical cannabis. In our interview with Ted, he spoke to us about how people can donate to help in an upcoming court challenge. And here is part of that interview. From what I've seen lately, I believe that you've got something that you're trying to do as far as fundraising to deal with this next court challenge.
For now, people can write checks directly to Jack Lloyd Law Corporation or send e-transfers to save the VCBC at gmail.com. I guess those are the 2 easiest ways for people to help right now.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 out on Ford Road.
Yes, not
Ford
Ford.
Road, not Ford Road.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment. We are live here at paceradio.net, streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Boxcast, Roku, and Fire TV. And we are back with Jen Chandler talking about holistic healing, all things natural, all things real, all things healing, all things what I call over-the-counter mushrooms, so non-psychedelic mushrooms. Just before break, I was talking about how I saw you growing some mushrooms. What are you growing?
I am growing pearl and alum oyster mushrooms. My first trial anyway. So I want to get into doing like the whole shebang, the oyster, turkey tail, lion's mane, reishi. But oyster mushrooms are kind of the easiest to cultivate and propagate. So I started with that and it's been going good so far.
Awesome.
I never really
you never really
kind of realized how like humidity sensitive they are to grow. So it's been a bit of trial and error. But so I'm learning lots. But yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, I'm going to hold my phone up. You actually are doing quite well. I mean, watching these mushrooms coming out of the buckets.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. So you're doing quite well. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. The process itself is pretty easy. It's just temperature dependent. And, I think like they're so popular now, you can buy plugs anywhere. Yeah. I specifically got mine from Happy Caps Mushroom Farms in Halifax. And he supplied me for quite a long time, last year anyway. But yeah, nice. You just have to have the right, conditions.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're doing a fantastic job. I've been
plant
watching
any of them out on your nature walk?
What's that?
I'm asking her if she planted any on the nature walk.
I didn't, but I should.
We should.
No,
we should
I
take some
haven't
photos
inoculated any logs.
Drop them as we're going along.
Well,
I
and
see some pretty-
Shauna's property does have a lot of mushrooms that on our walks with Cindy we actually haven't seen. Like usually the summer and the fall, there's a lot more than what we've actually found. But there is a lot of oyster, not that I've inoculated, but that grow just on their own. And last year we saw lion's mane. There's lots of hens of the woods. Like, it's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the first walk that we went to, we went out and we weren't just learning about mushrooms, we were doing some forest bathing as well, which was really beautiful. And we got out there, and my friend was with me, and of course we were told to go walk and take 10 minutes and enjoy. And we were both drawn to a certain spot. It was pretty crazy. So we were drawn to the spot. We found the coolest tree. We took all kinds of pictures of it, never looked down. And then we come back to the fire, and Jen takes us out to show us the huge piece of chaga and the tree that it's on. And wasn't it the tree that Bonnie and I were standing at for 10 minutes going, I'm just falling in love with the tree and oohing over the tree, and take us right back there. We actually thought it was hilarious that we were drawn to the chaga, and we never looked down. And the chaga, as I've now learned, is normally high, but on this tree, it's at the base of the trunk.
It was at the base. And I often find too, like the chaga that grows on the yellow birch closer to water is often found on the bottom more than the top. I don't know why.
Oh,
It fascinates me.
Yeah.
But yeah, typically it grows up really high, which is why it's so hard to find, because we just don't normally look up. So
yeah.
But yeah.
Here I was not looking down. Yeah. No, so it was quite a large piece of chaga, and we learned a lot of the stuff that you see in trees and you see just big hunks of black is not actually chaga. It is it's fake. There's another name for it.
Black knot.
Black knot. Yeah. Yeah, and it just crumbles apart. It looks similar on the outside, completely different on the inside. So see,
That's
what
right.
direction do you on these hikes, Lo?
You were listening. Yeah, so chaga is often mistaken with black root or black knot because they look similar on the outside. If you've ever looked for Steve for chaga yourself, but yeah, it's kind of this huge kind of wart eruption on the outside of the tree, and but the difference is the chaga has to be charcoal black with that really dark orange interior. So that's kind of the giveaway. And the piece that's on that property is quite big.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go to, if you were going to give the medicinal and nutritional benefits of chaga.
Oh, medicinal, it's antifungal, anti-tumor, anti-parasitic. It's an antibiotic. It improves gut health, can reduce the size of tumors. It takes away headaches. It's good for PTSD, anxiety, mood disorders. So much stuff.
Okay. Now, nutritional.
Nutritionally, it's a good source of fiber, although you wouldn't really want to chew it. It would be kind of hard to digest. It's really high in B vitamins, which is, of course, good for your mood and gut. It's actually high in certain oils that help improve immune function. Oh gosh, what else? Actually, really high in vitamin C, which is good for the immunity. Yeah, gosh, there's so many.
Nice.
But I would say medicinal properties outweigh nutritional. That's why. So for me personally, that's why if I'm going to make a tea blend, I'll always pair it with like a citrus, like organic lemon or orange, where it helps draw out the properties of the medicine.
Ah, see there now. I just learned something.
Yeah, so pair it with the citrus.
The tea that you made on the chaga walk that I was on was citrus and cinnamon and chaga, was it not?
Yes, that was organic lemon, a cinnamon stick, and chaga. But literally, there's not hundreds, but dozens of different formulations you could do. The second walk, the heart-centered workshop that you came to, that was hawthorn berries, rose hips with the chaga and orange. And they're just so beautiful. Like, they taste so good. But yes, the citrus really helps draw out the medicine from the chaga. So it gives you that extra boost. And I just think it tastes delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to find some
Rose
chaga
hips are really high
and
in
some
vitamin
chaga tea, Steve.
I have some.
Oh, good. We'll have to make some chaga tea with some cinnamon and some orange. It'll be delicious.
Ah, nice.
But I think too, like, most people feel like.
What's that?
I don't know about you, but you can cook with it too. Like, so with all your walks that you've been on, we've done the baked goods where I put the ground chaga in it. Which just adds that extra little benefit of getting that medicine in there without actually having to drink it or do a tincture, although that's quite potent and highly recommended.
And of
but
course,
yeah.
like, I mean, all of the treats were phenomenal. The treats that Jen is talking about, the first walk I went on, there was an energy ball and a little loaf, and they were just like little loaves. And you can tell us better to what they were, but they were absolutely delicious. I found out later that this absolutely delicious chocolate caramelly ball with melted chocolate on it was flipping dates. It was dates. It was ground up dates in this delicious thing. Dates.
Some people think dates are delicious.
Well, like, what's the point in making a chaga treat if you're going to add like all this refined sugar and just erase all of its benefits? So date paste is such an easy way to make things sweet.
Yeah, and then you did another chaga walk, like a chaga walk 2.0 a week or two later, and I really wish I'd gone to that one too. But you made brownies, and when I had to start this healing I had to start the detox for this whole Cambo. I really needed, like a little sweet treat. So my friend made those with a little bit of chaga in it with the avocado, and again they're good. Phenomenal. I took what was left to Ontario with me. Got to try them. Try these.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I got that recipe from Jen. Yeah.
So the keiko is. Pardon?
Sorry, what was the loaf?
That was a pumpkin apple spice chaga loaf. Yeah, they were yummy. Yeah.
Are these all from your recipes?
Yeah, I just make them up out of my head. But so when I went to culinary nutrition school.
Is there somewhere people can go to find these recipes at all?
Yes. Just a second.
I'm in the process of finishing my cookbook, but they are on my Facebook page.
This one right here. Oh, shit. We both went.
You're well prepared today.
So if you go to this particular Facebook page here that is scrolling across the bottom, this is Jen. And you can find some of these recipes and these hints and different classes that she does put on here in Windsor, Nova Scotia. It's really cool to have a guest from here, just saying. Yeah. So you can go there and you can check out some of these recipes and take a look. They are absolutely delicious.
Just let it ticker across the bottom.
Oh, sure.
Just let it go. And then people can have time to write it down and whatnot. Because that's pretty important, finding decent recipes for things that, that are healthy healing snacks that still remind you of junk food. Oh.
Yeah, and which these brownies and everything else that you've made does.
Yeah, my passion is showing people how to use, locally wild forage foods and mushrooms into the food they eat without necessarily having to taste them, but still have the benefits. So, I just love showing people how to do that. In particular, what foods to pair that are wild to get the maximum benefit. So, for instance, the energy balls, we had the keiko with the coconut oil and the chaga, which acts as a shuttle to, get to the brain waves and all those, receptors and neurons to help them fire better. And most people don't know that. They don't know, what foods to pair to have maximum benefit. So it's fun.
Wow. Oh, I'm about to learn a whole lot more healthy eating. This is awesome.
Anytime.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think I was contemplating doing a YouTube channel, but I have to work up my confidence.
Well, I can tell you right now that you have Cindy behind you, so you better be careful what you say you're thinking of doing, because next week you'll be in the middle of doing it.
I'm totally on board with that.
Well, you tell me. Steve has fallen prey to that. Oh, I'd like to do Cambo, he said. And of course, now we've just come back from doing Cambo. And then we made a comment about how we should do this other healing journey. So now that is becoming very solid, faster than I think he ever thought it would. And then he said, I want to go do Iboga, which I'm working my butt off to get ready. So yeah, it'll all happen.
At one point, she was talking about a podcast, and I said, "Oh, which one are we going to do?" And 2 weeks later, we were doing one.
Amazing. Well, and this is information that needs to be shared, and it's not talked about enough. So, you know, all the more we need more people like us to come together.
In our circle, you know, we usually talk about the gray area side, the illegal side, you know, we're always talking about the psychedelics. Most of them are illegal. We're always talking about, you know, changing policies with the government and all of the rah-rah, you know, activist stuff. And when I listened to you, I thought that, no, we're all about healing, and so is everything you're doing. And I thought, well, we don't need to always talk about tripping to be healthy and to heal. And, you know, it's really beautiful to hear your story that, you know, I mean, as a lot of us know that are in our circle, that, you know, anorexia and or PTSD or, you know, cancer. I mean, these things can be fought, these things can be healed. And it's really beautiful to show it happening naturally without all of the chemicals that, you know, Big Pharma wants to try and shove down our throats or in our arms.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you just have to be, I mean, I was blessed with numerous people that helped me on my journey, but a lot of people aren't, and they get lost in that and are confused to even what path to take. And nutrition kind of is the very last that they even resort to when it's the foundation. We can't do anything without that, you know, that good whole food. Supplements are what they are called, supplements. And, you know, you just have to get back to the root. Literally.
But the root. But that was awesome. Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's go to more of the mushroom stuff. If I was to come out on a walk, what would be the first one that, as we walk down the pathway, that you would be pointing out?
Oh gosh, every trail is different, but the first one that always pops up is turkey tail. It's everywhere. It's so prevalent, you know, in all the trees, but a lot of like fallen stumps. It's just everywhere. And then further down, like on our last walk, we found the reishi. It was a young, immature one, but we still found it. And then further down, once we get to the stream, is the chaga. We do have one little section of witch's butter, if you're familiar with that one. That's kind of like the bright orange gelatinous, kind of looks like jello, but it is edible. Kind of the same properties of the chaga, like it's immune modulating. You know, it has to be cooked, those types of things. And then you've got, oh gosh, what else? That's pretty much all she has there. But in the spring and into the summer, we'll get into the late summer, we'll get into like the black trumpets, hens of the woods, those kinds of things, oyster mushrooms. Yeah, wow. And everything else that goes wild. So like there's dandelion, there's mullein, there's yarrow, like wild raspberry, rose hips. There's so much that grows wild that you can treat basic conditions with.
When I was telling, I think it was our Cambo provider about the hikes and whatnot, and I was telling her about the heart healthy one that we had and the tea with the rose hips. She was telling me that it's one of the berries that she actually loves to pick and eat as she's walking along when she finds them. She says they're delicious.
Yes. They're so good. They're a super high potent source of vitamin C, vitamin A. They're
lecithin.
Yeah, they're a great lecithin. Absolutely, they're great for women's reproductive health, for keeping the heart chakra open, which is why we chose it that day. Yeah, it's one of my favorites too.
Now, if I was to ask you, because this was one of the first things I learned about that, and it's funny because I'm going back to my hometown and a long time ago, but I'd heard about it for people that have varicose veins, and that rose hips have the ability to clear up a lot of the varicose vein aspect.
That's right. So they help to detoxify the blood. So it helps with like vasodilation and constriction. So how that blood flows through the veins and arteries, it helps to do that, more efficiently. Specifically like in a tincture form. So, when you pair it with alcohol, that's it. But yeah, so it's a good vasoconstrictor and dilator.
Okay.
So, and you get that benefit for the varicose veins by drinking it or eating it? Like ingesting it in some way?
I always say, like, if you have a chronic condition where you need that benefit, ASAP, always do a tincture. Your body's going to absorb it a lot faster, where you get those benefits a lot quicker. But a tea is always just so, it's comforting and nice, and you can get the same benefits, just not in the same, potency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You can make a really nice jelly out of it too.
Interesting. I was gifted some smokable flowers or herbs when I was in Ontario. Now after this conversation, I'm wondering if you know any of these. So they can be used for tea or for smoke. Wild daga.
I've not heard of that one before.
Wild mullein.
Oh, mullein, yep, that's for lung health, like for opening up your lungs
and inflammation
clearing out toxicity.
Blue water lily. It's for
I have a
lucid
feeling
dreaming.
I'd not. Yeah, I was gonna say like brain health.
Yeah, and then I haven't tried this one yet. Damiana, Damiana, for headaches and bladder health.
Oh, Damiana. Yeah, that's an adaptogen, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was that's like for.
Yeah, it says that it's for headaches, bladder, depression, nervous system, like neuropathy type idea. And all of these say that I can either smoke them or have them in a tea. They've been very good.
Yeah. I love mullein. It grows a lot around here locally. But it became really popular when COVID hit because everyone wanted to protect their lungs. But yeah, it's one of my favorites too. And yeah, you can smoke it for sure.
Yeah.
Smoking it won't be protecting the lungs though.
Well, I know, which I was thinking after I said it, and I was like, oh my God. I don't smoke, so like everything that I do for medicine is either in a tincture or like a salve or a tea. So I really like tinctures.
Nice, yeah.
So yeah, why I started growing these mushrooms was so I could start my own medicinal mushroom line. So I want to have a gut blend and a brain focus blend. So that's my goal.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because much gut healing is needed. A lot of people don't realize that leaky gut syndrome is running rampant. That's why there's sepsis running rampant through our hospital systems. Diverticulitis happening. It's all about gut health, truly.
85% of the serotonin is made in the gut. So, if we work on healing the gut, we can work on healing so many other things, especially the brain. Brain-gut connection is so strong. It all comes back to how we metabolize. And I always say, like, we aren't what we eat. We are what we absorb. And if your gut's not absorbing, you're not going to feel good. mentally, emotionally, or physically.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes. And the
true.
more you starve the brain, the more the brain acts like a starving brain.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
my nutritional guru, he works from a strange avenue, or I found it a strange avenue, because he dives deep down the Western science and studies and everything on that end, gets all that data together, then takes how it goes into the traditional Chinese medicine system, because we work on individualities, whereas they work in systems. So he takes it down that avenue to figure out, what adaptogens, what plants, what blends need to be put in for this particular function to be through the system. And then he goes over to Ayurvedic and travels down that route to see if he's missed anything. And all of the products that he's pulled together, he's basically done that way. And I was one of the testers on the products, and I can say that they've been massive in my healing journey. Learning more about nutrition, learning about how the different the different adaptogens or plants or herbs just unlock different locks in the immune healing area. And like you'd said, if you blend the chaga with some citrus, it enhances more. And that's that's an area where I think it takes a special brain to really dance in that route of going, if I, this gives it the next level aspect. And I'm noticing you and him are similar in that route of, I can see if we just do this, it's a bigger enhancement or healing process.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want more bang for your buck, especially if you're trying to heal a chronic condition. Most of us don't have hours to spend in the kitchen. So how can we make this the most healing, dish in one meal? So yeah, it fascinates me. And that's why I did my master's in macrobiotic cooking, which is the Japanese style, because they're all based on the yin and yang, and salty, sour, sweet, and bitter. They do a lot of mushrooms too, and it fascinates me, and I love showing people how to do it. It's easy.
Yeah, I now need to break in and say what I predicted I was going to say. We are now at the end of our time. It's not been enough time.
I haven't asked her when her cooking show starts.
I know, but we can get that information for you. Don't worry. Jennifer, where can people reach you?
They can find me on Facebook at Jennifer Chandler Holistic Health. They can also find me on my webpage, www.jenniferchandlerholistichealth.com.
Awesome. So yeah, if you're curious, if you would like to hire her for some lessons, I assume that you will teach over the internet for those people that are across Canada.
I do. I offer, online and Zoom cooking classes, consultations, the whole shebang. I'll meet you in your kitchen and I'll come from mine.
Wicked. Yeah. So sadly, that is it, folks. We are now at the end of our show. Thank you so much, Jen, for joining us. It's been absolutely spectacular to talk to you on this realm.
Yes, it's been awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, it has. We'll have to have you back and talk more things nutrition, because you guys were just about to get into a serious conversation there, and I didn't want to interrupt. So thanks for joining us here on the Mushy Moment, folks. For today, March 21st, 2023. We are coming to you live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, paceradio.net. We are on Boxcast through your Roku or Fire Sticks. Thank you so much for joining us, and Steve and I will see you next week with a little insight into our Cambo journey. Have a great week, folks. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're a former organizer of a march and attended some over the years.
Yeah.
Why did you march? Why did you march in the Global Marijuana March? What was the reason why?
I wanted law reform. I didn't believe that a plant should be prohibited, be illegal. It was a plant. People were going to jail for small amounts of cannabis, and patients, people that were using it for medical purposes, were going to jail for the use. Grant Krieger was thrown in jail in Calgary for the use of his cannabis. And I just saw the injustice in all of it. And it was just ridiculous that people that were finding relief using this plant should be being persecuted for it. So I organized, because it was worldwide, and I saw an article where Dana Beale, I was reading High Times, and Dana Beale there was an article about Dana Beale in the High Times, and it said, if you want to join in, contact this. And I sent him an email. Next thing you know, I got this big package in the mail with all these Global Marijuana March posters, and I just started posting them all over the place. And me and Alvin showed up on the front steps of the City Hall with a table and a bunch of posters and waited for people to come.
There you go. Perfect. So if I said to you, or said to you, to fill in the blank, I march for, that answer that you just gave would be massive, and every reason was perfect. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like there's so many reasons, and so many people can't march that you have to go march for.
Yeah, exactly.
There's people that worked back then that were closet users, right? That couldn't stand up, couldn't speak out because they lose their job. So that was another reason too. I had friends that were in, healthcare and stuff, and they all smoked because they had arthritis and they'd been, working on their feet didn't drink, and they would have lost their jobs. I would have lost my job. In fact, I did. I quit my job at H&R Transport because I was drug tested and got caught smoking.
Well, I thank you for your answer on that, and I am sending out a request to our viewers tonight, and anybody who watches this as a podcast afterwards, to create themselves a little video saying, I march for, and explain what you march for when it comes to the global cannabis end of things. and post it. Maybe tag the Toronto Global Marijuana March, or post it on their wall, or post it on any other Global Marijuana March location, and share with your friends so that you get people interested back into the marches in order to create change. And the same reason why you started.
Right. And somewhere was it Germany, I believe? Germany. This too, but not in the same, but again, everybody's moving in that direction. But then you have the Philippines, and then you have Thailand, and you have all these other countries Iraq and that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we better get back onto the review thing here, because there's lots of reasons why to march. So
absolutely.
All right.
And simply nothing more than an expression of hubris, pride, a belief, that we can do it our way and alone. So all of this is very, the shelf life is short on all of these issues, because the planet is in a state of terminal crisis. Does that have anything to do with the psychedelic experience, or are these separate issues? How can they be separate issues if the psychedelic experience is a mirror of the state of the individual and collective psyche?
Ladies and gentlemen.
You're having a nightmare. What if it's true?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Alan, it's a possibility, isn't it?
The very word secrecy is repugnant. Secrets. In a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers,
constant, extreme danger,
which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger,
extreme danger,
that an announced need for increased security.
What the hell is going on?
This is Conspiracy Queries with Alan Hart.
Will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit, the extent that it's in my control.
You're crazy.
And no officious, high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes.
Isn't the Pentagon suspicious that all the buildings blow up?
Or to withhold from the press and the public
I think you're just looking at things for the first time.
the facts they deserve to know.
You've had your whole f***ing life to think things over. What good's a few minutes more gonna do you now?
The facts they deserve to know. They deserve to know. Deserve to know. Deserve to know. Facts they deserve to know.
Those who have achieved an elevated existence, raise your fists.
Okay. Hey. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to Conspiracy Queries with Alan Park. These are the Conspiracy Queries, and I am the Alan Park. Still get to be here. But not necessarily from that episode. I just thought it'd help me out considering my voice is rough, and what I said last time on that one show was perfectly acceptable to get going. Welcome to Green Crush Conspiracy Queries with the very much rough-throated Alan Park. Thank you for listening, and thank me for before setting up that intro. We have a fantastic guest today, and we have 3 guests. So the guest is Sensible Ontario, and they are made up of 3 people. That's always a good number for me, and I'm looking very much forward to it. So it's 420 week, everybody. It's 420 week, and it is, of course, blizzarding out on the heels of the ice storm of Toronto. It's settled down now a little bit, but not too happy about it. Nobody's thrilled about it, but we're just making do in this freezing cold climate change world of ours. That Terrence McKenna at the beginning of the show is offering a little insight from the other side of consciousness to help us try to figure it out from the past. Does that make sense? It's been a fascinating week for myself. People who know me very well know that, and people who think they know me very well think somebody else is out there imitating me, and they're wrong. That's cool. People make mistakes. But I won't back down. I'll stand my ground at the gates of hell. Because I've already been to the gates of hell and kicked that son of a bitch standing in front of him in the balls, and did it twice, and I'm back here. I learned how to get out of stage 4 cancer that was terminal and metastasized into my bones. And sometimes when I think about it, I go right back to it, and it's gets emotional, because it's like I'm not processing it poorly. It's that you realize what's happened to you, and if you're in that moment for real, it just takes over. So that's why I like funny, and that's why I like to taste everything of its flavor in the moment and really think about it. But it's not thinking, it's just a different state of being. Chapter 2, or maybe 3 of my life, I don't know, but definitely not chapter 1. A lot of friends were upset with me this week, or so they called themselves friends anyhow, but none of them were there when I was on my back at 135 pounds, all gray-green, waiting for someone to come and see me, and sometimes they did when I was slipping in and out. So if you're one of those and you're disappointed, great. But if you think you're my friend in this time of crisis for myself, and you never even knew I had cancer or bothered to find out, or you did know and didn't come and visit me, it's understandable why you don't understand the greater issues at play here within the nuance of social discourse. These folks want a binary choice on that score, but not a binary choice across the board, just a binary choice on what they allow other comics to say and do. And so Those are the small C comics now, as I've decided, with little quotation marks around their small C comic, and then there are comics, capital C. And I'm just wondering when one of these small C comics is going to hassle Kelly Carlin, the daughter of George, and see if she can rummage through his old recordings and erase every possible offensive thing, including subject material. Apparently you can't do a joke about rape at all, even if it's positive and not speaking towards the celebration of rape or the victimization of the rape victim, but just the term itself. Rape is enough to make someone who has either been raped or knows someone who was raped, somehow traumatized by rape, means that no one can raise the issue in the stand-up comic circle. And I, for one, will never back down. Right, Tom? I will never back down on being able to articulate as best I can, given the circumstances. I'll take some honey tea in a minute, but the more these topics are walled off for discussion based on what he said and what she said and what she needs to do, the more ridiculous it is. I'll give you an example. Someone very offended by my activities of the previous week told me that she just couldn't believe that I would participate in something that would so give her a hard time when she was just trying to go out and enjoy herself. A hard time. She wanted me to stop ever raising that issue again, the subject matter of that particular joke. And I said, did you say I gave you a hard time? A hard time, did I? Well, I'm going to ask you. No, I'm going to tell you not to reference time ever again. Because at one point, from this cancer, I thought I had run out of time. And it was very traumatic and emotional. And look at me now when I go there. I get upset about thinking about it, and then I have to think of something else immediately, and then I'm okay. So I don't want to hear the word time when in my life and my trauma and my PTSD that was handily remedied by the application of cannabis oil, illegally procured from making it in my own kitchen. But please don't mention time again. It's a very sore spot for me. I really don't want you mentioning that. And if you could please take off your Apple Watch or any other marker thereof, I would be so appreciative. And if you don't, you're a terrible person bent on destroying the quality of my life. I can also tell you that my father, whom I don't get to spend any more time, there it is again, with, he used to work at a moving company called Rawlinson's Movers in Toronto. And they were taking some furniture and pieces of belongings down a staircase, the 4th floor of a warehouse just off of Yonge Street in the center of Toronto. He was coming down the stairs. There were blankets surrounding the grandfather clock that he was carrying with another man, but damn it, he must have tripped on the stairs, or maybe somebody left a slinky there, and down he went to the bottom of the stairs. His partner, of course, at the top, couldn't control the weight of the grandfather clock anymore, and he was crushed to injury and did not survive the hospital term thereafter. The grandfather clock. So if you have a grandfather, or you know one, please do not mention that in my presence or time or clocks. And I will do everything I can to protest the use thereof from anyone. It's not fair. It's not reasonable. I've given you fair warning. And why would you want to give me such a hard time by reining all of this in and throwing it in my face? And I'm sure there are egregious episodes in just about everyone's life involving some normal reference point, be it a pencil from the gal who stabbed me in the arm with one in art class in grade 10. Still a good friend of mine, but she kind of lost her nut that day. But had I fallen down into the side of trauma due to the fact that the graphite stuck in my arm festered up a nasty infection that took a lot of time to heal, once I got to the hospital, some other kids in my room were throwing things at each other, and a piece of glass wound up going into my eye. I will have to command you never to mention pencils again. So don't tell me what to fucking say and what I'm allowed to say. Just don't do it. It's a silly game. You can't do it. Because the more we wall off topics of discussion, I'm sure there are people out there that would never dream of coming across this show who are still appalled at the notion of cannabis use. And they can't tell me to stop doing this show. So you see what I mean? How about let's take a little self-responsibility, as did I when I found myself so sick and a bunch of fucking doctors telling me I wasn't going to make it, hypnotizing me with their white coats of magic spells. And I didn't buy into it, and I took my own self-responsibility, and I whipped up my own shit despite the fact that Bill Blair and his ilk, the folks designing the cannabis controls in Canada, disguised as legalization like it's a party, were dead wrong. And I was dead right by not being dead. So I just wanted to get that out there and get it off my chest. I'm sorry if it took as long as it did, but I wasn't going to be able to do the show without that clarity. And I hope everybody understands, even if you're not greater aware of the salient issues surrounding this entire issue. It's not necessarily germane to this show, but the reaction sure has been, and the greater point is, I get to control what you have to talk about. No, you don't. No, you don't. You can do whatever you want. If you want to talk about marshmallows and different shapes of clouds and, you know, what your mom told you on the way home, that's fine for you. Unless my mom died also from cancer at a much younger age than she should have. And so, you know what, on second thought, don't even bring up mothers or mothering or parenting for that matter. Fuck that. Take that out of your act. And I think I've made my point, and I'm sure it will be thoroughly agreed with, because if I've learned one thing this week, it's that logic and reason and understanding are on the same slab I was, and I sure hope they can get up like I did. Take the self-responsibility to understand that if you take yourself out into society at the risk of hearing anybody else say something you don't want, maybe you need to learn to not go to that area. I don't particularly have anything to do with video games. I don't have anything against them. I just never got into that thing. Once Ms. Pac-Man took too many of my quarters when I was rehearsing in a rock band in the 80s and just lost interest. I know people play all kinds of fantastic games, and Grand Theft Auto is out there with all the crime scenes in there. They're not telling that to shut down, are they? Or if they are, they're not getting away with it. So I don't go to video game parlors or Sega empires or anything else or ridicule those who do. In the news, hey, let's go to this. The Hill says that down in the States, there's a picture of a snapping turtle who looks like he can't get a hard-on. Oh, sorry, hang on. It says Mitch McConnell. Yeah, sorry. Legislation that would legalize hemp as an agricultural product is getting fast-tracked through the Senate. It's kind of funny. I'm glad they're doing it. I am so grateful that these people are finally getting their shit together. But I wouldn't call it fast-tracked, since it never should have been off the agricultural production realm since they put it off the thing in 1937. This drastic corporate, criminal, governmental retraction of one of our essential nutrients over the last 80 years plus has caused a lot of people a lot of problems. Lowered immune systems, of course, which have allowed us to weaken ourselves by ingesting the toxic spew in the air, in the water, and in the mouths coming out of these idiots that bounce around like this. But this is a good one for us, so I get it. I'm just aware of the overarching situation that makes fast-tracking something that was evidently perfect in the first place kind of a patting yourself on the back gesture. And I didn't want to leave that unchecked. So good for Mitch McConnell, telling us all about it from Flapping Wattles. The bill, introduced last week by Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, was placed on the Senate calendar Monday. That's yesterday in our time. The procedural move, known as Rule 14, allows it to skip over the committee process, paving the way for the legislation to be brought up on the Senate floor. I'd like to bring up on the Senate floor. The move doesn't automatically guarantee that the bill will get a vote. So here comes some obfuscation. A spokesman for McConnell noted that when they didn't have the guidance or an announcement about if or when the bill would come up. They didn't have that. I'm sure they would have if it was a far more restrictive bill. All the cooler, more opening up of society bills always have a problem coming out, and as soon as they want to drop something heavy, that's not an issue. Hey, you got a 15,000-page Patriot Act that nobody's read? You want to whip that into shape? Sure, it's right here. The bill known as the Hemp Farming Act of 2018, and we have some hemp buddies on the show that we've already spoken to in the States. Going to be happy about this if it really kicks through, would legalize hemp, removing it from the federal list of controlled substances and allowing it to be sold. Allowing it. Jesus Christ, I can't even read this shit. Allowing it. Oh, thank you. An essential nutrient and buffer against illness that'll send me into my healthcare system that I have to pay for with heavily enforced insurance payments or not at all. By legalizing hemp and allowing it to be sold as an agricultural commodity, it empowers states to conduct their own oversight plans. We can give the hemp industry the tools necessary to create jobs. Fucking duh. And new opportunities for farmers and manufacturers around the county. I think they mean country. It says county. It's not really going to help the states if it's in one county of Kentucky. In addition to McConnell, Rand Paul of Kentucky, and Ron Wyden, he's a Democrat. Ooh, hands across the aisle. And Jeff Merkley, also a Democrat of Oregon, are supporting the legislation. The bill will allow states to regulate hemp as well as allow hemp researchers. Oh my God, I can't take this. To apply for grants from the Agricultural Department and make hemp farmers eligible for crop insurance. Does Raytheon and all of those other military companies that have swallowed up about 96% of all of the expenditures of the United States, do they have any insurance? McConnell indicated late last month that he planned to introduce the bill. WDRB, and there's a link there, that's probably some kind of hick radio station, that Kentucky, it noted that Kentucky is currently conducting a pilot program through the Agriculture Department to grow hemp, while a team at the University of Louisville, where they make baseball bats, boy, I've got some of those on my mind right now, is harvesting the crop. Because the season just started, settle down, I don't mean anything. Harvesting the crop to study its use as a biofuel and energy source. So we have a biofuel that's not coming from those rag head-wearing Saudi Wahhabists that seem to dictate all kinds of policy in the Middle East. Let's just bring it on home. Stop spending all those billions of dollars killing other people like you said you'd never do, Don the Wig. It's not a wig, it's a crazy little surgical mess you got up there. I'm sorry, you're embarrassed. There's a lot of pictures of him now. Donald Trump, you seen his hair? I don't care if you love him or hate him. His hair is ridiculous. I thought it was a wig for a long time, but it's actually the result of a vanity project gone wrong where he was trying to make it look even cooler and more fantastic than he already thought it was. And some surgical procedures went awry, and then he's got this giant swoop hanging. He's got to bring it around, paste it in there, bring another one. It's like pieces, like you're assembling tent flaps, and it blows around just as ridiculously and frustratingly when the wind kicks up, getting on a plane or some such. I'm off track again. But let's get that biofuel energy source economy rolling at home and stop killing all these fucking people on the other side of the planet so that they lose their homes and their families. And then the ones that are left decide to become terrorists. And then we go, oh my God, why are these people so mad at us? I don't read. We don't have to do that anymore. Little salt water for you. I hope you're looking at this outside of Canada. There's a giant Moosehead lager truck out of my window, and you can't get any more Canadian beer than that. So Jeff Sessions, he's doing something in the States that nobody can wrap their head around at this very moment, I'm sure. He just hosted a visit from some Canadian senators, and they went down there because Jeff Sessions has been on and off the fence about cannabis and its properties, etc. He believes it's some kind of terrible thing, while the states that are profiting from it and helping little kids and everybody else get better health disagree, and they are thankfully going ahead without placing themselves under the idiot thumb of this guy. But he did host some Canadian senators, and I'm going to tell you who they are right now. They're it looks like Denise Batters, as in fish and chips, Pierre Hughes Boisvenu, and I hope I pronounced that correctly. I mean no disrespect, but I am ignorant as to the language of French. And another fella, I believe, is friend Claude Carignan, traveled to Washington, D.C. earlier this month to meet with Sessions. So let's get to the policy, right? Let's figure this thing out. Everybody's coming through with this new substance. And let's get all on the same page in North America, I suppose, was their issue. And according to straight.com, who have, if you go to their www.straight, as in straigt.com, they did an excellent article on yours truly back in the day that was filled with research and accuracy. I'm just saying that because it seems like an ancient relic by today's journalistic standards already. But these folks last week, the Straight reported that 3 Canadian senators took a trip to Washington, D.C. to meet with the anti-legalization groups, also known as the mentally unwell. And the U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions, the same man who in 2016 uttered the words, "Good people don't smoke marijuana." So I can't even waste the breath to tell him to fuck off. It's bad enough that 3 unelected officials decided to waste taxpayer dollars seeking out the advice of a prohibitionist. And again, once you prohibit it, you don't have access to it properly, you can't get it measured effectively, and it's not going to help as many people as efficiently. So thanks. But it's not nearly as scary as what could happen as a result of their visit. I'm ready! Since returning to Canada, Conservative Senators Denise Batters, Claude Carignan, and Pierre Hughes Boisvenu have been distributing a document among Senate committees that speaks to the alleged threats posed by the legalization of cannabis. And there are threats. It's called awareness. And the more people get on it, the more your job is in peril. So I understand your fight, but you're not going to win. The document, authored by the anti-legalization nonprofit organization Smart Approaches to Marijuana, Smart Approaches to Marijuana, SAM, they call it. I'm sure you could add an R in there someplace and come up with SMARM, is an amalgamation of more than 40 pages of data. Wow! 40 pages of data. Let me see how many pages of data I can hustle on up from pre-prohibition era, when marijuana was called cannabis and they were using it for medicine, then take out the part where they weren't, and then go back to 1963 and Israel's Dr. Raphael Meshulam, and let's go from 63 till just about 8 seconds ago and see how many more pages of documentation to the point of my point we have than these clowns. 40 pages, and probably single-sided, of data concerning the effects of legalization in Washington, Colorado, Oregon, Alaska, and the District of Columbia. Fucking nothing in there from Portugal, where they legalized everything and everything's great. Co-founded by former member of the U.S. House of Reps, Patrick J. Kennedy, son of former Ted Kennedy, and, well, he's former Kennedy, he was just dead, that's all, he's still Ted Kennedy, and author Kevin Sabat of the anti-pot book Reefer Sanity, 7 Great Myths About Marijuana. Got to read that. Sam's sole intention is to convince the American population that cannabis poses the same, if not greater, risks to public health and safety than big tobacco. So it's true, you can earn a fantastic living lying your ass off as long as you do it on the public tit. Its board consists largely of physicians focused on addiction and treatment, as well as clinical... And are they listening to Gabor Mate? No. As well as clinical psychologists and pediatric specialists. But Sam has also recruited people like David Frum, who is the guy who was Canadian, son of a former CBC anchor who was George Bush's speechwriter, who came up with the phrase axis of evil, aka banks that don't have, countries that don't have Rothschild banks in them. Put that at the top of the list. Former speechwriter for George W. Bush and senior editor at The Atlantic, as honorary advisors to the board. David Frum has written a number of op-eds addressing the perils of legal pot. Can we get David Frum in here as a guest? Can I get anybody with balls who counters my word to come in here and actually prove me wrong? I'd fucking love it. I wouldn't have to come here anymore. Pushing this rock up a hill. See if you can get David Frum in here. I'm not kidding. You know who I'm talking to out there. Kennedy, who has admitted publicly to struggling with addiction and mental health issues. Okay, great. Well, I'm not good at playing baseball. We're supposed to ban that? Told Yahoo News in 2017 that medical cannabis is simply a Trojan horse designed to addict people. That should give you an idea of the tone of Sam's latest document, which begins by alleging that today's highly potent marijuana is a threat to public safety, without which I wouldn't be sitting here able to tear their shit down, and proceeds to highlight data that has either been refused by studies with greater sample sizes and longer timelines, or fails to serve as Sam's cause at all. Take, for example, this little nugget. Young adult use from 18 to 25 in legalized states is increasing. So you're telling us that a product legalized by the state is being consumed at a greater rate by a demographic that is, for the most part, legally allowed to use it? It's not exactly earth-shattering data. States with a legal cannabis permit possession and use for individual use of age 21 and over. Good stuff, Dan. And while the document relies on information from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, the NSUDH, fantastic, it's got the word duh in there if you scramble those letters, to point out that Alaska and Oregon are leading the nation in past year cannabis use among youth aged 12 to 17. It fails to include data from the same organization that found the majority of states with legal cannabis are actually experiencing a downward trend among youth. The senators are lying. The senators are full of shit. Let's get our guests in here before I toss my cookies. That's some cherry picking at its finest, as these folks at the Straight have rightly pointed out. Another stat included in the document suggests that the consumption of alcohol in Colorado has risen by 8% since the state legalized weed, but it fails to point out other contributing factors like the state's rise in population. And between 2014 and 15, Colorado was the second fastest growing state in the United States, with close to 100,000 new residents moving there post-legalization. Sam does itself a disservice by reporting on stats from Washington, D.C., where lawmakers, we have our guests coming in, have only legalized limited personal possession and cultivation of the plant without creating legislation around sale or distribution. That's called not getting your shit together. Remember, these are the people that constantly preach that the cannabis is going to scramble your brains, and every time they try to get their heads around it, you don't even know if it's upside down or in the ground. So it's not exactly an endorsement for clear thinking when these freaks and our senators don't seem to understand that the laws they put together are so fucking stupid a kid with a Lego set could do better. To be clear, residents of D.C. can possess and grow the plant, but they're not allowed to buy it, sell it, or use it in a public area. Oh, it's legal, but don't use it. And with federal land obviously excluded from legalization, there are few places for residents to consume, like in Ontario, where we care about the kids, and the only place you can legally use it is at home, where the kids are, and you can't go to a lounge because it's illegal. Oh my God, I'm going to have a heart attack today. So when Sam says public consumption and distribution arrests in the area nearly tripled between 2015 and 16, one must consider the limited parameters of legalization, which is exactly the perfect button to get out of this story. The limited parameters of the senators of Canada latching onto nonsense and trying to shove it down our throats. You are so very fucking wrong. Let's not all panic about chainsaws being dangerous. Let's just learn how they work. What about the children? Teach them. Teach them. I don't know what the hell they're teaching in grade 3, 5, 6, 9, but Vancouver's shitting its pants right now. I don't know if you heard this, but on 420, who is upset the most right now are officials and government people. They're going, oh no, 420? And the kids aren't going to be in school? What about the children? Teach them. Just teach them how it works. You know, you managed to do that with sex ed and everything else. It's not a lot more difficult than that. and you don't require anywhere near as much lube. I'd like to welcome to my studio some folks that are here from Sensible, Ontario, and I'm going to welcome you here. Thanks for coming in. This is the biggest packed situation at the table. I have to swivel around and look at everybody. It's great to have you here. My name is Alan Park, and we have, I don't know who is which yet, but we do have Lisa and Tyler and Zoe. So who's who? You're Tyler. I got that part, man. Okay. Hang on. We don't have the mics. That's my fault. I'm so sorry. Here we go. Here's everybody on.
I'm Lisa.
You're Lisa. Hi, Lisa. And
I'm Zoe.
Zoe, cool. Okay, great. We're all on there now. And this thing is down. So Zoe of Sensible Ontario. And these are folks that we're going to hear all about what they are, all about what they do. And just in the few seconds they've been sitting here and acknowledging what their names are, have already offered far more sense than an entire piece I just read on Canadian senators. So we're really getting somewhere already. Thanks for coming. Zoe is involved, has been involved. Oh my goodness, we're having a problem in the studio.
Technical difficulties.
Another person. We will need another chair at this point. Did not know this was happening. We can't do it? We're good. Oh, okay. All right, we're good. It was an earthquake, and now we're good. That's nice. Zoe has been involved before with previous companies, including the Alair vaporizer, which I understand is a good one. Have not tried, and she still endorses, though not working there. So that's nice. She was
still working.
Oh, you're still working there. Oh, okay. Well, then it was a commercial. Zoe is involved in branding and packaging of many items regarding cannabis. And that might sound boring as hell to a lot of people if they don't know what's going on. But you do have to brand it to sell it. Some companies are different than others, as we've been told. And the packaging is essentially how we sell anything. And unfortunately, there are another series of what I understand to be restrictive rules around packaging. And then Tyler is here, and Lisa is here. And Sensible Ontario is what?
Sensible Ontario is a grassroots organization to help promote the inclusion of dispensaries and lounges in the upcoming legal landscape.
Okay.
Yeah, we're really pushing for a mixed model in the province. It's because we realize that with how things have progressed, at least under the current liberal leadership, that it would be hard to kind of discount the strides that they've made in kind of setting up the public sector regime as it is.
Okay, so I'm maxed out, so you got to talk a little closer to the mic and the
better?
People. I can totally hear you. That's
Perfect.
Awesome. Just get right on it. They're designed to take your voice, and we want to hear everything you have to say, so that's cool. And yourself over there, what have you got to say? Just put the mic right there.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, we've been
There we go.
running Sensible Ontario since last spring. It's a coalition, so we've brought together all different drug policy organizations that are passionate about progressive cannabis policy, and we're focusing on Ontario and retail.
Okay, real quick, I just want to ask if Sensible Ontario has anything to do with the BC Sensible Party. We had
Sensible BC.
Sensible BC, yeah.
Yeah, we're inspired by Sensible BC, so we're basically using their playbook for
nice.
Political strategy.
That's how it works.
Yeah, so we just finished our first poll on cannabis retail, and we found that Ontarians want cannabis to be regulated like alcohol, ironically. So that means not just having government stores, but also having, venues like bars, like where we are right now, where,
Right.
they can consume and also dispense cannabis.
Right. Okay, and you're working towards that. So that's it. You were satisfied with you came across the BC playbook and said, this is cool, we got to bring it over home here?
Yeah, well, luckily for us, Dana Larson, who runs Sensible BC, was super supportive. So we've been working with them using Nation Builder to reach out to over 11,000 Ontarians to take action in Ontario.
Dana Larson, of course, is the activist who, among many other things, has great products that'll help you ease your pain using cannabis, and got in a lot of trouble giving away free seeds to people. Apparently that's a crime. We do have an interview of him coming along at some point when I need it. I thought it was going to be this week when I couldn't talk for the whole week. But we'll get to that soon as a special edition, maybe something on 420, an additional program. So let's go back to branding and packaging for a second. Where were you at in your head and in your plans before the most recent far more restrictive regulations were announced?
Well, I think even despite the most recent announcements, I'm still up in the clouds. Like I see a bright future for cannabis packaging. I think it's a really exciting avenue, and I'm trying not to let the rules kind of get me down because it's an avenue in which some of the players in this industry have really gone above and beyond, and where some players have really not put in much thought. So for me as a designer, I'm inspired. I'm inspired by cannabis. I'm inspired by what exists and what is possible. Those restrictions are put in place for good reasons and maybe not so good reasons, but one of the main reasons is to keep cannabis away from kids, which I totally support. I think that you absolutely nailed it. Education is the key, and I think that can start with packaging. I think that we can educate our consumers on not going for certain products because they have a maybe a flashy logo or like a caricature, but like really reading what you're buying into. Something I think that Big Pharma missed out on in a huge way with their packaging, that I think cannabis can maybe change the state of play a little bit.
So you didn't get a little slapped in the face when you thought, oh, what? And then you saw some of these little packages, like the name of the company real tiny and it's what it is, and it's really boring.
Sure, my heart sank a little bit for sure. But I mean, you put those regulations in place, and for an artist or a designer, it's really just, all right, that's the next challenge. How can I use this and still get
walk
my
right
message
up to the
across?
line?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, what we did and will continue to do is, I understand you can't have famous people advertising anything cannabis related. Yeah. And when I had Paul Hartman in here, and he is such a great guy, and he's basically going to teach me a lot of things I don't know and need to know, I decided that what we should do is just have us imitate famous movie posters. So there he is as Sean Connery with my Harrison Ford and the Raiders of the Lost Ark font as the Raiders of the Green Crusade or whatever. And it's like, oh, you're going to charge me for imitating a famous person. We'll just keep hitting it. So that's how we got around it.
Good.
And it looks more interesting than just a blank screen that says Green Crush.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is like an artistic approach to the workaround. So it's not fighting it. It's okay, fine. You're gonna say that's the rules. I'm gonna find a creative and hopefully more educational.
Isn't that
way
amazing? Another creative way. And why is that? It's part of the cannabis intake on its own. It's amazing to me. Yeah. So you're working with that, and you're gonna be doing that for. I can't wait to get some ideas and tell us what you thought you were going to be getting towards, and then you had to change gears when the plan came out.
Totally, and I mean it reaches across all channels. I think with like the branding of Sensible Ontario, it's been a really interesting experiment. We have been playing around with what our community wants to see in terms of activism, but as well how to reach a broader audience. Really, Sensible Ontario is about more inclusion. So communities that traditionally haven't gone out for 420 events or cannabis events. How can we capture them? And really it is a branding exercise because you'll see on social media people are attracted to colors, fonts, shapes, faces.
That's age old, isn't it? Yeah,
totally.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Well, that's cool. Tyler, what's exactly, and don't look at me too much so much as tell the folks about it.
Yeah, fair enough.
But tell me what your involvement is with this
yeah,
whole
definitely.
thing
I'm really assisting, I'd say, Sensible more so on the outreach aspect. So reaching out to certain political parties and having those conversations.
All of them,
discussing absolutely. So, the Liberal Party refused and declined to speak with us, like vehemently declined to speak with us.
You bastard! I almost did a spit take with honey tea right in your face.
I actually saw you at the first. I'm pretty sure it was you at the first Kathleen Wynne town hall at the Masonic Temple in Toronto.
If this was a real show, I'd go, can we throw that up? And we'd play it, and I'd show it to you. You're dead right. That was on September 20th, and took her down best I could.
Thank you, and you absolutely did. And I waited till the very end to give her my card.
Oh, you went after the thing,
exactly.
and she got mobbed, huh?
She got mobbed. Like, I waited. I was patient. I gave her my card. I'm like, hi, I'm Tyler James. I'm with Sensible Ontario, and at the time I was working with the medicinal dispensary Eden. And I'm like, I'd love to give you my card and have you down our location. I'd love to just give you some of our policy papers on where we think we can work together and best help the community.
And how quickly did she tear up that card?
How quickly did one of her minders yoink
Are you
serious?
Out of her?
And then the thing was, at the time we had plug for Council PA Public Affairs. They were
do it. You're here to plug
of,
all of these things, by the way.
Yeah,
so.
Council PA, they were really assisting us again with the government relations aspect, so we can get in front of the right policymakers and political parties. And they actually brought it up at Council PA. Caroline from the council mentioned that someone within Kathleen Wynne's camp brought up that I was there and that I was so polite and cordial and gave her the card. And Caroline asked her, so do you guys want to meet with them at all? Like anybody? And they were still like, no.
They don't want to meet.
At all. They don't want to, which is ironic given the recent, you know what I mean?
Well,
issue
she
that they
closed her
had.
little thing with me with, I just hit her for 3.5 minutes with a fire hose. I knew they were going to say, what's your question? But I just thought I'd keep going until.
Absolutely.
And I hit her with the question. She gave me a typical politician non-answer. Said, close that out with, but this is a conversation we're going to continue having. Can I get somebody to talk about something else, please?
Yeah.
And I have been tweeting her and closing mine with just continuing the conversation, Kathleen. Of course, she can't do it.
Well, she's pitching it to the feds. She's saying that this is a federal government issue, and that's really part of the problem is that it's not.
That's
this
shirking
is a
the
provincial
issue.
conversation.
I don't live in the federal government.
Exactly.
I live in her, so to speak, jurisdiction. Right. And if you notice, different provinces in the country, and how could you not when there are 10 of them, all have a different way of going about things. So how are they locked into the federal overarching system? And she has to be, Howard, they're not, and she is. Well, that doesn't make any sense. She's not all there. She tweets about rights all the time, and she says, oh, it's so great. I met a bunch of moms today, and we're getting a healthcare thing together so that these women can empower themselves and, get out there, and that's their right. And it's like, you're focusing on these. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But why do you completely ignore an economy? Did you hear that thing I was talking about in the States where they're going to legalize hemp, and this is going to be an industry that's going to foment jobs, and it's going to bring it on home, and you can synthesize oil from it instead of in the ground in Saudi Arabia where we beholden to their interests. You can actually make oil that runs cars. Biodiesel oil, otherwise oils, plastics, everything. It's sitting there in the ground growing. These people are ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that kind of speaks to a part of our poll that showed that a majority of PC voters in Ontario backed the privatization of cannabis.
Right, but then you got Doug Ford, and everybody's freaking out, and I predict that he will win by some measure.
He absolutely will. But at least from like what we've been hearing and talking heads, the reason why he kind of had to backtrack is although he himself, everybody knows, is
what was that
friendly,
overnight? What was that all about?
Because it's the party. Like everybody's like, oh, he's backpedaling. He has to, because at that point, Doug Ford realized that it's not Doug Ford's party.
Right.
It's the PC party.
I love that. He came out and he said basically, tell us, do you know what he said? Doug Ford, when he came out and said.
At first he said that the government shouldn't be involved in private industry.
Right.
And that it wasn't up to government to.
And that he was
going to
make sure that, and it was a super powerful, positive thing for us. And I'm sitting there going, I hate the fact that this guy's saying everything I want a politician to say.
But then within 24 hours, he flip-flopped. So it's hilarious because Doug Ford hates when other people flip-flop, and he always calls them out for it. But then Dougie flip-flopped within 24 hours. He said that if it was up to him, there wouldn't even be legalization.
Which is another flop on the flop of the flip.
It's a super flop, especially since he used to sell hash.
Super flop. Shut the hell up.
Allegedly.
I mean,
did he acknowledge? I don't know this because I get hypertension, whenever I see a picture of his face and I go, I need to know these issues, but I don't need, I'll die. I'll pop out. So did he acknowledge at least that he did say that thing about the positive nature about how to get it into private business? Let's get going, because he did flop out of it.
In a roundabout way, he did.
Yeah.
In a roundabout way.
Roundabout way,
said,
like around his waistband.
It was the long way around that he went. He beat around a big bush, let's say.
Yeah.
Because he mentioned that as Lisa put it, that if it was up to him, it wouldn't be legalized, which I think is just a lie. Because personally, I don't think he cares.
Yeah.
But then he said, he wants to see how the OCR, or I guess the OCS, rolls it out and go from there. And that speaks to a lot of, I guess, the internal documents.
OCS, of course, for folks not knowing, is the smoke cannabis outlet that is owned by or controlled by, or what is the same thing as the Liquor Control Board of Ontario, and now they're Ontario Cannabis Store.
Precisely.
Is that right? Okay.
And he was mentioning that, he wants to see how that goes first. But that really speaks to some internal conflicts that they were having, because in our poll, as it found that majority of conservatives are in favor of privatization. However, the conservative nature as a party, as he stated, they wouldn't want legalization in the first place. And again, that kind of speaks to even more of the religious basis and them as a party.
It doesn't really, though. It speaks to the uninformed religious basis.
Well, true, but that's still very much a conservative religious base.
It's a lenient form of privatization. So when we speak about privatization, it's for the benefit. It's for the benefit of small business groups to develop cannabis, the industry in Ontario. But in terms of the conservatives is it's more along the lines of keeping it out of the hands of children. And like, yes, that's a part of the conversation, but it shouldn't really be at the forefront.
No.
Every step of the way.
But there's a lot of things we need to keep out of the hands of children. If you just
Absolutely.
walk up and down the aisles of Home Depot. So where are we with that then? I mean, here we have this conservative guy who said, yeah, let's do private. Oh, no, we're not going to do that. I said that day, as soon as he flopped, I went, someone very powerful picked up a telephone as soon as they saw that article and got him to spin. Those are the interests that I'd like to find out where they are, some kind of club down on Bay Street or something. I don't know.
It's the caucus. They're really scared of legalization because it alienates their religious base. It also alienates suburban and rural voters. It's the same with the Liberals. I think all political parties are really scared to talk about legalization. The one thing that our poll found is that it affects the way that people vote, which could affect it in a positive way or a negative way. So no one wants to lose votes by supporting legalization, but it's part of conservative values to have private industry and not have government monopolies. So, you know, Dougie said that he's against monopolies. When it comes to the LCBO, they want to privatize the LCBO. If the LCBO runs OCS, then that means they want to privatize it all, essentially. It's just going to take a long time for them to come out of the closet and for it to be socially acceptable in that way.
I would love it if Doug Ford came out of the closet. I swear to God.
As a hash dealer?
No, just came out of the closet. That'd be hilarious. I don't understand it, though, because then on the other side, you do have the Liberal Party who have offered this paradigm of nonsense and restriction. And that's the best bet we have right now for them to win? I mean, what happens if the Conservatives win and they jettison the entire thing and we're back to 1971 or something?
It's a bit of a scary prospect to go back to the drawing board. But at this
can
point,
we do that?
I believe we can, yes.
No, but
And-
I mean,
and
can we move ahead with it in any way and enforce it? Like, how could the province of Ontario elect a political party that says, we're not doing this, and they kick it out because at the overtop is the Canadian government. You can't tell Ontario they can't do something the rest of the country can.
So the federal government has said that unless it's up to the provinces, but if they don't come up with a retail solution or program, then licenses would be distributed, or there would be a licensing program in the province, which ironically is kind of what we're asking for. But no plan is not a good plan either. So what we're hoping for is that part of the work that Sensible Ontario is trying to push forward is that this is an election issue, and we want to hear from our candidates what their plan is. So if Doug Ford doesn't want to go fully public, what's your plan? If Andrea Horvath is thinking a mixed model, what's your plan? We want to know.
Yeah, and to what Zoe's saying, like, you know, there is a constructive way forward, and I really think that the worst case scenario will effectively be, you know, every party right now wish-washing on the issue, maybe not making it a platform issue, but waiting and letting the OCS fall on its face before they introduce a mixed model, because the OCS has already done so much work and they're already in the throes of, you know, picking locations, like the problem that they have not consulting a community up in Toronto about that location, right? Like, they're already in the throes of all that already, that to have them pull that money out, I think would, you know, just be at the detriment to taxpayers. So that's why I think the best way forward is a mixed model. It allows them to, at least from now, at least have 40 stores somewhat established to somewhat meet demand day one, but then allow for, you know, all things being equal, knock on wood, a new party coming in, to use that time between June to September, October, when, you know, you'll actually be able to walk in those stores, to work with maybe the private sector to have that mixed model. And it wouldn't take long. If you look at Alberta, prime example, they did consultations, bam, spoke to the community. They went to the private sector,
model in
bam.
Alberta.
No, they're doing privatization, but how they're rolling it out in terms of consulting with the community, consulting with the private sector, just having their ducks in a row when it comes to a licensing regime and making sure that they have the timelines, while every other province is kicking and screaming. Alberta's getting the job done, and they're showing that it doesn't take you to reinvent the wheel to get the job done.
So she is Rachel Notley. She is of the NDP. I was just about to want to bring them into the conversation more fully. So that's what the NDP are doing, huh?
It's actually a mixed model in that they have government online retail. So there's, you know, a Crown corporation that's selling cannabis along with private retail, and it's the same with BC. It's a mixed model. They have brick and mortar government stores and then also private stores, and they're integrating existing dispensaries in British Columbia, so they have more of a social justice mandate to include the existing industry.
This is fascinating because I've heard a lot of, I'll just come out and say it, sexist and I don't know what the other word I'm looking for is, but hatred towards Rachel Notley, who, if she's screwing everything up in Alberta, how would they know after 612 years of conservative rule? So it seems to me you got to give her a pass somewhat for get a little time and build her own piece of cheese. But I'm kind of impressed that you guys are telling me that that she's doing this, because it sounds very ahead of the game compared to a lot of other distribution systems.
Yeah, relatively speaking, it is a progressive move. And
Oh, God, what happened to you?
If you look
Oh,
to...
there you are.
Am I there?
You got to get right on it. Like,
Okay.
don't worry about it, okay? We're just
I'm gonna
doing
eat
a
the
radio
mic.
show. That's all it is. We'll give you a neck massage later.
Cypher right now. Get in it.
Right? I think it's important that we look to, municipalities in British Columbia and recognize that they saw what the communities needed and they responded to it and they listened to their citizens. And you know what?
Wait a minute. Hang on.
I know
What
it's
kind of
crazy.
bullshit are you throwing on me
it's
here?
wild, isn't it? I mean, that it's nutty that they
Yeah.
actually listened to their communities, and in a place where the opioid crisis is so detrimental to their society, this is really important stuff. And Toronto, yes, we've had whisperings of this, Moss Park, like, yes, people are using
Right.
drugs. This is a really real reality.
Like that's ever not been the
Yeah,
case.
exactly. That people are dying from these things. And if we don't step up and listen to our communities and what they need on a municipal level,
Okay, hang
then
on
we're
to
going to
that
miss
point.
out.
Hang on to that point for a second. I just want to say that don't they have a lot of religious communities in Alberta that, as you said, the other folks that are religious don't get that, and they do have that in Alberta. Why do they get away with this? Or how do they pull that, stick handle it?
I think that companies like Aurora, which are working with government to build out massive grow operations, are kind of showing government and the mainstream population that this is an industry that's building jobs. In Alberta, which is a province that's losing jobs because
Right.
the oil industry is kind of tanking.
It is. And it is tanking. And given the big time jobs in Alberta is basically you're in the oil game, which can be brutal. When I toured through comedy up there, I learned that what goes on at Fort McMurray. Guys lying on their back at 70 below, jerking around with these giant things for 2 weeks at way too much money. And then when they get their break in time, like 10 days on, 4 days off, or whatever the hell, come to the bars and get completely plastered, lose all that money, and go back and do it again. If I had to do that, or if I had to work in a slaughterhouse rendering plant up to my neck in dead animals all the time, I think I'd rather be wandering around a greenhouse, tending the little green plants and getting that together, and they have the square footage for it in Big Sky Country, so they should get on that. You had a point.
Yeah, just to really mention that, to Zoe's point about the opiate crisis, is that, when I was working with Eden Medicinal Society, they had that great program where, they were working with the community to offer outreach to individuals who were at risk and who wanted to, shift their illicit cannabis focus, let's say, to something that was cannabis-based, natural, where they can kind of wean themselves off of that kind of opiate addiction. And this was something that, we went to great lengths to show the government, if you have safe injection sites, which I fully condone and support, but if safe injection sites can now in Toronto administer some narcotics, why is it that we cannot work with these safe injection sites or any clinic to administer cannabis
in a similar without injecting it?
And it's so much, it's cheaper
Yeah.
for the government,
Yeah.
it's more healthy for the individual, and it actually helps the individual rehabilitate their life. For
And
me,
let's toss in
it
that
just-
most people want to do that, and now you're into democracy and majority rule and all that thing, and they don't want to honor that either.
Well, yeah, hence why the Green Party candidate can't even speak at the next public debate, which I think
Is that a fact?
Yeah,
You mean here
it's
in
quite shame.
Ontario, or
Yeah, here in Ontario, they're having a debate between all the political parties, and
oh, Kathleen
Mike
Wynne doesn't
Schreiner
want to
won't
hear
be
this
able to
guy.
speak.
What's his name?
Mike Schreiner.
Mike Schreiner. Can I get a spelling on that?
SCHREINER. Yes.
Okay, let's get him in.
Yeah.
Let's get him in. I'll let him speak. We can sit here for 2 hours.
He's got some great insights into cannabis policy. I think just to Tyler's point about this kind of goes back around to education, right? So yes, the poll kind of showed us that people want to know more. They want a little bit more information on how a lounge works or how a
Right.
dispensary works. So we don't necessarily have everybody kind of on our side yet, but the whole point of Sensible Ontario is to make sense of what's going on. So whether Doug Ford is saying X about lounges or Kathleen is imposing Y about dispensaries, it's the people's opinion should be forming what our governments offer us in terms of policy, not the other way around.
Right.
And cannabis users or consumers vote. Like, we're voters, and a lot of
Right.
us are in the closet, but I think it's 30% of Ontarians are consumers. So why are you going to exclude That's a 30% of the vote. Base.
Well, 30% is huge. Number one. Okay, fine. Let's just leave it at 30. Maybe it's 26. Maybe it's 34. Let's call it 30. Not only are they on board, and I'm one of them, and so would you all be. You've also got the family and the relatives and the loved ones who don't participate in this, but don't necessarily want to see the folks in the family that do doing hard time.
But I got a tidbit for you. This kind of even goes back to like what you're talking about in Aurora, the employment piece. A lot of times people don't realize the ancillary business that this will create.
Oh, they have no idea.
Like when we talk about having dispensaries, we're talking about when Eden was operating in Toronto, they had security guards for the morning shift and the evening shift.
Yeah.
Imagine if you had, and we all know that GTA can at least do with 100 dispensaries.
At least.
That would be 200, security working positions or I guess roles then available that could be filled. On top of that, for each of those, like let's say 100 stores, those 100 stores then need distribution. So you then have firms who are then distributing it from the OCS warehouse to the location. So those are courier companies that are doing it. You then have security firms, mechanical and electrical, HVAC contractors that then have to build out these dispensaries to meet compliance of the municipality or the province. The ancillary business that this creates is so resounding.
And that's just bricks and mortar. I mean, we haven't even touched the tourism aspect, the
branding,
entertainment
marketing
aspect. Exactly.
Like for the online realm, it's actually what people need to realize is that this is going to be a global first. And within this global first, Ontario is the biggest market, effectively globally in this first license regime, and yet we are not taking accountability for it. We're over $300 billion in debt as a province, more than California.
Well, there's a small hitch to it, right? So you're absolutely right, but the real issue is that Toronto, the special little gem that it is submerged in a province that doesn't always agree. So the politics in Ontario aren't always the politics in Toronto, and we're kind of cursed by this because, yes, arguably the largest cannabis
Toronto
market
could be its own province.
Exactly.
Okay, we have talked about
we're an
that,
island.
but I'd just like to take a couple of seconds. We do have to do a commercial right now, so here we go. If you could just let me get the floor together here. Oh, yeah. Hey, got some good news for you. I was just recently, last week, I was invited to speak at an organization called the PCMA. This is the Private Capital Markets Association. Makes a lot of the high, heavy rollers on Bay Street look like the same fellas that dole out popcorn at Cineplex. These people were high, heavy rollers, and they brought me in to speak for half an hour, and then I was going to have a little something to eat and get on my way about half an hour later. I spoke, and I told them my medical story and my turnaround, and they were all agape, and they gave me a little more time. I told them the whole thing, and I close with this at the end. You've all heard that this stuff doesn't work. You've all heard government officials tell you that the health aspects of cannabis are not what they are. And I'm here to tell you that's completely untrue. I'm living proof of it. I have the documentation. I've taken myself off the slab, and now I get to have this situation with folks sitting here telling me fantastic things about the truth. And I closed by telling them that I was not being paid to be there. There was no cannabis company bringing me in and giving me money to do this. I was completely unbacked. I'd like to say I went in there with my own money, but the only money I used was to get down there in a taxi. And they were all freaking out. And I was meant to leave at about 3 o'clock, and I didn't get out till about 7:40 that evening. And that's kind of another reason why I was talking over a lot of music and cocktails and got all talked out. So I have done my best at this point to try to attract investment. And I say, if you guys get this thing moving, the government's going to have to catch up. These folks are not going to invest deeply and be told they can't get it going on. So that's all I wanted to tell you about the PCMA. Okay, back to the show. Where were we? Okay, so what was the first time you are conscious of the time you got high?
I think I was... Can I say this? I was a teenager.
Well, you can tell the truth. Just tell the truth. I will have to cop to that same thing. So
I remember it was on the Toronto Island.
Oh, wow.
And there was like a group of us.
So you had a little baggie, went over on the ferry?
Not even. My friends were smoking a joint and I got to smoke the roach. And it was like the most exciting moment of my life.
A dirty, stinky roach at that point.
Gross.
And you were spitting it out, but you got a little buzz on it?
We definitely got a little buzz. I can remember learning like the difference between indica and sativa, and that being like
You
so
knew that?
fascinating.
Oh wow, good for you.
I think there's a lot of myths. I mean, indica sativa is arguably still a myth, but I
Yeah.
remember like learning about
Oh.
indica and being like, whoa.
What do you mean they're a myth? The two.
Well, there's so many hybrids these days that
yeah.
folks, you know,
I
traditionally
think
say.
it's all in there, and it's going to lean more to the indica, or it's going to lean more, but they're both in there, and this is because of the breeding and changing things over time. So it's great to have both, but there's predominance in the strains.
For
right?
sure, consumers still believe in the dichotomy between indica and sativa, but it's
I
more
do.
the terpenes,
terpene profiles
that affect the actual physical effects of the
And
plant.
tell us what a terpene is.
Oh, okay. I'm not a science major,
That's okay.
but
Good. You know what it is. You said the word.
Okay,
You're
I
swinging
did.
it around
I
like a
did.
hammer.
Damn
Let's
it.
go.
Okay. Terpenes are found in naturally organic substances like trees and plants, and also cannabis.
Like pine needles and
Pine
papayas.
needles,
and-
limonene,
Yeah.
oranges, and they kind of they can be procured in like a liquidy, oily kind of substance that some vape pen manufacturers use to dilute their oils. So it's a safer alternative to thinning agents.
This is a vape pen right here. I'll show you.
Is it
folks,
a
that I have.
terpene
I don't know
reinfused?
exactly what it is, but it is
interesting.
wonderful.
Okay.
This is a CBD situation. That's
Beautiful.
why I puffed it. I didn't rip through the other one that's got the green rubber band on it because I'm on camera and they know that I'm doing this. But this is the CBD little pen, and it's pretty cool.
Nice.
Zing, zing, and it works.
Veridesco one, I think.
Pardon me?
Veridesco.
I don't know what you're saying.
Nice.
Oh, the brand name?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
I don't know. It's it just says GV on it. Green. Oh, hang on. Green. I don't know what that says. Green apony or something.
Is
I
it
don't know.
CO2
Green vapor.
or?
This is. I don't know all the things.
Yeah.
I'm not a
We're
scientist
weed
either.
nerds.
But I don't know.
We're dorks.
You know.
But essentially, terpenes are a really useful component in telling you what you're going to get from your cannabis. So it's not only about the smell and the flavor, but like Lisa was saying, the physical effects. So certain terpene profiles can have a different kind of effect on your brain, on your body, on your muscles, on your endocannabinoid system, which, as we know, is located in every organ of our body.
Yeah.
And terpenes can tell you, like, a certain strain might help with, post chemotherapy, or might help with suppressing an appetite or inducing an appetite. And more people are saying that, as opposed to saying things like it's a sativa, it's a hybrid, it's an indica, you want to use more strain specific profile attributes like this. You will find pinene and limonene in this, and that will produce this. It's almost it's more of a safe bet, if that's a
Well,
fair
did
thing
we
to
come
say.
across this because of cannabis? I mean, if we weren't smoking cannabis, we were still getting terpenes when we chewed on a pine needle or had a papaya.
Absolutely. I would say that it's because it's found outside of cannabis that there's been research into it, that's kind of the foray into it in terms of biology and organic chemistry. What we need now is for pharmaceutical companies and for cannabis companies to do more terpene profile like annotation, so that we can more understand more intricately what these terpenes do.
Right.
But because they exist in other substances, like for example, cannabis is a cousin of hops, which you use in beer.
Right.
And you know how beer sometimes can make you sleepy?
Yes.
Myrcene is the
Fully aware of this reaction.
myrcene is the prominent terpene in hops.
What's
and
the name of it?
Myrcene.
Can you spell that for us?
Myrcene.
Okay.
So it's also
So
in
there's
cannabis.
terpenes in beer and-
So if something's
yeah.
really heavy in myrcene, you're going to get sedative effects. If it's heavy in, say, limonene, it's just like aromatherapy. If you sniff a lemon, you feel
Right.
awake
Feel it zips
and
you up.
energized.
Lemon in the water in the morning.
Mhm.
Right, Danny? And what's your experience with your initial turn at the old herb?
Oh, that was I still remember it to this day. I was 15. It was after school, went to
He gave her a hard time.
and went to my buddy or my
Says
buddy's brother's.
nothing, Tyler.
Yeah, exactly. And literally grabbed a bag of shake from his brother.
And what is shake again? I forget. I don't
It
get
was
it.
like
ever.
just like the remnant bits.
What's left over when you're making
yeah,
buds?
from, like,
It's just
buds
whatever
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like he rolled like this massive like L paper, and this was the first time like me seeing
A
somebody
massive
roll it,
paper?
and I was like,
This is your
"Yo,
first time?
yeah, like it's amazing."
So you had a tiny little stinking
On a
roach.
tiny roach.
Yeah, we had this massive thing of shake.
Wow.
And I remember just us smoking it at the park, and then I remember us getting so high that me and my buddy were sharing like headphones.
Oh no.
Like the earbuds, and we were listening to Eminem, Superman, and like we were, I was like,
so you're walking?
Yeah, and we're
What, are the
walking
two
up
guys
the
tethered?
street. Yeah, tethered in the street, and we're like rapping to it. Like as we're laughing, I had like a snot bubble out of my nose.
Beautiful.
Because I couldn't stop laughing so much.
Oh wow! And that snot bubble was packed with turkey.
Yeah, exactly. And then we like end up going to the subway, and all I remember is like half like laughing and chomping on my food, but just like mainly just like dying hysterically of just nothing. It was the best experience of my life.
Wow.
Still remember it to this day.
That's incredible. And now you, Miss Manners, with I can't be doing it under the age of whatever.
I've never smoked pot. No.
I beg your pardon. Get out.
My first time smoking pot, I was pretty young too. I was 13. I was 12 or 13.
Now what the hell are
with
you
a
doing
babysitter.
giving these two
hey,
shit?
I know. That's a bit hypocritical. I was raised in a very kind of like typical 90s Toronto community, like
Okay.
5 families with all their
As
kids.
long as you realize it, because hypocrisy's going around this city
It
like
sure
we need a flu shot for
Oh
it.
man. But I'm blessed. Like I was introduced to cannabis by people who were slightly older than me, who were introduced to it by people that were slightly, it's kind of generational passing down of this like torch, and it was the greatest gift because like I wasn't raised to be afraid of it. I was raised to kind of learn about it and educate myself around it. And even though my parents have never really, not in my life, never really smoked pot, they were always like, that's fine if you want to do it, but like do it safely, do it at home, learn about it, don't do it with strangers, like the good stuff, right? And it's really kind of helped me get behind everything that we do because
But if it's not taboo,
it's for the kids.
it's easier to talk about.
Absolutely.
I mean, if fishing were illegal, it would be difficult to obtain the poles. You'd have to get the kind of pack down, and then you got to get the little hook because that's dangerous. And you would have to try to teach a kid how to use it. And, you're throwing it. You don't want it to get your shirt or your skin when you cast. So many problems with the fishing rod. Oh, my God. Teach a kid how to use it.
Yeah.
And, and then there's
this movement towards normalization. A big part of it is to protect our youth and protect our kids because you're right. Kids should not be smoking pot. They should be doing kid stuff.
They should.
But if they are educated about it, then they won't fear it and they won't be intimidated by it. They probably won't be that interested in it because it's like, okay, cool. I'm going to go be a kid now. Like I don't need
way
to.
less cool now too.
Make
everyone I
even,
know who's in their 20s is like.
You
not
could make
cool
it square.
anymore.
The old saying about how grown-ups and older people were square. They had that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Kids might, if we kind of reverse the paradigm, like, oh god, they're smoking pot again, those idiots, and I'm just gonna go on the swing set, and play.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's it. So when you guys are out there on the you're in here today, you're out there on the hustings telling people how this works. Have you how long have you been involved? Like a year now, pretty much, right?
With Sensible,
So
but we've all been on our.
We're pretty close to that
path.
same situation here with the show. We came on in July, so we're kind of getting close to it. But so I've spent a lot of time, and even in that time, I've seen shifting attitudes from different people. I know of a case where an older woman who, talk about square. God, I won't name her name because there's no need to do that. But just to say, she was a much older woman in a lot of pain all the time. And you open up her cupboard, and there's 8 million prescription tablets, and you have to take this one as soon as you get up, and this one's an hour before you eat. But don't have that one an hour till after you eat. And she's all messed up. And trying to get her to take cannabis was a friggin' joke. There was no way. It's illegal. It's bad. And some cookies were made, and she didn't know about it, and covertly got onto this thing and proclaimed to the surrounding folks that she was feeling quite good, and she didn't understand how she was loosed up and enjoying herself. And then her cohort admitted that she had done this to her and given her a cookie, and she said, well, when can I get some more? So it just takes the experience rather than the propaganda,
right?
Don't you think, to sort of take it on? I wonder what Kathleen Wynn's first time with pot was.
I can't even imagine Kathleen Wynn smoking pot.
She did it at one point. Come
Really?
on.
Oh, for sure
I'm
she
making a
smoked pot.
supposition. I don't have data for
sure
this. But
she's dabbled in the Green Giant, 100%. I think that privately she's probably maybe a very different person. Who knows, right? Like there's a whole party involved in this, right? It's not just it's not a woman. It's not a one-woman army.
No,
our politicians, we often like to put them on some sort of pedestal, but like at the end of the day, I would love to sit down with her and be like, can we just talk about it?
Yeah.
Can we just have a conversation about what this plant is and what it could be?
Yeah.
Because you're putting it in a box. Your party is putting it in a box.
Yeah, well, it's not like I didn't try, so I did the best I could.
And thank you for that.
That's okay. I'd like to be able to do better than that. I'd
have
like
to
to get
oppose.
Bill Blair in that way and
Hell
Justin true to
yes.
himself, but we put stuff out of these folks. They just pretend like we're not here.
This is a big
like it's
problem.
not
They
an
don't want to
issue.
consult with us. They
Right.
don't want to have a conversation with the pre-existing industry. They try to kind of push this mentality of like, no, cannabis is new. This is
Yeah.
a new market. This is a new consumer base. And when in fact it's not. It's not only is it not new, it's educated. It's powerful. It votes. It is a part of our society, and to continuously deny that, especially in a province like Ontario, is disrespectful. It is it Canada already has such a hard time of bolstering our own culture.
Sure.
This is a big part of who we are.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, you guys are of Ontario. Y'all born here?
Yep.
Okay. In Toronto or various other
Toronto.
parts. I do know somewhat of the jurisdiction of Hamilton, more than any other probably jurisdiction that I didn't come from in this province, say more than Thunder Bay or anything else. And I understand that they've got a fascinating identity unto themselves. A lot of people, make fun of the Tiger Cats and whatever, but they have 67 dispensaries at this second while we record this. And I wonder, how do you folks imagine in the sensible party? And so far, that's all I've heard from you. So you're obviously not really politicians. This is a fraud. You can't be sensible politicians. You got to figure out another name to get traction on this.
It's too
but
much of an
it's a nice
oxymoron.
prototype. But they have 67 dispensaries. They might have had more at one time. I don't know. But 67 is 27 more in Hamilton, which is not exactly a burgeoning metropolis. And Hamilton is within Ontario, beside Toronto, which is a burgeoning metropolis. How are we going to manage with 40 official legal outlets of the OCS? Who knows why they're putting some in areas that don't want them and not putting them in other areas that are begging for
besides
them,
schools
or wherever. Where like what is going on when we do this shift? And you're supposed to go, okay, Kathleen, here's everything I still have left over. Let me throw it in the garbage like it's an amnesty on a gun exchange thing. And the rest of us are going to all deal with 40 stores across this gigantic province. Let's look at it as Texas compared to the United States, biggest province kind of thing, or one of them. And you're going to put 67 dispensaries right now in Hamilton. And later on, there's going to be 40 across. Like, have you looked at the illogic or the logistics of how this is going
it's
to
incredible.
stumble into existence?
It's incredible. I mean, we're talking about increased raids, increased arrests, tying up our court system even more than it already is.
Sure,
like
that's
they want to increase the penalties and the fines after legalization for cannabis sale, which, maybe makes sense in the legislation, but in practice, this is going to totally screw our province.
So you could see Bill Blair crafting this whole thing. It's like, as soon as they said, you know what, there's public pressure, it's been decades, let's bring this thing on. Let's bring in marijuana for everybody. Who should we consult about this? A bunch of cops that are going to lose their jobs. They're going to lose the man-hour pay because if you
they're
take
not
off.
gonna lose
Hang
their
on a
jobs, they're
second. I'm just saying, in the paradigm of actually making it happen, you would have, like, if it were really legalized, you'd have to look at every single officer's man-hours that he dedicates or she dedicates towards the cannabis issue, whether it's patrolling, arresting, doing the paperwork, going to court, following it up. If you subtract that from your daily duties, officer, you've got all of a sudden less stuff to do. And if you apply that to every single officer in the nation in each column on an Excel spreadsheet, all of a sudden we don't need as many cops.
Serious
we don't need as big a budget.
dollars, yes.
I would disagree
Go
insofar
for it.
as the issue that at least Toronto's facing right now is that we are actually at a deficiency of police, and that's really why there are issues with cardings and stuff like that, because police just don't have the time or enough time to actually do real policing work. So it's this half-ass carding and roughing up like minorities and people of color that allows them to hit their targets.
That's absolutely true.
And we have to remember, like, the police were fighting for more dollars even before the dispensary proliferation had happened. So the issue and how to really combat it, obviously, as we know, is by introducing mixed model. But the black market, which existed even before dispensaries, is just going to pick up where it left off. It's not going to skip a single beat.
That's going to be the Band-Aid across the dispensary, 40 dispensaries.
And to be quite honest, like, every politician that I know and that I've been speaking to knows that this model is tarnished because of that. Because if you have only 40 stores, you're proliferating the black market. Because to be quite honest,
they know that too. Those fucking
I'm not
people
gonna
know that.
walk 6 blocks to a OCS store if I'm lucky, if it's 6 blocks, to get weed, especially when you could get it anywhere else.
I mean, we're already starting to see this with TPS. They've kind of started to reject what their mandate is. Like, there have been incidents of police who refuse to wear their uniforms to raids. They don't report the raids as often or at all sometimes. Like, there is a pushback, and they recognize that they are tying up our courts. They're tying up the tax-paying dollars for TPS, and it's becoming a massive deficit in our city. On top of what was it, the $300 billion deficit we're already facing. I mean, it's ludicrous. We could be increasing the profitability of this instead of
There's
taking
an entire industry ready to hemorrhage right into that debt, and flatten it all out. Why don't they? This is the part that gets into the conspiracy part of the show that I talk about. That's what this show is entirely, Green Crush Conspiracy Queries. This thing you just said about, and they know that. They know that the black market is going to exist the more repression there is. I don't know if you youngsters were aware of the fact that when cigarettes in Ontario back about 20-something years ago were $3 a pack or something, $3.50, for regular cigarettes, pushing $4. The government at the time, under who I can't remember, probably the Conservatives, I don't remember, I think so. They decided that because they're not healthy and they're a danger, that they would charge $10 a pack. So right away, that was the day the black market was born. The natives across the river in the Kingston area, the Oka natives, were going down to the American outlets, purchasing cheap as hell cigarettes for $2 or $3, bringing them back, and people were buying them for $4 or $5, which was half the price of what the government said. Then the cops go in, then there's a standoff, then there's violence. This is fucking bullshit. Now, I don't smoke, and I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. I used to. And this is going to happen. This is a template. This is a model. What is their justification? Have you heard anything?
It's already happening as well.
I know it's happening, but what is the justification? Because you can't say, you didn't know that was going to happen. You do know it's going to happen. You're completely aware it's going to happen. You're creating this discord that's going to result in these arrests that are false, and some of them that are true, and etc., making this gigantic mess. What is the justification? Have you heard anything?
So I'm going to be the devil's advocate because I just came from the LCBO
Trade
Symposium.
Somebody has to do this sometime.
I got to go learn about the LCBO's plan for cannabis. This has nothing about cannabis in it. It's just a prop. But they don't know that. All the stuff that you're saying they know, they don't know. They believe.
Okay, clear this shit. Let's go. Let's go right now with an arm.
What the LCBO said. They believe that their plan is going to eliminate the black market through online retail. So their plan isn't to eliminate the black market through brick and mortar. They plan on creating this like fancy e-commerce site where you can like order on your iPhone or your iPad or whatever. Obviously it's not going to work.
Right.
But they actually believe what they're saying, and they were making fun of the black market in the presentation. They're like, we've done research on how people consume cannabis, and we know that they just call their guy. He comes with a backpack. This is literally what they said. He takes it out of their backpack, and he says, oh, this is high THC. And they think that they're going to be competitive because they're going to talk about terpene profiles and not give, like,
So they haven't seen any of the websites that exist? That's crazy.
Come on. Exactly.
They did go to Colorado and California on, like, a trade mission, which is super interesting.
In the government?
This is the bureaucrats that are creating the Ontario cannabis stores.
And you're being a devil's advocate by bringing this information to me that they don't really know?
They don't know. I'm just
so
letting
you're
you know.
telling me that the reason I'm wrong on this is because they don't know jack shit that's available to all of us sitting at the table and the guy smoking a cigarette out here by the van.
But they can claim ignorance, right? Like they can say, oh no, we did our research, we've seen the black market, we know what's going on, and so this is our solution to that. But they're completely denying the very real reality that there are websites operating in this province already that provide everything from THC content to terpene profiles to lab testing. That's right, you heard it here, folks. Black market artists using lab testing. It's not revolutionary. People have access to this now. It's just it's a question of money.
And I think that kind of speaks to, beyond the black market self-regulating, I think it speaks to the fact that in a free market, competition dictates who does best.
Sure, you got shit weed. No thanks.
Exactly.
Yours is great.
Exactly.
I'm in.
Yeah,
right.
I'll pay the extra $2. I don't mind.
With the OCS, I unfortunately believe that some of their product will not be to standard, because if you look at the Health Canada website,
Were you an Oracle? Wow,
well,
how did you figure that out?
Like, Health Canada's website shows the amount of product that they're all sitting on.
I
and
was
for me,
being facetious.
Oh
Come
yeah,
on.
yeah. And for
That's
people that don't know,
ridiculous.
like, obviously that's either cannabis that has to be sold, or they're gonna all these publicly traded companies write that off their balance sheet. From a financial background, I could tell you that's not going to happen, because
Okay.
their stock price would definitely take a hit. So when you look at it, from the perspective, again, from the gray or black market, however you want to call it, trying to transition, like, they will always do better, because they already are providing a standard, a level of professionalism and knowledge, and they already have an established infrastructure, that
Right.
could have easily have been transitioned and knowledge have been passed if they were more open to the idea.
I do think some of those companies are transitioning, though. Like, I just got an email from medpotnow.com, which is
Blatant
now
plug.
Aurora.
Blatant plug. Yeah,
right? And
that's
MedSpot
okay.
now they're stopping selling cannabis. They're only selling CBD products, and they've told people to go to Aura dispensary in Vancouver, which is licensed, which is, Aurora's sister company.
Right.
So I think the market is transitioning slowly, but unfortunately they're taking a really long time with the craft licenses. So the micro producers, the micro processors, edibles, none of those products are on the market. But what we're not talking about, which will affect everything this Thursday, is the camo decisions coming out.
Right.
So that's a
What
Supreme
is that?
Court decision that affects interprovincial trade for cannabis and alcohol.
So if BC grows some cool stuff and somebody in Saskatchewan wants to get it,
Right now, there's huge interprovincial trade barriers. But if the decision, which comes out the day before 420, removes that means
That
that
comes out on the Thursday,
anyone who has a
19th?
license
Wow.
technically should be able to sell across province.
Actually,
potentially.
Friday. Sorry, right. It's Friday.
So just like how you can order your weed online from whatever online dispensary, Herbal Dispatch, MedPod Now, whatever it is, you might be able to order from an LP just like how you can for medical, and they'll deliver it right to your door. So that will really crash the LCBO's monopoly.
Huge, because you can order your fancy weed from BC, and it might take a little bit longer, but you're completely subverting the OCS, which
Right. Okay, well, you guys have been fantastic. We are getting a little short on time. Oh, I can't believe I said that. My dad was killed by a grandfather clock, and I'm traumatized. We only have a little bit of time left, and I do have a few more questions. That doesn't mean you're getting out. I'm just telling you we're bringing it into the funnel, okay? I want to ask about specifically now, we talked about Rachel Notley seeming to do a good job despite the death threats in Alberta. Some of the guys wearing cowboy hats don't like a woman, and they don't like the NDP going on at the same time. What is going on with the give me your take, because we've covered a lot of things on the NDP party of Ontario. How do they move in? How do they move in?
Green Crush 2018, baby. Let's get it.
Yeah,
Orange Crush.
To be honest, I was at the amazing provincial debate that was hosted by the Jamaican Canadian Association, in which
Where was this?
This was last week, in which Andrea Horvath actually stole the show.
Is
She was
that right?
amazing. Yeah.
Was she debating?
She was debating.
Who did she debate?
She debated Wynn, and she debated Schreiner.
Oh, is
Schreiner
this
was
on
great.
video?
Yeah. And she
Good
actually
God.
said
Let's
that
get
if
that going.
elected, she would overhaul the Liberals' plans.
She would overhaul it. So she'd look at it and say, well, of course, you got to do this, you got to do that, but let's change this. She really wants to work with it as a skeleton.
Precisely. And by overhauling it, I don't think she means let's pump out more public stores, because that's more money that the government doesn't have.
Yeah.
So I think that's the
everywhere
mixed
else
model.
is suffering from brick and mortar because of the way things are now. All these bookstores are closing down and all kinds of things. How does the Ontario go, we need more brick and mortar? Like, it doesn't make sense.
And the thing is, like, understandable if they took the private sector, because dispensaries per square foot are one of the best revenue generating kind of retail locations. However, to get to that point, you're talking about taxpayers' dollars to employ, which are now will be $15 an hour at the end of the year, and then it's hydro and all of that stuff. So the government should do like what BC did, or sorry, Alberta did, the NDP, which is you pay for the build out, and then you pay me so that you can have a store.
Right,
You make
okay.
licensing
Licensing fee,
revenue, and you make revenue off the excise tax.
You're all in
No
agreement
overhead.
with this, you three?
I
Pretty
think
much?
it'd be
For the
great.
most part.
Okay. Well, you sound like you got a draft.
No, I definitely agree with the politics. I think that Andrea Horvath sees clearly the need for municipal focus, so that Toronto, Windsor, and Hamilton are different from each other, and they're also different from
Sure.
the rest of rural Ontario, and that and that should dictate the policy around cannabis, not this sort of one size fits all model that we're just going to place on top of Ontario. You need to pay attention to what your communities are literally dying of. Like, what is affecting Toronto is not necessarily affecting Ottawa or Windsor or Hamilton. So it's a more sensitive issue, I think.
All right. Well, we're going to close out on one more question, but don't run away because it's going to take a while to answer it. Okay. So this has to do with the future. Yeah, this has to do with the future. Okay, it's kind of scary. It involves the police, and what they're saying is they're going to I envision this. Okay, let me put it this way. I had a bunch of questions that I was going to ask you. But instead of doing that, I'm going to lay out a scenario. Okay, and I'm going to ask you to pay attention, and then I'm going to ask you to pick apart and chime in on it. And by the time the three of you folks do that, we're going to have to wrap it on up. So here's the deal. They don't really have the science together or the understanding, when I say they, just anybody who's running things, on who's intoxicated and should be considered inebriated at the wheel of a vehicle or at the wheel of a motorcycle or a bus or whatever the hell you want. And so what's going to happen is, and I can prove that really quickly, is that if I take a little bit of tiny cannabis oil to save my cancer, and I gradually, carefully, through various means, including the Rick Simpson method, which is what I use, gradually increase, there's a way to take in this cannabis to the point where you do not get high. So you do this little tiny pinhead and you keep on going, and then you do 2 pinheads a day per week, and then so on and so forth. And if you're low tolerance, you take it down lower than that. By the time you come up on this arc, you're doing 1 gram a day and you are not impaired, but there is cannabis in your blood. Now, if I'm taking 1 gram a day and I can just walk around and talk like this, and you start a pinhead a day, a pinhead a day, a pinhead a day, and then all of a sudden you're not ready to go to the next part, and you break that smooth upward arc, boom, and go up here to like 6 pinheads a day. Whereas I'm taking this whole gram and you're taking 6 pinheads a day, but that's way more. You've got less cannabis in your system. You're on the friggin' moon and you're giggling and falling apart, and you shouldn't be in a car. And I've got a ton of cannabis in my system because I'm taking 1 gram a day, but I properly upticked until I was level. So they don't have any kind of way to really prove. They could have way less stuff in your system, and you're ripped and you ought to be ashamed of yourself driving that thing, and I could have way more and be completely fine. They can't figure this out. That's immaterial. They're just going to say, if it's in your blood, you're popped, and you're going to go to court, and there's going to be troubles, and I don't like it. And I don't like the fact that the machinery and the little liquid, the stamps, they're going to smooch across your forehead if you refuse to spit and everything else. I could see a little bit of sweat on yours now. I could easily wipe that off and sample this DNA. And I can understand you have cannabis in your system. That doesn't mean you're high. How and what are they going to try to do to get the proof on their side, and how and what are we going to do to resist? I'm going to start with Tyler.
Unfortunately, right now, I was at a town hall with Bill Blair, and unfortunately, even if you're a patient, any cannabis in your system above, I think it's like 2 micrograms or something.
And what is that?
You know what?
2 micrograms.
It's not a lot, because I can tell you, there's people in Colorado who spoke, who I've heard speak, who said even if you get to close to 15 micrograms, like that should be more of the standard, or 10. However, if you're a patient and you have more than 2, regardless of your situation, that is impairment of driving, and you can face like fines or car impoundment.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
You're a liar at that point. Not you, sir.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying, that's not provable.
That's true.
Like, someone's going to go to court who understands all of this, and they're going to have an easel and a chart, and they're going to say, I can prove you're wrong. You don't know shit. You can't just invest all this. And these guys know this is coming. So they're investing in the companies that are going to bring out the technology, such as whatever you blow into or whatever kind of stamps. Yeah. And let's take a look at cops' portfolios, primarily. Like, have you invested into any cannabis companies? Can I ask you that?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Are you a police officer?
No.
Okay. If you were a police officer and I asked you that, What if I said to you, have you invested, Bill Blair? Are you deeply invested into any cannabis companies, Bill? Yes or no? Don't fuck around with a Kathleen Wynne answer. Yes or no? Are you invested, and which ones? Yes or no? Let's not have a conversation. This is a question and demand. All these folks are susceptible to and likely to have a conflict of interest on this matter. And when I was taking a piss at the PCMA, this dude leaned over and said, hey, great talk, man. Boy, that Bill Blair's got deep in a lot of these companies, hasn't he? And right away that bell went ding. My prediction is accurate. Now, this is just off the cuff record, sort of keep it in the men's room type of deal, but he confirmed to me that this guy's balls deep into a lot of companies, and that's why everybody else is a criminal. Basically, if you're trading in this thing and you're not making money for him, you're going to jail or they're going to bust you for it. What do you think of that?
It's not just Bill Blair. So I used to work for a Liberal Party candidate up in Fort McMurray when it was
I
the
just tapped him
by-election.
as the architect of this whole paradigm.
So
That's all, but you're
Liberal
dead right.
staffers, from Ottawa are deeply invested in cannabis companies since like
That they knew were
2014.
coming. It's called insider trading.
I mean, it's not necessarily trading because they're not necessarily public companies.
But it's insider knowledge that's giving you the leg up on the rest of us.
Coming
Yeah.
and you work for a government that's implementing it. That's why I kind of knew legalization was going to happen because, if people like Chuck Rafici, who's the former CFO of the Liberal Party, are founding cannabis companies, then
it's filthy.
It's going to happen.
Here's the great hypocrisy, though, is that, you can throw all your money behind these companies, these tech companies, which some of them are incredible. But when you're talking about like roadside testing for drivers under the influence,
that is what I'm talking
so
about.
if you really want to know if someone's under the influence, you have to do more than take a blood or sweat sample. You have to gauge whether they can walk a straight line, whether they can touch their hands, their nose. Exactly. Right. But the problem with that, which you clearly illustrated, is that the THC content in your blood does not determine whether you can operate a motor vehicle.
So how
or
can you
not.
hang a law on it?
I don't know.
Someone's gonna. I'll tell you what. Someone who knows all of this is going to have to get busted at a point.
Sure.
They're going to have to go and get
and prove it in court,
in
right?
remand,
And to set a
etc.
precedent, yeah.
And then they're going to have to get a lawyer, and then they're going to have to get a fucking chart out.
Well, the
and
issue,
it might be me.
the very real issue though of THC mixed with alcohol in getting
That's
behind
different
the wheel,
too.
that's different, and that is a problem that
Sure.
should be stopped. But these are separate conversations that can't be lumped all into one, saying you can't smoke weed and you can't get behind it. Like that doesn't help anyone. Right?
No, well, it helps a lot of pockets that
Helps
you
a lot
don't
of
have access to.
Exactly. Unfortunately.
I'm going to give you the last word, you folks, to tell me what your little sting is, and I don't mean to belittle it. I'm just saying we've only got a little bit of time. So, oh God, I've been my grandfather. So tell me what you think you'd like to say. Tell me any kind of hashtags or any kind of places where you folks can be reached and further this conversation.
For sure. So Sensible Ontario, we're still running our campaign up until the election to make cannabis an election issue. So if
June
you
7th.
want June 7th, yeah.
June 7th.
Just around the
really?
corner.
That's so amazing. Ahead of July 1 and everything else, whatever.
So if you want to participate in our campaign, we're looking for volunteers, we're looking for donations. You can go to sensibleontario.ca or sensibleon on all social media platforms to get involved. And yeah, we really need your support to kind of keep pushing and keep engaging with politicians to make sure they're
Lisa.
held accountable.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just
Zoe.
want to bolster that by reiterating that this new generation of activism online, it can actually make a difference. So following us, liking and sharing our posts makes a huge difference. The amount of visibility we have affects whether we can have conversations with Andrea Horvath and have conversations with Doug Ford. Getting in those rooms is really important right now. So in order to get a seat at the table, we need our communities to stand behind us.
Did you rehearse that?
I didn't.
Good God. I asked you to cap it all off. It sounds like you were memorizing a fantastically written script. Well done. Tyler, final word.
Yeah, definitely. It's really simple to just get out there and just send a letter and voice your concerns to the political parties. People are wondering how to get involved and if their voices will be heard. They need to hear from their caucus, especially in an election year. If you have, a candidate in your constituency that you think supports cannabis, you got to support them so that they can amplify that voice. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what party it is, legalization's happening. It just has to be right for the community that you're in.
None of you fudged. None of you bullshitted me. None of you hummed and hawed. You're not politicians. Get out of here. I want to thank you folks for coming in. This is Tyler, Lisa, and Zoe from Sensible, Ontario. It's been so great having
Thank
you in.
you so much.
We will have you in again sometime, perhaps after the election, June 7th. Thank you for your reminding me of this. That's fantastic. And right now, I'm going to ask you to tell everybody that you know that this is an important issue. This is a health issue. This is a rights issue. And this is a economic issue. This is a democratic issue. And I think we're all kind of tired of listening to the control issues that don't address these realities. So thanks for listening to the show this week, you guys. My name is Alan Park, and I am going to be hosting a fantastic deal for 420. I guess on Saturday, if we don't get another ice storm. I'm going to stay committed to the word, but if we get another ice storm, I cannot promise you I will be there, okay? That's ridiculous. Isn't it Friday? What's Friday? Oh, that's right. I'm so
420.
sorry. 420 is on Friday. You're right. I got confused. Thanks for reminding me, but I'll tell you why I did that. I got confused on that because on Friday and Saturday in Windsor, our good friend, fantastic ambassador of all things amazing, Paul Hartman, will be a speaker at the 420 there, and you don't want to miss it. If you're anywhere near Detroit or Ontario, the southern west portion of Ontario, that is indeed where you want to get yourself to. Paul Hartman, and I will be in the actual day proper in Kensington Market at the Hot Box, put there 20 years ago almost by Abby Roach. And can you imagine a bunch of freaks telling her she might have to shut that down? That's just nothing but cartoons.
Facts they deserve to know.
Those who have achieved unelevated existence, raise your fists.
My name is Alan Park. This is Green Crush Conspiracy Queries, and we will be coming at you as long as we have to. And hopefully at one point I can just go away and focus on some other things another day that are far more entertaining than pushing up against the hill these police and these politicians with ideas ill. It's not okay, it's not all right, and it's going to change not overnight, but we're going to push it hard and push it to the right place because cannabis is fantastic. Look at the smile on my face.
Raise your fists.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. Hello, Tamara. How you doing?
I'm rolling.
You're rolling?
Yeah, some nice smelling stuff that I got from a friend from Ontario.
Oh, really?
I wonder who that was.
What's it smell like?
It smells fruity and yummy and yeah, almost like lemony. I don't know. It's got a yum smell to it. That's all I know. Actually, I just took because I just rolled my hubby a a doobie from the other stuff that we had, and I just took it out of his hand and said, "Hang on, I'm just rolling some of this stuff. I'll give you another drink." So we are sampling right
Oh,
now.
good. Sampling.
Yeah.
And did that
This is
have a? Was it
GK.
labeled?
Yeah, this is the GK. You said it was GK and then G. This is the
Okay.
GK. You'll have to let me know
GK?
what the strains are.
That GK is grape Kush.
Grape Kush. I figured it was a Kush of some sort, just even by the density of the buds. And
Yeah.
this has got to be a Kush in the smell. I'm like, yeah. So we kind of figured it was a Kush of some sort because, like I said, that and the density, man. Kudos to you, Al.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. These are top notch. These should be actually, probably maybe even like judged in a cup because
Oh, really? Well, thank you very much.
yeah, no, I'm thinking here. I got this phantom behind me. That's why I've got the background on.
Oh,
Yeah, well, he's just had hernia surgery on Monday, right? So he's still
right.
at day 3, he's like, yeah, stitches or whatever. They got steri strips on him.
Right.
14 days and then they come off, but he can't do much, right? So we just had
Right.
to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a painful.
Yeah.
That's not fun and exciting surgery.
No, he is in a fair amount of pain, and he's pretty stubborn. And they only gave him Tylenol 3. It's not like they gave him some extraordinary.
Well, hopefully this gift can help relieve some of that pain from him.
Well, that's what we're like. I said, that's why it couldn't have come at a better time, right?
Yeah, that was actually that was the first time that I've used the vacuum seal machine.
It was open when it got here. It wasn't sealed anymore.
Oh, what was open? The package or the box?
No, it was all sealed, but the vacuum itself, like the vacuuming itself, had popped. Right?
Yeah.
I find that happens a lot, like with those vacuum sealers. Like even when I was sending candy, people say, "Oh, it came like did you?" And I'd vacuum seal it so it was like tight, right? Like there was no air.
Yeah.
And then by the time they got it on the other end, it was like I hadn't vacuum sealed it, and that's what happened. I got nailed.
Okay, well, that was like the first time, or maybe the second time I had used it.
Yeah.
So now that I know that, I'm going to assume that probably if it broke loose, it would have broke loose on the seal that I would have had to put on it, and that being that was like time 1 or 2, it probably wasn't done right.
Oh,
I'll talk to the expert who's used it a lot since then.
Yeah.
And she'll let me know what I did wrong.
It's not, sometimes it can be just from bouncing. Like, I know you had newspaper and stuff, but sometimes just different and barometric pressure too, because it's coming from Ontario to British Columbia. So it could be just elevation different, right? There could be so many, but like seriously, that's how I got nailed before, guys. But now it's legal and nobody would.
Well, it was the thing. Yeah. Like I wasn't doing anything illegal. I was gifting you the legal amount. Actually, it was only 28 gram ounce, so it wasn't. I still had another 2 grams to spare.
Right. So nothing you did was illegal, and it would be no problem. Even with, I know even the post office does offer smell-proof envelopes for whatever. I think 20 bucks or whatever. But then you're just kind of like, alerting Canada Post that hey, this is weed, right?
Right.
I just don't find that really particularly appealing. That I want to go to the post office and pick up an envelope that screams, "Hey, I got cannabis in me."
Well, did the box smell on the outside?
Nope, didn't smell a damn thing.
I didn't smell a thing. Okay, that's good.
Didn't smell nothing. And like I said, it was delivered, and like none of my, and especially here, anybody smell weed? The post office probably reeks like weed every day because half of them smoke it. In fact, not all of them.
Right.
I had a conversation today with a lady. It was quite funny. She come in for her cigarettes, and she's an old lady. She's only been in there a couple times, and she goes, I said 4 packages of Neck Smooth, and she goes, "Oh, you got quite the memory, eh?" And I started snickering. I says, "Yeah, not bad for a pothead, eh?" She kind of looks at me. She goes, "What did you say?" I said, I got a pretty good memory for somebody who's a medical, I said, "I'm a patient. I use cannabis for medicine, and I have since 2012. Really?" So then she got really intrigued and wanted to know a little more. And she's got a kid, an older lady. And at my store, we don't sell cannabis or have anything to do with it, but I've got the ability to still tell people and talk to people.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And I think you've told me in the past that your employer doesn't have a problem with you, talking about cannabis.
No,
So
not like I mean,
take
and
the opportunity to educate people when you have
right,
that. That's right.
right, and there's a lot of seniors that come into my store because there's a seniors home that's 2 blocks away, right? Like that's a long care home, right? So there's quite a few of them that come in with their walkers and stuff. But she thought it was, and she just kept asking questions. And I've got a couple friends that use CBD. I go, you know what, CBD is great. I says, but really, if you're wanting pain relief and you're wanting sleep, you need full spectrum. Like you need a little bit of THC too. Like so, I kind of explained to her, it's like tearing a carrot apart and eating the inside, and not really getting the full benefits of that carrot. If you don't keep in the full spectrum, I says you can get oil, but you can just put a little bit under your tongue. I says, and you don't even have to smoke it. I says, but that little bit under your tongue is going to help you with pain. It'll help you with sleep. I says, then you can take that oil and you can make your own edibles if you'd like to. So I was kind of like, and she goes, and what's your name and when do you work again? So I assume that there are going to be a lot more visits and a lot more questions.
Yeah, there's a product that's coming out. I believe June, I think. And you'll be able to take that and stick it in between your lip and your teeth, your gum, so like chewing tobacco.
Oh, like a Zion or a Zonic or whatever they are, those little tobacco pouches.
I don't. Yeah, it's just a little packet.
Yep.
And you'll be able to stick it in there, and then it'll dissolve, and you pull the packet out. And yeah, for somebody
is that recreational or is that medical? Like what is?
It's at a it will be at the recreational stores.
Oh,
but this is something that is I look at it as a new technology, anyways, that would come in for handy for people like this lady.
It's fabulous. Actually, it's funny too because I had the owners of Rocky Mountain Cannabis that come in my store all the time too, and she comes over and she says, "So you know any trimmers?" I says, well, yeah. She goes, I know you. She goes, but you know anywhere else? I says, well, my husband's home. I says, why would you need? What do you get? She goes, well, we need to come down in 2 weeks. She goes, and I want it banged off in 2 days. I says, tell me the days. I says, and I go, well, what are you paying? Minimum wage? And I started laughing. I go, look, I make more than that here. I says, you got to pay me at least what I'm making here.
Yeah, really.
But yeah, like they're looking for trimmers. Because they hand trim, right? They want people that are going to come in and hand trim and do it properly. They don't do, and it's a microcraft, right?
Right.
And then they usually All Day, which is the name of the branding that they go under, All Day, which is a BC distributor that usually picks up their cannabis and sells it. And I've had some of it; it's pretty good. But yeah, 420, I'm seeing it's getting closer and closer because I keep forgetting about 420 because I'm working and it's like 2 days or 3 days away, and I'm like, holy fucking Asia's doing all these things for 420 and we're supposed to be going, but apparently we're not because Alvin can't drive that far.
Yeah, you got a husband there who just had surgery. He's not going to be healed by Saturday.
No, he's like 4 weeks minimum, 6 weeks.
Oh,
like
yeah.
4 to 6 minimum, like kind of thing, right? Like he can't even lift anything for like 4 weeks. Over 10 pounds, like nothing. So it's supposed to be going, like he's supposed to be keeping it pretty, But okay, this is really JCL.
Is it? Yep.
Oh yeah.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I'm really enjoying this. Like I said, nothing better than the first one because this is my first duty of the day because I work.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Well, that's good then.
So this is the first joint of the day, and then I got, like I said, I got home from work, and my bed has been an issue. Like the plyboard, I think whoever sold it to me, it got wet. Right. So the other night we were in bed at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the fucking thing folded like a cracker.
I saw that, and I thought, fuck, that's a new bed. You just got that one.
Well, they bought it last August from the brick, but then her son had it, right? And then they moved, and it wouldn't fit in her house, or whatever. But it was out on her deck, so I'm thinking that it might have got a little bit wet because there's no way plyboard, even when it's this thick, is going to fold like a cracker like that, no matter how much you weigh, right? Anyways. So then we're like, every time we get into it's creaking and I'm worried that, okay, we've moved the bed, we've moved the boards back and whatever, it's going to snap again, right? So we took it all apart when I got home from work and added some more screws and put some fucking underneath the board. I put some cores and some 2x4s and fucking, so it's sitting on something solid.
Yeah.
But in the interim of putting it together, we realized that it's missing pieces. And
Oh,
that's probably why it wasn't. Yeah, it's missing several pieces to the bed. So,
no wonder.
anyways,
That's why it's
we've
falling
screwed.
apart.
We've taken screws and screwed everything. Me and Taven, because Alvin can't really. Alvin did like what he could, but he can't be lifting stuff. So Taven and
No, I know. Yeah, yeah.
but we got her done. So I made it in time.
His position now is to sit in the chair and put opinions out because he can't like you say, you can't lift him.
No, and he's I think more comfortable laying in our bed, kind of, rather than even sitting
Yeah.
up. Because I mean, he's cut from like here to here, right? Like he's got he's got no belly button left. Like they've taken his button right out because that's where the hernia was. It was actually like protruding out of his belly button. So what they did is they've gone in and they did laparoscopic, right? Laparoscopic surgery, but they went in and they pushed everything back together and then covered it, like put a mesh around him, right? Like stuffed on him and then closed him back up and basically just stitched him up with no belly button. So he's gonna have no belly button left.
No belly button. Yeah, there's the mesh inside there.
Right, and so
trying
that
to hold everything together.
Right,
It's like
and
the
he's
old
swollen.
time garter belt.
Right, and
Whatever,
it's gonna take some time for it to cohese to the inside and hopefully his body doesn't fucking reject it, right? Because
yeah.
right, because that's always it's not always a possibility, but some people's bodies just don't take well to foreign
Right.
objects in
Yep.
it. Him, on the
Yep.
other hand, he's got a plate in his head and he's got whatever in his hands, and I don't think we're gonna have an issue. But again, you never know, right? So yeah, but he's pretty much he's pretty sore. Like, and I can empathize. I had a C-section. I remember. It's not fun.
No. Any surgery.
No.
Is always in dealing with healing afterwards. It's never
Right. And day 3 after
Good.
surgery, we all know that day 3 is when all the pain and all the fucking really swelling and all the gross shit really happens, right? Day 3.
Yeah.
And this
I got a couple things here to discuss tonight. We got a big thing going on this weekend. It's 420. Also, we got some new shows here on the network that we can talk about.
That's awesome.
And I seen this on Facebook, and I thought, what the fuck is this all about? So I went and did some investigating on it, and it just didn't make sense to me. But a lady by the name of Dee Reed, she's a bud tender. She was up for a bud tender award this spring. She posted something on Facebook about people saying, "Stop microwaving your weed."
What?
Oh yeah.
Or you microwaving your weed.
The same thing. What?
The only time we ever microwaved our weed was back in the 80s when we got to cut the branch and throw it in a bag and either had to let it sit on a plate for fucking 2 days before it would dry, or you were really desperate and you put it in the fucking microwave. And
To dry it.
To dry it. But again,
Apparently this is done to increase its potency.
What? You like decarbonization? You're just cooking the weed before all the THC off it, you dumbasses. That makes no sense.
Oh, I know. I wasn't the only one that responded the same way. Like, she was telling them she was telling them to stop microwaving it, and
Jesus Christ.
Apparently increase the potency, and I'm thinking, what the heck? Like, no.
How is that even possible?
Yeah. Well, basically, what you're doing is the same thing as when you're smoking it. You're put it in the oven. You're just decarboxylating with the microwave.
Yeah,
And I could. What else are you're decarboxylating? You're decarbing it, but what are you overcooking in the same process?
All you're doing is cooking the THC, the CBDs.
That's all you're doing. Yeah, you're smoking decarbox. You're smoking decarbox. Yeah.
That would be the radiation you just infused into your fucking weed, you dumbass.
I was gonna say it's already microwave because most of the, not all, but
No,
most of the cannabis is
It's eradicated, yeah.
You're right. Now it's not. I don't think it's not the exact same process, but it is. Microwave to a point.
Here's my question with that. If you're growing clean weed in a clean facility, why would you need to worry about any of that mold and bugs and shit that you would have to eradicate it for? Unless you're growing in a filthy facility that you just don't give a fuck.
What I've heard over the years is that the numbers are pretty low, like pharmaceutical grade, as far as the numbers when it comes to the bacteria, so on and so forth. But that's what they are, and they are meaning it. But with that, most of them, anyways, are zapping it. So I'm thinking, well, these people are already buying zapped weed. Why would you want to zap it again?
The thing is too, like if they're zapping it,
Yeah. So I read a few. I read a few articles on it, and it says, oh yeah, it makes it more potent. It converts it from THCA to THC, delta 9. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, they're doing the same thing when they're smoking a joint. So how are you making it any more
potent? We know that
potent?
there have been people that have had adverse side effects from just smoking Delta 9 or eating just specifically Delta 9.
Oh, just straight up.
Right? There's the smoking, like I said, back to the carrot, right? Ripping the cannabis plant down into just Delta 9s or just THCA or just whatever, depending on what you're using it for, can be harmful. And we've already seen that there have been articles that THC Delta 9 specifically by itself can be harmful.
See, now there was a recent study out about CBD too, about it not being effective by itself.
It's not. I will 110%.
The whole plant, right? It's the whole plant.
I've been saying that for a while. And like I said, we wanted the government to legalize cannabis, so we fed them a whole line of shit about CBD because it won't get you high. And it fucking worked, didn't it? We got cannabis that's legal now. And now we're going to tell you the truth. CBD is a hoax and it's a bunch of shit. It's like snake oil. It does fuck all for you by itself. You need a full spectrum.
Here's the this is one of the articles on the microwaving. And when I first started reading this, because the question was, come on, does putting weed in the microwave make you more high? And I started reading and it says that it can result in a stronger high. And I'm going, what do you mean? And then it says, that's because when you put it in the microwave, you can activate specific cannabinoids and the precursors of cannabinoids, such as THCA and CBDA. As a result, the process will convert inactive acidic cannabinoids into active ones like THC and CBD. Really?
Oh shit.
That's yeah.
Kind of like add fire and puff.
Like yeah, like it doesn't say anywhere. I didn't see anywhere in here at the beginning about
the microwave's getting high, dumbass. Like
yeah, they said that the big risk is that you can burn it.
I don't know why anybody would do that. I just think it's Again, I think people that smoke cannabis with tobacco are ridiculous too. I think, why are you mixing your? And my son does it. He says they're called. But I don't give a fuck what they're called. It's ridiculous that you're mixing tobacco and ruining your good.
Don't be mixing tobacco with it.
But they do. It's something that's younger generation. My son, like I said, he's 27. They call him poppers. I'm like,
yeah, poppers.
Weed, I can't. No, you're not, dude. You're addicted to tobacco.
Yeah, that's got tobacco.
You're not addicted to the cannabis. Shut up.
You're getting because you don't. If you don't smoke tobacco normally, somebody who smokes tobacco, will get a buzz off of the tobacco.
Yeah.
It's all those chemicals, the formaldehyde and rat poison.
Then you're going to get addicted to the tobacco because you're mixing it with the cannabis.
Yeah.
And then if you don't have tobacco mixed with your cannabis, you're going to get that anxious, gross, withdrawal feeling because you don't have any nicotine. And then you're going to assume that you're withdrawing from cannabis because you don't have. It's not the cannabis; it's the nicotine from the.
Yeah, it's nicotine. It's the tobacco. Oh yeah. No, what that's mixing death with something that's preserving life.
I know. I agree. I think
It
it's
just
ridiculous.
doesn't.
But these kids
Yeah,
are doing
yeah,
that, and I think in Quebec it's quite prevalent that they'll mix it and put it in a bong, and again, I've heard this.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I knew some people who were doing it, and yeah, it
Gross.
gagged me.
Gross. Yeah. And I smoke tobacco, okay? Like I am a smoker, but I'm still not gonna
Yeah,
waste my weed mixing it with tobacco. It just seems pointless. You're not even gonna get the flavor, the terpenes out of the cannabis. You're mixing with tobacco. Like it's not a
yeah.
thing. I don't get it.
Yeah. I'm just reading the continue reading this little bit of this article here. It says here, uh, they say that this conversion we're talking about THCA over to THC delta 9. It says this process occurs when cannabis is heated at high temperatures between 100 and 120 degrees Celsius. The heat helps by quickly facilitating the process. Without heat, this process can occur naturally, but it can take weeks to months depending on how long it's stored. Well,
Who wrote this?
I'm just not into this microwaving cannabis thing.
And I mean, who wrote this article? What did they do their research? Like who?
Well,
Seriously, who wrote that article and who published it? 'Cause
yeah.
That's bad. That's bad journalism. It is. It's bad journalism. I'm sorry. That's just bad.
It's it should be explained that just by heating it up, by smoking it, you're doing exactly the same process.
And if you really want to do that, it's safer to probably do it in a toaster oven or your oven and decarb it because that's what
Yeah,
you do.
I'd much rather do it in. I read
Again,
one
like
article that talked about doing it in hot water, where you put it in a jar inside hot water. Yeah. So
oh,
there's no
okay. So
water on
why would you
cannabis.
wet your weed? Like, why would you put your weed in hot water?
No, you put your weed in a jar and you put the
Oh,
jar into the hot water.
so you're steaming it,
Yeah.
warming it up.
Yeah.
Well, that might be, you're doing the same thing when you light it with a freaking lighter, or like that's
Or
just
you just put it in your regular oven. That doesn't do funny things with molecules.
or you're using a volcano, or if you're using a bong, or if you're using any sort of heat source, it does
Mm-hmm.
exactly the same thing. It seems
Yeah.
it just seems redundant and ridiculous. But hey, what do I know?
Yeah. The one article talked about how back in the day, people were using it just basically to dry their cannabis, but it seemed like now it's from her posts and the comments afterwards, and
See, I've heard lots of people that don't dry their cannabis. They cut it off the branch and they throw it into their deep freeze. And then when they want it, they pull it out and they dry it and then they cure it. And I'm thinking, what the fuck?
yeah. There's people who do that. Yeah, they freeze it.
And I'm like, but wouldn't you dry it before you froze it?
No, live frozen.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
live frozen rosin.
I guess right, because then you can press it
Yeah,
with high heat.
that's
Yeah,
how.
I
Yeah,
just
it's
thought that was weird too.
frozen.
I'm thinking, like,
Yeah, right off the bat, right?
but then again, when I make honey oil, I always freeze my ISO, right?
Yeah.
Always.
Well, yeah.
And then
It
I do a
helps.
quick rinse, and it's golden, and then it gets heated up, right? But
Yeah, because the cold helps remove the
Right,
trichomes.
yeah, and that's exactly you want that quick raw. Like you don't like. I don't know. I've got a whole different opinion on some people. I don't soak mine for 48 hours. I don't leave mine on a stove for any more than 45 minutes when I make it.
Yeah.
The chlorophyll kills me. Like I cannot do the green, right? So then again, why I shock it with ice water because I
Yeah.
make it into a ghee. I cannot do the green. It kills me.
No, I had no problem consuming the green oil, for years on paper and stuff like that, and rolling it in the joint. Now, when it comes to doing anything like with dabs or, with my shadowrizer, no, I want the quick wash stuff. I don't want the green stuff. Yeah. No,
It's like I said, you're just leaving the chlorophyll out. And the chlorophyll really has no benefit. It really doesn't. Like I said, the acidity of the THA, right, in that plant is well gone after it's no longer a sprout. Because that's where the
Yeah, well,
acidity
you've decarboxylated it before you've put it into your well, whatever you're putting into it. You put it into coke, or well, making it into.
the sprouts are raw and not cooked. They're here.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as the cooking end
So
of
the
things.
raw cannabis has got acidity. As soon as it's dried
Yeah.
and
Oh yeah.
it loses the acidity, right? And it's the
Yeah.
acidity in the cannabis that some people need for their health. And that's
Yeah.
what they're finding is the acidity in the raw plant and plant matter itself is what's beneficial. More so for some aspects of some, than others, right?
Yeah.
Not disputing the dry flower, but again, no research has been done. This at least is being researched, a group study being done on it on a small basis, right? But we'll see what the outcomes are because I don't think she's got the final results quite yet. Because once she has the final result, she's going to come back on my show or come back on our show. Like I told her, either one, because if there's some time between when you were on my show, then why don't you come on Pace rather than just, then it kind of gives a broader audience. You know what I'm saying?
This is the microgreening.
Micro sprouts, like bean sprouts, like we're talking, like like we're talking, the little alfalfa sprouts that you buy to put on your sandwich, like in those containers. We're talking those, and the best effect I've been told by her is that the best effect for Haley. I'm not saying this will be for everybody. It possibly is the best time, but for the acidity that she needs in her keto diet, for the epilepsy that she has, right? The sprout is best between 10 and 14 days. So you don't keep it for very long. Like you're just going to be consuming it continually. But again, she was looking at the outcome of 10,000 seeds to be sprouted a month. So technically, according to Health Canada, that's 10,000 plants. And nobody's going to be licensing for 10,000 plants. Even though they're never going to flower, they're never going to come to maturity. They're never going to be a clone. They're going to be, but again,
it's not even really going to be a plant.
No, they aren't. But according to Health Canada, as soon as that seed's popped,
the root,
considered a plant, right?
Yeah.
And that's $1,000 per plant. Blah blah blah. It would just be, if she ever got caught, it would just be a fucking nightmare for her. So she's trying to take the legal way, which is becoming increasingly more difficult because of the fact that that's a lot of 10,000 seeds a month, right?
Yeah.
So trying to find somebody that can help her produce that, or even have it so that she can, because it's kind of a shit show.
Yeah. Well, talking about show, I see it's the bottom of the hour. We've got some more things I want to discuss in the next segment, and one of them will be 420.
Awesome.
And talking about that, I've got a little promo going on here. I'm going to run Legacy 420. Our sponsor is holding an event on Saturday, and it will include indigenous foods that will be cooked right there on spot.
Didn't they have one last year too that we were live at?
Yeah. It was last year, the year before that went down there. Yeah, and there'll be some vendors there, some crafts.
But it's your anniversary too, isn't it?
Correct. It's my 39th wedding anniversary on Saturday, it wasn't planned to, and I had nothing. I agree.
I know, you weren't even a consumer when you and Gail got married, so the date meant absolutely.
No, I was a consumer, but I was a consumer, but I didn't know about any 420 celebration. Like as far as like,
we probably didn't have it
in Canada. There wasn't even a 420 parade. Like
I don't think there probably wasn't anything going on.
No, there was none of that was going on. Yeah, I knew about the 420 as far as cannabis and meaning cannabis and everything, but as far as parades and things, I don't think that was even really happening at that point.
I don't think it really was a thing until
because I
2005, I think really.
Yeah, it was right around the early 2000. I got sick in 2003. So I'm going to say 2003, 2004 is when I started hearing about them being done.
Levine, I think, did one in Edmonton back in '98. I think that was because he was living in Edmonton back then, if I remember correctly. I think it was 1998. I think Malmo tried something at the Edmonton Ledge. I think that's when he got arrested, actually.
And like I know when I found out about it, it had already been going on for a few years. Marco from Treating Yourself magazine, Marco Renda, he was involved with it then. There was a few other groups that were involved in it over the years. But so it's my anniversary, so it's just I'm going to be probably at home, having quiet time. I have to, play both sides of it, right?
But you have another event coming up in May, anyways, that you're kind of So that's something we'll talk more of too. So let's go. Yeah, we better get to your break.
We get our break, and here's a bit of a promo here on what I was talking about with Legacy 420 and what they're doing for Saturday's 420 celebrations. Talk to you all after the break. See you later. Hey, what are you doing this 420? Whatever you're doing, make sure to stop into Legacy 420 because the Indigenous owned and operated organic medical cannabis company is having an Indigenous themed 420 celebration. When you arrive, stop into the vending area featuring the local artisans and check out the fish, corn soup, Indian tacos, and other Indigenous foods that are being prepared throughout the day. Whatever you do, also make sure to bring your pets as they have their own area to bounce around in. And while you're there, take some time to talk to Ollie Dog, who will answer all your pet-related cannabis questions. And for you, don't forget to check out the free cannabis-infused samples. This 420, make sure to stop into 346 York Road on the Tiogananga, Mohawk Territory, home of Legacy 420, where the Indigenous medical cannabis legacy continues. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, you're watching the Pace Radio Show, and if you miss our live shows, you can always catch your broadcast afterwards as a podcast at our website. Well, Tamara, going into that commercial break, I played the clip there on the Indigenous 420 Day down at Legacy 420. As far as 420s go, myself anyways, other than I think out west there in British Columbia, I'm not seeing any big outdoor events like in the past with the rallies that were held, because at one time there was only one in Ontario for the longest time. That was the one that was held at Victoria Park Avenue and Highway 420. Correct. That's what the highway number is, 420. Yeah. And then went marched down Clifton Hill, the big tourist area down there. And people from all over the country, I would see Dana Larson. He appeared, David Melmo Levine, and others came from out west and came to this 420. And then eventually more of them came into the province. Like in Oshawa, Peterborough, Toronto, which became very large. But it doesn't seem like there's any of those type of events going on.
In Alberta, Keith Fagan of Calgary 420 was kind of my mentor, and 420 was never a big thing for him. We would go to Edmonton sometimes because the Edmonton crew up there would hold a 420, and Global Marijuana March was more of our thing, right? We waited because we were in Alberta in April, the weather could be shitty. We drove to Edmonton in a blizzard one year, right? And then after I got my medical licensing, we did do a 420 in Lethbridge, but it was just gathering at Galt Gardens, marching down from Bob headquarters and sitting in the park and smoking cannabis all together, right? Now I know after I left Lethbridge, there was a big event afterward. Now I'm not sure if it goes on anymore either.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find some. I got some pictures here.
But yeah, we always 420 was never a thing for, like I said, in Calgary. So I always went to Edmonton. Alvin and I went to Edmonton a couple times for 420. And we all did. We all kind of traveled to Edmonton. I don't know, because that's where our legislation was. That was the capital of Alberta's Edmonton, right? So.
Mm-hmm. I know I got some here in my photo album of past 420s that I attended. Yeah. Well, in the early days, it was, I went down to
wasn't it like
Falls, right? That was the only spot. But
the hash mob with Goodwins and stuff, and didn't they throw the great big party in downtown Toronto?
Oh yeah. Even at live, there was one year they had a seminar thing, not seminar, but speakers at the Hamilton Library, and Rosie Rothenbaum, the guy who served 20 years for hash in jail there, he spoke about how he worked his business, how he was able to smuggle hash into the country.
Wow.
So, and then they would have, draws and rallies, not rallies, but draws and raffles
Right.
At that event. And I'd come home with a box of paper, stoked stones, and
Right.
all kinds of goodies from buying raffle tickets.
Well, I'm seeing some disdain going on at the West Coast as there's a few parties, but in one breath you see them originally, because originally 420 was always held at the art gallery, right?
Yeah.
And it decided to go big that one year and have the great big bash on the beach, right? And then after
Right.
that, they had the issues, and then there's been nothing but issues. Now I see it breaking down once again, where there's a bunch going to be at the art gallery again, and then there's a bunch going to be at this 420 live party that Asia's doing, and then there's other things too going on. And then I saw Mr. Larson saying that he'll be at his mushroom store. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know what the actual FDD double hockey sticks is going on out there, but I'm glad I'm not
Right.
there.
The here, this is some pictures I've got here. Okay, here we go. And this is from a Peterborough 420 rally. This was from 2013.
I know,
So
right?
9 years ago, this was the beginning. Like, we were all at the park, which was like a block south of the police station. There, you can see it says Peterborough Police, and we were just a block away from them, and we walked up past the police station and
Taking the thrill away. You know what it is? Before we'd walk down there and we're all like anticipating big, bunch of cops. We're all going to get busted for smoking a joint, and the adrenaline rush of all the cops being there. They've taken the thrill away because now it doesn't matter.
well, yeah, yeah. That's the thing. There is
it anymore.
Yeah, but you can see here, we're not thousands of people, but we've got a group of us that are going around and make our way past City Hall. There in the photos, and we're heading downtown with our group there. Flags are going. We're downtown there now, through the lights, past the businesses. There's Pipe Dreams.
I've been to that store.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. Look at that. Hey, come in. Get 420 off.
That's the Peterborough head shop that I went to with Vicky when I went out there for my first trip, my second trip actually. I bought my first cute boxer. Yep.
Yeah, it's still there. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. With legalization, you're kind of worried about some of these places shutting down because they sell bongs and papers and everything in the stores too, right? But I'm glad to hear that they're still kicking. That's good.
So the sign says, "Come in for 20% off." So you got 20% off on 420.
Awesome.
Okay, whizzing along. There we go. Still downtown. Amongst all the traffic, and everything was good.
Even in Lethbridge, we never had any issues with the cops. Even with the global marijuana march, like, we didn't impede traffic, we didn't hold up traffic. They didn't even really give a shit. That's what we were told. Like, as long as you don't, cause any traffic impairment, you guys can do whatever you want. Like, and I mean, not like they didn't want to smoke it out. We were, kind of mindful about smoking in public. But we also, like, my kids showed up and they were underage, and I told them to beat it. I said, as much as I love you for showing up, you both are not 18, because Alberta's 18. You have to go. I don't want you here. Like, yeah.
So here we are, downtown Peterborough, and these are the two local radio stations.
Oh yeah,
owned by, and so they've moved from this location now. But you could look right in the window where the DJs were, right? So that's what we did. We got around the window, so the DJ, to say something, right?
They were probably part of Bell Media, and they probably got shut down.
Chorus Radio is what they're part of.
It's funny. We've got Vista out here, and our local radio station's not going anywhere. But the other one, that's Palace what's his name, Jim Pattison Broadcasting. That one might be going to.
What else we got here? Okay.
You know what? I wish that we had gotten more mainstream media coverage, because we did for a bit, especially the big ones out in Vancouver. But remember, we would always say they always put the kids with the bong on the, that are underage on the lawn on the front page of a newspaper.
Yeah.
And that was always like the bad PR we always seem to get, which caused the stigma that goes along with cannabis, right? Look at those kids, like they look like a bunch of orphans,
Yeah.
smoking the bong on a lawn, right?
Yeah. There's Wayne and Shallon. They're the ones who organized the 420 rally up there. They're also the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop that advertises here. That we run a promo for them. They own.
Yeah, he's always been really supportive, right? Like even when you first were asked the place to put the grassroots and for on TY Magazine, he was more than happy to take your promotions, right?
The information.
Yep.
Going to the different flea markets and stuff, and you can see right here in this photo where the ladies are here handing out information through from Pace, and then you can see the people standing around the booth there that Shay and Wayne are in, and you see the people all standing around. And this is, like I said, this is like just a block south of the police station.
Mm-hmm.
That was
well, having
so it was always a good time. And then I had when I was going to Niagara Falls, I got to I don't have any photos of it because it was so long ago. That I got to speak twice. I was one of the speakers, and that was because of partially 1 year was because of Wendell Grant, the reefer reporter on the Belleville terrestrial radio station. So they had me speak about that situation, and then Marco had me come down and speak 1 year on behalf of Treating Yourself.
Yeah, it's funny how things were, a little more laid back in certain aspects, and things got really, weird about cannabis again, and they kind of loosened off a bit. And, it all kind of depended on who was the Prime Minister of Canada, to be fair. Because when Chrétien was in, like, everybody's just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah, it was more like he had that line he always liked to say, "Oh, I'll have the money for my fine in my hand in my other pocket with a joint I'm smoking in the other one."
like Chrétien was so pro cannabis, and like to be fair, like in the 70s they were looking at legalization, and then the Senate report came out showing that there was no harms. They did an extensive study, in 2000. Senate report that came out, showing no harms and that they really should legalize cannabis. And then we got a bunch, we got Mulroney, and then we had like with Reagan, right along that same, anti-drug kind of situation, right? And then
that was the Ledane report.
Yeah, the Ledane Commission, right?
Yeah.
But and again, like I said, and then Chrétien, and he was like more laid back, and then it became like Martin, and then it was just kind of weird all through that. And then you had Harper, which was an absolute fucking nightmare.
Well, you gotta look at what were the cannabis laws under the last time.
The conservatives were in power.
When Harper was in, that was the last conservative.
Mandatory minimum jail sentencing.
Yeah.
For minor offenses, like like a 3-stroking out deal, right? Liberals said
plans got you 6 months in jail, mandatory minimum.
Yeah, and I know people that actually did the time for that.
Wow.
Right. So again, in the 90s too, who was our prime minister in the 90s? Who the hell was that?
Before him would it be Joe Clark?
Yep, that'd be it. He is a pretty hard ass.
Conservative yet, conservatives have always been against it.
Anything.
I just shared today on Facebook. It was a quote from Rona Ambrose.
Oh God.
Yeah, I showed it on my
All
Facebook.
of a sudden, it's like, oh my god, a flashback. I remember that douchebag. She's like, oh, well, because because macros, right? Jan and Bob Sear, and she was, yeah, she was an instrumental like nightmare for them because they got busted. It was the first Compassion Club in Edmonton or in Alberta, right? And Jan
Right.
is still, Bob's passed away now, but yeah, like she was a fucking nightmare. Yeah.
Here we go.
Rose, why
It
did
was
that?
the letter of the day. It was letter of the day. This was April the 17th, 2015, 9 years ago. And it says Tories oppose selling marijuana in stores because it harms kids. That was the title of it. That was the undertitle. The main title of the letter says, "Put a lid on pot." So, and normally those come by the person who is not submitting the article. It's put by the editor who's doing the layout and all that stuff, right? Doing all that stuff. But it says, as health minister, I'm very concerned about the health risks associated with smoking marijuana, especially for kids. Kids aren't smoking cannabis. It's not for kids to smoke cannabis.
No, and we weren't pushing it ever on children. But here's the funniest thing
Oh.
you found out after the fact. Her great grandfather was a hemp farmer in
No,
Northern
really?
Alberta because Jan and Bob would go to the farmers markets with their hemp products, right? And
Right.
Rona Ambrose's grandparents.
Oh.
They didn't like her much either.
Now, she goes on to say that a new Statistics Canada report confirms conservative government's approach to combating cannabis smoking is working. It states that the past year, use has gone down by nearly 1/3 of youth aged 15 to 17. Now, you would probably know about the UNICEF report that showed that Canada's youth were leading the industrial world in consumption.
Right. Right. And to be fair with that too, like they were actually the study I think was done like on age groups between I think it was 14 and 24, right? So it's not really little kids. And if you look at the size of the way, let's put it this way, when you were 14, what the fuck were you doing? Right?
Um,
And if they expect at that point in time to, girls had consent at 10 and could have babies at 10, they're worried about a kid smoking cannabis, Rona. Like, come on.
it goes on to say the evidence is clear that when you smoke marijuana, there are risks of developing mental health issues, including psychosis and schizophrenia, increase, and that regular long-term use in youth can harm concentration, memory, and the ability to think and make decisions. Can also produce anxiety, paranoia, fear, or panic.
Where's this research? Because as far as we know now, there hasn't been any done.
There are some people that have some issues, and there's some people that I would say that are predisposed to some conditions. Just like cheeseburgers aren't for everybody, cannabis isn't for everybody.
No, it's not everybody's cup of tea, and nobody's
Correct, exactly.
And if you,
It doesn't mean that it's the cause of.
No, and it shouldn't be restricted for everybody. It'd be like restricting chocolate,
Correct.
coffee.
Coffee.
So-
Yeah, coffee. At one time, coffee wasn't a banned substance back in like the 1600s or something,
Right.
because
So
of the fact that it was a stimulant.
Right. So where are you going to where the prohibition of anything has never done anybody any good. At the bottom end of things, it's prohibition, right? And you always know that when you tell people what they can't do, they want to do it twice as much. So why just?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, I know we have to you can't murder, steal, and do bad things. But I mean, if you're not harming anybody or even yourself for that matter, what does it matter?
She goes on to say that we oppose the Liberals' deeply irresponsible scheme to make it easier for our children to access cannabis by selling it in stores.
Yeah, just like they can access liquor more, efficiently and easily too, because they sell it in stores too.
What's that?
Alcohol. They sell that in stores too. But that's going to be more appealing to children, and they're going to be able to walk right in and get it. If you got age restrictions.
Yeah, our provincial government has announced that they are changing our alcohol laws effective in 2026. Alcohol will be eligible to be available in corner stores.
I thought he was doing that before.
No, it's in some grocery chains locations, like Walmart, for example. They have. I know the one in Belleville. It has an alcohol section.
What's the benefits? What's the purpose of putting liquor into corner stores? What's the benefits to the people for that? So it's more accessible, so you can just
more accessible.
Use it more. So you can have more abuse of it because it's more accessible.
So they well, I know here in Ontario we have more cannabis stores than we do.
We do too. Like, to be fair, we've got more cannabis stores than we do liquor stores too. Yeah. But again, I just don't understand the purpose of that. Like, what do you think it's going to do? Oh, I guess they're looking at more access.
Access.
More tax. More taxes for their liquor.
Well, okay. Is that now something that that people could say, well, okay, if cannabis is, if alcohol is now available at convenience and corner stores, why can't that same person ask for ID for someone who wants cannabis?
They should be able to.
If that, yeah.
But again, they've always said they will never put cannabis and now liquor in the same.
Well, no, but they could use that same model in a convenience store.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're selling tobacco, if you're selling tobacco already in your convenience store, you should be eligible to be able to sell cannabis at the store because you're already registered with the gaming and tobacco. Like same thing for cannabis, it's still all under cannabis, alcohol, gaming, and tobacco.
Yeah, you still have to know how to ask for ID, right?
Right. So if you're absolutely selling cigarettes at your convenience store or at your grocery store, then and lottery, because you have to be 19 or 18 and over to sell lottery, why aren't you able to sell anything like that? So I'm not against having liquor in the stores. I just think it's like, I don't know what the big hoopla is about it. Oh, we're doing this for you. No, you're not. You're
but it is a because here it's always been here in Ontario.
You're simple-minded enough to fucking vote for Doug Ford because he put liquor in a fucking corner store.
Well, hey, people voted for a buck of beer. That lasted like 6 months or a year, maybe.
There can't be that many simple people in Canada.
Well, it's time for a commercial break. There must be. People are voted in. People vote for it. Okay, I'll have to pay you with some bills when we return. Our discussion will continue, and that will be talking about some new shows that are coming here on the network. Awesome. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back. Hey, we doing taking a picture of us?
I'm doing a video for TikTok so that we can promote the show on that platform.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, well, hey.
Yeah, I'm trying to get at least enough people so we can start going live on this medium too. So yeah, so I'm just doing.
Okay, all right.
And I'm just telling everybody that they can watch us on the Pace Radio Network and on Roku TV, and I'll be turning this off and we'll go back to the show because we're live.
And or if you're live, yeah, you can catch us right on our YouTube.
Yeah,
we're live on YouTube. We're live at our website as well, paceradio.net. We're live there as well.
There you go. So paceradio.net. So if you want to watch us live, come on down. All right, so we're just gonna post that. Yeah, so I figured why not show the commercials and stuff and do a quick little video.
Okay.
So I just do like videoing the commercials and stuff, and now I'm gonna put a video up and it'll go onto TikTok.
Oh, okay, to go on TikTok. All right, okay.
I think because I do that with my show too. Like I advertise, like say, hey, if you want to see me live, I'll be on, at this time.
Is she texting? What's she doing there? Right?
I was trying to do this. Yeah, trying to do a video of commercials.
Maybe you're getting a selfie with the mountains behind you.
Yeah, no. That was no. My intentions was people we can maybe get some audience going and add some more. Add some more people because the more people, the better.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. All right. I have got everything I think that I need here. Okay, all right. As far as what I talked about before the break, and that was the fact that we've got some new shows coming here on the Pace Radio Network, and I'm just trying to line up the one here. And that way I get everything right. First up, this is the Veterans Action Council. Yeah, you can see it there. Okay, I got it up there. You can see that they've got a bunch of different interviews here that they've
Awesome.
done. This weekend, you can see right here, this one's Chris Conrad. He's been around for many years doing advocacy in the U.S.
Right.
He's coming up. You can see here Chris Bennett from British Columbia. Well, now Nova Scotia or New Brunswick. He's now on the east coast of Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah. Al Byrne. He was a guest on there, and he was a guest. Al Byrne is a guest on the Pace Radio Show, and Al, who is the one who connected me to all three of these broadcasts that we're going to discuss tonight. So
nice.
Who else we got? Morgan Fox. You go back 7 months. Some of these just start getting older, but that's fine. It's still good conversation.
Right.
Michael and Michelle Aldridge. I had heard about them. You can see them there, the older couple there.
Mm-hmm.
Lily Dubois. She was on there talking with them. There's Dr. McNabb, Dr. Marion McNabb. Alice O'Leary Randall, and I believe she is the wife of the fellow who was receiving, I can't be 100% sure here, but was receiving his cannabis from the federal government at one time due to he was blind.
Oh yeah.
And yeah. Dr. Peter Grinspoon, that's Dr. Lester's son.
Right.
Yeah, in United Nations a year ago. They went down to the United Nations a year ago. They just got back from there. So it'll be interesting to see how they make out when they get one of those, when they get that posted. So I basically what I'm doing is they get together like every 2 weeks and they have their meetings. So what I'll be doing is, playing some older stuff and putting in some new stuff.
Awesome.
Mixing it up. Other than it saying that, maybe tomorrow is Remembrance Day when it's in the middle of July, so obviously it's not. But the information is still important to share with people.
Absolutely. When you think about the UN, and you think that Uruguay had already legalized, but they're not part of the UN. Canada was the first UN country, G7 country, to legalize cannabis and to criminalize any small amount of drugs. But now Germany has as well. So I think that this is really opening the door for a lot of the Western countries in Europe to alleviate, and generate money. Because I think they're actually seeing the fact that there is money being generated in Canada because of cannabis, right?
Yeah. No one's making a profit, or the Ontario Cannabis Store is, but as far yeah. Okay.
Right?
So you got them.
PST, right? The provincial governments are still collecting the PST. No matter what, that's still money generated.
Yeah, it is. So the Veteran Action Council, they do advocacy. They help with veterans. There are veterans who got together over COVID to always, talk and get together, right? Just to communicate.
Right.
And it's just grown from there. And they get involved in stuff within the U.S. and they go a little more worldwide, global. As I mentioned, they went to the UN last year. They went to the UN again this year on behalf of patients to speak up. So now
that's awesome.
The next broadcast, and that show will air Sunday nights at 8:00. Okay. Now this next show, this is called the Humboldt Legacy Project, or the Humboldt Grace Project. It's connected. Lily Dubois, who I mentioned in the last at the Veteran Action Council. She's also a past a past guest on the Pace Radio show. She's involved in putting a series of these interviews together with host Kevin Jodry. And they have these different people who they have interviewed over the last while, and they're going to continue to do so. This fella, Ryan Lee, it just aired this past weekend. He's a Canadian expert in cannabis botanist and geneticist.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, it gives you a bit of an idea, kind of.
Canadian, these guys Canadian, or are they American?
No, this comes from, as I mentioned, Lily. She is located in the Emerald Triangle in California.
Okay.
She's.
I just think of the Humboldt. I think of the hockey players in Saskatchewan.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So
No, this is California. I can understand. Yeah, I can see why. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, Lily is the Humboldt Grace, the Humboldt Legacy Project comes through that, and they get these different people come on and do interviews. And there'll be people, as well as the legacy people from right there in, from the Triangle, right?
Nice.
Who are going to be involved in the interviews.
Nice.
So I look forward to that, and that's gonna that show's gonna rotate every other Monday night. It
Nice.
won't run every Monday night, so every other Monday night at 9 o'clock.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Fill them up.
Yeah.
The more the merrier. That's what I always say. The more the merrier. The more education.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now we got one more show that is being added to the network, and I'm just getting that one brought up as well. There we go. Yeah, it's so the third show that's being added, it will rotate on the opposite Monday to the Humboldt Grace Legacy Project there. So this one will go every other Monday, same time, 9 o'clock. And this show is has been assembled by a veteran located in the U.S. Okay, located in the U.S. and has been on the air as a radio podcast. I'm going to say for just over 20 years. A bit of a break the last few years, but it's been around for at least 20 plus years. Had also done some video podcasting before then, did interviews. And to tell you the truth, this is the 11th year of the radio show. And the reason why the Pace Radio Show got a home was because of Time for Hemp. I was a joint host with Casper Leach of Time for Hemp when he broadcasted every day through the week. And he asked me to start my own show. So I started the Pace Radio Show. I was running Pace, doing all the shows for TY and everything as far as going, face to face with people in the public. And so Casper asked me to do a broadcast, and that's where the Pace Radio Show got started back in 2013.
Right.
Yeah. So Casper, like I said, has been doing this for over 20 years, and he's got some episodes here of content that he's been able to put together and create the different episodes, such as you can see here. Global medical cannabis markets require constant research. Marijuana is good for you, and each one will have there's different shows where he's taken the information and put things together.
Awesome.
Eliminated the ums and the ahs and um, speaking of ums, and clean them all up. There's stuff in there that is older, can be older stuff, but the information is still important and relevant to today. 30,000 hours of all audio podcasts.
Wow.
Is what Time for Hemp has done over the years.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so we're going to have access to that stuff and be able to broadcast it here. As well as there'll be some new stuff. I'll talk to them about coming on next week. Casper and Al Byrne, as I've mentioned his name a couple times. He's working with Casper on this. They have some terrific interviews with some very well-known people in the cannabis community that help spread the word for years, researchers and doctors and stuff. So it'd be good. It's just like, for example, if you took some of Michelle Rainey's stuff and updated it some to, I'm sure that her education could continue. And it's still available on YouTube.
Yeah, it is.
Right? So,
Michelle's medicinal closet.
What's that?
Michelle's medicinal closet.
Yeah. Well, it's all stuff that taught us, and it's still important stuff. So, so Casper has like I said, all that audio. Or I'll run it. It won't be like a broadcast, like a human broadcast. It's going to require some picture stuff or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I can generate something with AI. I know that Casper has on his website a 2.5 minute video that was done with AI, and I'm telling you, like I was just like, holy shit! Like, I would have like this picture's mouth moved to the audio in the radio broadcast. It was like real. Yeah. So I don't see me being able to do that
That's
I don't
creepy.
know. Huh?
It's creepy. It's already creepy enough when you're watching videos and you're not sure if the person's real or not.
Yeah, because I turned, I had it on my phone, right? And I turned to Gail and I said, "Hey, look at this." And then I said, I said that's a picture that's talking to you. That's not a human, right? So yeah, she was surprised.
Yeah, I was watching like what is it called? I don't know. It's on BBC, but they have robots.
Yeah.
That's
So,
fucking
let me see. As far as I guess he's got an interview here that he did with Tommy Chong and Dr. Tim Leary. This one here. Okay, this is
the ability to be in the U.S. and have the ability to have that different audience, right?
Yeah.
But being in Canada, like, you don't get the access to these, the people, right? Where
these
we're
people.
we have such a small population comparably to the United States. Like,
Well, here you go. Here you go. He took different interviews and he put them together and created this Roots of Medicinal Cannabis Research. and Al Byrne is involved with him on this show, and Dr. Donald Abrams. He's HIV doctor, big on the cannabis. Dr. Ethan Russo. Do I need to say any more?
Dr. Russo for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Dr. Dennis Petro. The next one, Dr. Raphael Mushulin. I don't need to say much about him either. We all know about him. Dr. Andrew Well, Mary Lynn Mathry. She's a nurse. I believe she's a veteran, but I'm not 100% sure. I believe she is. That Patients Out of Time, I believe she was involved with.
Right.
And lots of knowledge, obviously, with some of those doctors' names that I mentioned that were on his broadcasts over the years. And
I've never looked into Dr. Russo. What his actual medical credentials are? Are they medical? Are they naturopaths? Like, what are the,
oh, okay. Well, if you
what are their stances on other medications? Right.
Well, I can tell you.
Like I'm all for a doctor that's all about helping people get access and information about cannabis, but I also am not into a doctor that's anti-vax and going to tell you to use oregano oil for meningitis, right? Like,
yeah,
doctor is he?
I'm just waiting for the page to do its thing.
Lots of stuff that's come out. Dr. Russo says about cannabis, which is terrific. I always want to hear the information. But again, what else is he prescribing for people? Is he prescribing?
Oh yeah.
Is he prescribing?
Unfortunately, StreamYard is taking its time on my computer right now.
That's right.
I can't bring it up. I have to.
I've never actually looked at that, and just because of the whole thing with vaccinations and all these people that are not willing to vaccinate their kids, and meningitis and all these, and measles and all these other regular diseases are coming back. Oh, I lost him. I don't know what the stance is on that. Oh, Al went away. I don't know what happened to Al. Good grief. Obviously his internet must have went down, which sometimes happens for him out in Ontario because he's out in the rural areas. So we were talking about Dr. Ethan Russo, and I was kind of looking through stuff. This is not Ethan Russo, permanent girl, Dr. Ethan MD. So it looks like he's a medical doctor, certified by a medical doctor. This is not Ethan Russo that I know. Oh, maybe. He looks way younger than I thought. Interesting. We'll have to bring that up. I thought Dr. Ethan Russo was old. This guy doesn't look old. Prague, Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic. Medical director. Oh, there you are. I thought, you must have disappeared. There you are.
I'm back.
I figured your internet must have went down. Now, I found Dr. Ethan Russo online here, but it doesn't look like the same Ethan Russo that we would be talking to.
Okay. Well, on my website, okay, on the pace-online.ca, which is, if you went to paceradio.net and clicked on the menu, you would see the homepage for pace-online.ca. And within the menu, on the drop-down menu, you'll see a tab that says Cannabis Researchers. And if you go in there, it has a bunch of researchers like Dr. Robert Mellon.
Oh, I know, that's great. I know that all that, but I mean, I want to find out what his credentials are. Like I said,
well, I'm thinking that might help you here.
Yeah, well, I'm Google, and Google's showing me some young dude that's not.
Okay, well, here you can see right here it says Dr. Ethan Russo, full-time consultant with GW Pharma. This was when I told you. I don't know how update. This information might be a little bit off.
That's what I'm looking at too, right?
Yeah.
But I thought that Dr. Ethan Russo that was advising us on, remember the old list? Was a lot older than this.
No, I don't know.
Maybe I was just misconception. I thought he was
Yeah.
some old dude, and he's not some old dude.
Yeah. Well, he's he worked with for pain linked to MS and cancer, but he has a neurology practice for 20 years.
Well, then there's a medical doctor. He believes in
And
science.
has previously published studies examining the history of cannabis. So to learn more about him, I've got a Google and a YouTube link right there. All you have to do is just click on them.
All right, I see them now.
All right.
He's talking about hypermesis syndrome, cannabinoid hypermesis syndrome.
I don't know what he's talked about lately or today or anything like that, but that's some information on him.
I know. Okay.
Is what but I got all kinds of doctors listed on here. Even Dr. William Brooke O'Shaughnessy. You know what he discovered?
No.
He discovered. Okay, there we are. Back in here. Okay, in about 1940s. Okay, 1840. 1840s. So like 185 years ago or 183 years ago. Okay. It says right here. O'Shaughnessy established his reputation by successfully relieving the pain of rheumatism and stilling the convulsions of an infant with cannabis. The convulsions of an infant.
Right.
I look at that as like this guy knew back then that there was a benefit to cannabis.
They say the old LDS Mormons out here at Bountiful, the polygamists, they all have, and I've used CBD oils and tinctures and stuff with cannabis for decades, for menopause, for menstrual pain, for. I've been told that, but the Duke of Wars too, apparently.
Okay, there we go. Well, there we go. We talked about the microwave weed.
That's still just ridiculous to me.
We discussed some old 420s.
And
there are events happening in Toronto. There is the Canna Crawl that's going on in Hamilton. But yeah, there's no organized that I'm aware of. Yonge and Dundas Square or Nathan Phillips Square is in the past. I don't know of anything that's organized. Some people might just show up, see what's going on, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anything.
It's said the Global Marijuana March. That's why you see me doing some promos, trying to let people know what's still going on out there, because just because legalization and COVID doesn't mean that cannabis law reform needs to come to an end. We still need to change laws. Right?
Shouldn't be any laws.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. Other than that, it's just about bottom of the hour, and time for us to say goodbye.
Right?
How was the dub?
It's awesome. That's why I'm chewing on candy, because now I got the munchies.
Good. All right.
Munchies and you're chewing on stuff because, it was lovely. Like I said, I'm quite.
Okay. Yeah. All right. She says hi.
Hi, Gail.
I think maybe she's in the shower. All right. She's around here somewhere.
Maybe she took the dog out.
Yeah. All right. Other than that, we're done. We're heading home, and we'll be back next week.
See everybody on Monday.
Huh?
Monday, Coffee with Marijuana. I'll see everybody then.
Yes, exactly. Your broadcast. And I'll talk to Casper about joining us next week.
That'd be terrific.
And other than that, thanks to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, who are a sponsor of the Toronto Global Marijuana March.
Yay.
This year. Thanks to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast. And before, as we say goodbye, here's just a reminder about the Indigenous Legacy 420 event. See you later. Bye-bye. Hey, what are you doing this 420? Whatever you're doing, make sure to stop into Legacy 420 because the Indigenous owned and operated organic medical cannabis company is having an Indigenous themed 420 celebration. When you arrive, stop into the vending area featuring the local artisans and check out the fish, corn soup, Indian tacos, and other Indigenous foods that are being prepared throughout the day. Whatever you do, also make sure to bring your pets as they have their own area to bounce around in. And while you're there, take some time to talk to Ollie Dog, who will answer all your pet-related cannabis questions. And for you, don't forget to check out the free cannabis-infused samples. This 420, make sure to stop into 346 York Road on the Tiogananga Mohawk Territory, home of Legacy 420, where the Indigenous medical cannabis legacy continues. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
On today's episode, we're going to keep it a little bit shorter because I just celebrated my birthday, and tonight is the celebration day. So let's get right into this. We got a little bit of word of the week, and then we'll be bringing in our guest from High Magazine Canada.
No.
High Canada Magazine.
Yes.
William Sy.
No. Cy Williams.
Cy Williams. Cy Williams from High Canada Magazine is here as our guest.
Yes.
But we need to get to your word of the week. Because
yes.
Mary Jane has been building us through the learning word process, and we got to make sure that that ladder keeps getting built properly, or else I might fall off.
You fell off.
I might fell off.
You newbie, you.
So let's get into word of the week, ladies and gentlemen, here on another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. What do you got for us, Mary Jane?
Okay, so my word of the week is going to be the very first type of concentrate extract that I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about 4.
Okay.
At least. See, you think I've got this all planned out. I kind of do, but I don't. So, anyways, the word of the week is keef. Not Keith. Keef. Kief.
Keith Richards, one of my favorite Rolling Stones.
No, like Kiefer Sutherland.
Oh, what about that Kiefer guy from Big Brother?
What Kiefer guy?
Remember
from
Kiefer
Big
Canada?
I'm kidding, Kiefer. Everybody loved Kiefer.
Everybody did.
He actually won like top. Wasn't he like top
he was the
fan
most
favorite?
Fan favorite.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have a vote on this show too.
Yes.
Whoever gets the fan favorite vote, you or me.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Okay. So I win by default.
Yes.
Because she got out of the competition.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everybody.
No, thank you, MJ.
Thank you, MJ.
Yes, you're welcome.
For winning the first fan favorite award. Thank you.
See, I won.
Okay.
All right. So keef is also known as crystals or cannabis dust. I don't like to call it that because I feel like dust is kind of like angel dust.
Yeah, it does. It sounds more
right.
It sounds more druggy.
Exactly, more druggy.
It sounds more druggy.
It's true. It does have like a weird like sound to it. So basically, what keef is it's a collection of trichomes. So as I taught you before, trichomes are the resinous, sticky part of the bud that protects it from the plant or from the sun and the bugs when it's growing. What you do is you can separate the trichomes from the dried flower by sifting it through a screen or something called a pollen box, which has multiple layers of the screen. And you can just, you can also actually get keef from, do you mind passing me that grinder behind you, the one with the peace sign on it?
Oh, this is a grinder?
I thought you were going to, no.
No.
That's only my kids, right?
The gnome was looking after it.
I thought you were just going to say the gnome was looking at you. Okay, so if you look in here, in this grinder, you will see that there, if I can get it open, there's a screen in the bottom.
Okay, yeah. It's
or
like
in
a
the
little
middle.
sifter.
That's exactly what it is. It's a sifter. So that way all of the keef or crystal trichomes will go through the screen and collect in the keef catcher.
Okay.
That's what we call them, the little
yeah,
keef catcher.
that's-
Seems fairly
Makes sense.
straightforward.
Yeah.
Then you can take your keef and use it.
How?
I was waiting for you to ask how. So you can sprinkle it into a joint. You can put a little bit on top of your bong. You can compress it into little tiny pucks and bricks. And that's actually another form of concentrate called hash, which we'll be talking about next week.
So this is an addition to, like, so you put flour in your paper and then you sprinkle this on top of the flour?
So you can. So it's where most of the THC is in the trichomes.
Okay.
So that's the highest form of like the highest concentration of THC. So what a lot of people like to do, now you're going to love this. So you know about oil.
Mm-hmm.
So if I were to take a joint and then roll it in oil, like dip a little bit of oil on it,
Yep.
and then take my keef and then roll my joint in keef,
Okay.
that's what they call a moon rocket, because it's a joint covered in oil, covered in keef.
So you light that baby up and bam.
It's like out of this world.
Okay.
So there's also something called a moon rock, which is essentially just a cannabis bud that they take and dip into an oily concentrate like oil and then roll it in keef. And that, what they're doing is they're boosting the THC percentage on the bud, because now they've just added, a 70% THC oil to it, and like 40% THC with the keef.
Okay.
So if you bust that up and smoke it, oh my goodness, you're gonna be wrecked. That's like a lot of THC.
All right, so keef. So
Keef.
wait, is keef? Help me remember this right now. Is keef the first form of concentrate? that we've been talking about?
It's the first one we're going to talk about today in this like set of
Yeah.
4. Because I've got keef, hash, resin, and rosin. And then later on, like next time, I'll talk about wax and butter. And
See, this is why if you are just joining our podcast now, whether through audio or video, you need to go to the beginning, because as much as you think you don't have a plan, you have a plan.
I do and I don't.
Well,
I make it up as I go along, but it's really hard for
There's a
me
flow.
because I've consumed cannabis for as long as I can remember, to the point where it seems like second nature. So I have to try and think back to what it was like when I first started consuming and try and figure out, what did I need to find out? What did I need to learn?
Right.
Because there were, times are different. Like, first you need to know, where do I get cannabis? And I mean, I've touched very little bit on, you can get it online here in Ontario with the OCS, the Ontario Cannabis Store.
Mm-hmm.
And I also have touched base on the fact that you can go to a legal recreational retail outlet.
Mm-hmm.
However, I did not walk you through the process of, standing in line, being ID'd, talking to the clerk. Like, we didn't go through any of that.
Right. But what you just said there is super interesting to me, because I was hoping that that's what this show would do too. Is, like you said, you've been using it your entire life. It's like people who drive now and are horrible drivers because they've gotten into so many bad habits. They've forgotten actually the basic rules of driving.
Yeah.
And you kind of consume cannabis. I don't think you do, because you're very cerebral with it. Well, at least you teach me enough to make me think that you're cerebral about it. But you could consume cannabis on auto drive, like, and I'm hoping that what this show does is it takes that you can break it down for someone like me.
Mm-hmm.
And in that process, maybe we're even helping other cannabis consumers who have been doing it for longer than you have,
Mm-hmm.
and be like, oh man, when was the last time I heard about keef? And just have this educational process, because I don't know, the best teaching I think that is ever given. We've been talking a lot about like guys like Mr. Rogers and Mr. Dressup.
Yeah.
When you have the ability to explain things, especially things as complex as weed is, what I'm learning, when you can break it down to its simplest forms again, that's when real learning happens. And so I'm excited every time you do a word of the week, because I think it really does help everybody. Either you're familiar with the word, and if you are, maybe you haven't heard about it in a long time, and it just brings you back to like, yeah, that's cool. And then people like me who are like, I never heard of keef except on Big Brother. So thank you for words of the week.
Oh, you're
and
welcome.
Stay tuned and go back and watch other episodes.
Mm-hmm.
So I have heard about Cy Williams.
Yes.
I met him once at an event.
Yes, that's right. That was an awesome event. We'll just leave it at that. Maybe we'll get at it.
It was an awesome event. But you have shared about him and the magazine, High Canada Magazine. You are wearing a High Canada Magazine shirt.
I am
sporting the merch. I don't currently have the merch, but maybe we can cut a deal with Cy on that regard.
See.
So let's bring in our guest for today, Cy Williams from High Canada Magazine. Can we do that?
All right. Yeah, let's bring in Cy.
And there he is, Cy Williams, all the way from BC, Canada.
Hey, Cy.
Thank you. Pulled it out just to...
I love your shirt.
How come I don't have one of those?
Well, you're just getting in to the industry. So,
all right.
You have to actually kind of earn a High Canada t-shirt. You know, I've never sold a High Canada t-shirt. Never, not one. I've had at least thousands made over the years, and we always give them away. So if you play your cards right, and I don't see any reason why you might not be able to get one.
Yeah. Well, by the way, MJ made it sound I need to like put in some dues. Like, how long do I need to hang out with cannabis people before I earn that?
Well, not just cannabis
no.
people. High Canada.
It's not so much the people. How much cannabis have you smoked? Have you hit that level?
I've had 3 full joints. Well, maybe
3 cannabis?
Maybe did I finish
3
them?
joints, okay.
3 joints, but they were all to yourself.
Yeah. I didn't share them. I didn't pass the Dutchie to the left-hand side. Did I use that phrase properly?
Or the right. You just hoarded it to yourself.
Yeah, it's okay. I think that's called microphoning.
Yes. Actually, I wish they would make rolling papers that on one end, the filter end, look like the microphone and the other end, you know what I mean? So as it burned, every time you'd just be like putting it up to your lips and sorry, am I holding the microphone again?
Well,
I always thought that microphoning went well with karaoke myself.
Yes.
I don't know if we've tried to do the stoner karaoke over the years. We haven't got it right yet, so we'll keep working on that.
Well, based on all the stuff that I see in your setup here, you could probably teach me a lot. Like Mary Jane has been, this has been probably more educational for me than anybody else during this podcast process. You look like you could probably teach me a ton of stuff.
Well, I have to say, I just want to start by saying I'm a big fan of the show. You guys have made me laugh out loud, like seriously in real life. A chuckle. I love watching, Timmy, your education into the cannabis community, because the cannabis community is one of the most complex entities or cliques, industries, communities that is out there, and there are more contradictions than actualities. And it has been so much fun watching and listening to MJ kind of fill you in on things. So props to you, MJ. And Timmy, how are you feeling? You feeling like you're getting the gist of what she's laying down?
I think so.
Any hurdles?
I have learned a lot, but I think this is the thing that I'm most impressed with, and it's been a growth process. But hear me out here, Cy. There is 5 forms of cannabis. Okay, there's 6 if it's 5A and 5B. Okay, so it's flower, it's tinctures, it's topicals, it's edibles, and it's concentrates / extracts. Did I get it?
Yeah, I've seen them on the little dissolvables that go on the tongue as well. I have suppositories in my fridge.
You never told me about suppositories.
Let me think. I think you're going to say there anymore.
Well, a suppository would technically be a concentrate.
Okay.
It's still a concentrated form of cannabis, but you're using it rectally or vaginally.
Timmy, how many, besides the joint, have you tried any other forms of cannabis?
No. But MJ is currently working on getting me we're going to do like an edible test.
Yeah. Well, especially with the legal cannabis being 10 milligrams per package, some of those packages have 5 pieces in it. So that's only 2 milligrams per piece. So it's an extremely low dose. And now that you have your, I blanked out there.
Okay, I actually have a question for Timmy, if that's okay. If I could jump on your
please do.
Screen. Timmy, that first joint you smoked, tell me about it.
The first one I smoked.
This is a good story.
The first one I smoked was down by a river, no van included, and I felt nothing. Now MJ would have to give you the exact things about the joint, but I felt nothing at all, and I was severely disappointed by that.
Oh, I'm so sorry you smoked shit.
Yeah, right?
What about your second joint?
Yeah, we did purchase him low dose. It was about 12% THC the first time. The second time we got him about 19% THC.
Oh, then you got on the good shit.
And he smoked 2 joints in a row because he said, "Oh, I didn't feel anything the last time," and I felt disappointed. So he smoked 2 joints in a row. And this was the day we went bowling.
Yeah. Okay. So we went bowling that day, and I am a really good bowler, a couple 300 games and 5-pin, and I saw my bowling score get deeply affected, and I was already then getting the warning signs that cannabis isn't going to be for me. Like, I can't risk my bowling score. You don't understand, Si.
So you did not find it to be a performance enhancing drug in any way?
Imagine that. Quick, call the Olympics.
Really? You found it was very difficult to bowl after smoking those two joints?
Yeah, there was no performance enhancing at all. Now, that being said, I bowled better than some people I know who weren't high. So technically, I'm performance enhanced above them.
That's funny.
So, Timmy, stepping away from that experience and looking back, would you say you had fun?
No.
Oh, come on. You kept laughing about how your legs felt fuzzy.
Yeah, I was laughing because it was unique, and I was trying new things, and I was kind of enjoying the moment. But I was absolutely inside very, very, I was frustrated. I was a little concerned. So there was a mix of emotions.
Score, though. It was over the score.
It was the fact that I couldn't function the way that I functioned. And it was kind of funny to me, but it was also very concerning and off-putting.
Okay, so the third time you must have decided, geez, I'm going to give this one more try. Third time. Tell me about your third time. Maybe
Timmy does everything in threes.
Yeah, so I had to go through three. This time we were sitting at MJ's house, and she...
it was 23%.
Okay, so so I jumped up to 23. We were having a conversation.
Okay. Really good.
And I kept phasing out. I think I was like thinking about unicorns at certain points. And all of a sudden I would come back into the conversation, but realize that I didn't know anything MJ had said over the last 10 minutes. And I'm a communicator, and that was it for me. I didn't like feeling that I was disjointed from a conversation.
But that was my fault, because I gave you high THC cannabis, which is meant to chill you out, and put on a movie and then proceeded to talk.
Okay. So there's the context of it, but I can't say that I've had great experiences.
Well, it sounds like you've got a couple problems that you can address very easily. Location, mindset, and activity. You know, I would personally, if you want to enjoy your high, I would do something by yourself, have a bath. I don't know if you've ever tried a bath bomb.
Oh, yes.
But that is a beautiful, wonderful way. If you're sore after a long day and you want to have a nice, pleasant high, you know, smoke that J and get into the bathtub with a bath bomb. You know, or go mow the lawn after you smoke that J and see how much fun that made that task. Or do the dishes.
I would advise not cutting the grass after smoking a joint, at least for Timmy.
Yeah, I
should hear his lawnmower story.
I have a devastating lawnmower story that might change your mind on that. But little known facts.
You see where I'm going, though.
I do see where you're going, and I just want to throw this out here because not a lot of people know this, but I actually owned and ran a bath and body shop where bath bombs were the primary product for 3 years. Interesting fact.
So you're familiar, you know the way of the bath bomb.
I don't know how to make them. I was being taught.
You know how to use them?
What's that?
Do you know how to use them?
I know how to use them, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. You're halfway there.
I'm halfway there.
See, I'd like you to have a tincture, or like now they have caps, right? The capsules.
Mm-hmm.
You can literally just have a capsule.
All right. Well, listen, I've told MJ that MJ. I'm hearing the echo in my ears and it's throwing me off. But I've told MJ I'm not closed off to the whole thing. I like sharing the cannabis smoking stories, but I've also now learned all the different other forms. And I've also realized you're talking about the cannabis community being a complex community. I have recently began to use the phrase weed doesn't equal weed. It's a very complex plant that I am learning about so many things, and dose size and form. And like you're saying, where you're with, who you're with, all those things play a role in how you can enjoy it.
And if I could mention, there are a lot of people out there who are THC sensitive, who want to enjoy cannabis and all the benefits that come with cannabis, but you know what? They don't like or can't handle being that high. They're not comfortable. A little bit of THC goes a long way. And I know a number of people, but they're still find ways to recognize that cannabis can be great. And, microdosing is a big thing. Not always, maybe if you have three to five bad experiences smoking joints, maybe switch to a pipe. Or, I wouldn't recommend dabs for you, Timmy, but when I come to Ontario, I would love to sit down and teach you how to dab before you go to any of these big parties and someone's going to drop a gram on your poor ass.
See, we've discussed that. And I'm like, that's the nastiest thing somebody can do to another person as cannabis users. I'm like, don't do that. I'm a baby hitter. I use my shatterizer, and most people are like, did you even smoke anything? And I'm like, yeah, man, I got some. I got baby
props to the
lungs.
shatterizer people. Me too. I love my shatterizer, and I don't like being dabbed out. And I walk up to the counter, and they go, oh, look, it's the publisher of that magazine. Let's see what we can do to them.
Yeah.
And they drop it. I see it. I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do that. I'll cough for like 25 minutes, and then who knows when my consciousness is actually going to return to me.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a moment to talk about that magazine. You're the CEO, the editor, I assume, did you found it?
I did.
And we're talking about High Canada Magazine. So tell us, because I'm interested in knowing, how did you start it? Why did you start it?
Okay. So I used to run a gallery in Kensington Market a number of years ago. It was called Cast, and it was for emerging artists within the Canadian artistic scene. Did pretty well, but we had a real hard time finding sponsors for our shows, people to get behind us, finding funding. I was writing grants all the time. We were struggling to keep it all together. And it was about the same time as the emergence of the cannabis dispensary market. And I went to school for fine arts studio and English literature. And I'd worked as a copywriter. I'd worked as an ad man for a big chunk of my career before switching over entirely to art in 2000. And I recognized an opportunity for this marginalized group to find some funding, keep going. And it didn't work out that way, but it got me in. And I'd smoked cannabis my entire life since I was a teenager. Okay. And it was a big part of my life. It's been a big part of a lot of the things that I've done over my life. And I've never had a problem personally with the plant. And I have a problem with people who persecute people for using a plant. And I've always maintained this. It belongs to the people. We should be allowed to use it however we want. There's this level of legalization or regulation, even back then. And back then it was an illegal dispensary market. Mm-hmm. So when I realized that I couldn't merge the legal art stuff with the emerging black market dispensary markets, I saw there was an opportunity. I looked around and there was nothing. I had heard of a magazine called Cannabis Culture, never actually seen it. There was the Treating Yourself Expo had gone on around that same time, and it was a big thing in the cannabis community. It was the first time we ever had a show out here that was well attended, good vendors, good education, good information. And that was Marco, and he was based at Big. I don't know if you ever heard the now defunct vape shop or lounge, Vape by the Lake on Lakeshore.
Yes.
But he had a Treating Yourself magazine that was devoted to educating medical patients about cannabis, and this is where nobody knew anything. 1 in 100 people you spoke to would have heard of cannabis in a medicinal way or a way that wasn't associated with stupid potheads or lazy hippies. And then I found some old copies, and I realized Marco had left the country and there was a vacuum. There was nothing. So, I was a creative person. With the gallery, I wound up leaving the gallery and partnering up with one of the bigger cannabis groups in Toronto at the time. the Marijuana Information Bureau. And
The Men in Black.
we started
MIB.
Men in Black, right? We did the scavenger hunts at High Park and did a lot of those crazy events. We went through I was involved with Nuit Blanche as an artist, and we as underground artists. So I tied it in, and we did a Nuit Vert, where we rented some space at Spadina and Queen in the buildings behind, and we got this hotboxed bouncy castle going with like stoner movies going all night. Because sure enough, 500 people showed up to bounce in our stoner bouncy castle, our hot box, which is a lot of fun. So I ran Rolling Stone magazine, which was a totally in-your-face. I broke every single rule there was out there for 10 issues, and I established our distribution through the gray market, through the dispensaries that were popping up in every neighborhood in 2014, 2015, and then I was asked to stop using the Rolling Stone name. I got a very nice request,
nice.
Which I thought it was time. I had just taken, I had applied for and was successful in, I was one of the 10 for 10 Nuit Blanche artists. With Nuit Blanche, I don't know if you know what it is. It's an all-night arts festival that runs in the city of Toronto. So I was chosen to be one of their 10 commemorative artists for their 10-year celebration, 10 for 10. So that I was given the Badish Museum at Spadina and Bloor, and I built an installation there. And I built a scaffolding bridge that you walk under, and we had about 5,000 people donate shoes to hang off the bridge, and they all wrote their personal stories on the shoes.
That's beautiful.
And there was a morality clause in my City of Toronto contract that if I was involved in certain activities that I would not receive the grant money needed to, basically I'd be booted out.
Okay.
So I waited until the day, a week after my Nuit Blanche installation, which by the way, went over amazingly well. We had Henry Winkler showed up, and Mrs. Bader herself, and we had people coming through all night long. I encourage you to look it up on the interweb. But right after that was done, I started High Canada. I saw the writing on the wall. I recognized the need for education and information. I realized that I couldn't play it like a fast and loose cowboy anymore, that I had to at least start maintaining ourselves to a better standard. We built a team again. We've had so many wonderful members of our team. MJ was a member of our team for a while.
Hey, member
and
for
it was
life.
a pleasure to have her. Really was. And it's allowed us to build over the last 6 years this amazing community. Because what happens is every month we put out an issue. We try to cover 30 or so things going on in the Canadian international cannabis community and focus on like some women in weed and great women there who are in the industry, who are like doing amazing things, and advocates and teachers. And yeah, we throw in a little bit of business, but it's always about community. And we do that every month. So imagine how many people I've met, how many athletes and doctors and patients and just people, activists and people who are so passionate about the plant. And the coolest thing, Timmy, the coolest thing is that almost every single person I've spoken to, cannabis has changed their life in a positive way.
Right.
So it kind of makes me sad that you haven't had a positive experience yet. But I guarantee you, if you keep experimenting and put some faith in the universe, that you will have a positive experience.
Well, I'm a big education guy, not into public education. I've no desire to go into school or whatever. But what this process is doing is breaking down years of no information. And the more information I'm getting, the more I'm going, okay, maybe I misjudged it a second time again. Because obviously my first misjudgment was based on nothing. I thought it was, but it was kind of like the lack of information was wrong information, if that makes sense.
It's disinformation.
Yeah. So
yeah, there's been a lot of disinformation, Jimmy.
So I think though what I'm getting from this show, and one of the reasons why we wanted to do it, was because there's tons of people like me who were shut out of it, been told a whole lot of wrong things, and yet they know people who smoke it medicinally or recreationally. You know, they have kids, they have their senior parents. We were talking with Mimi Cannabis about people over 55 being one of the bigger demographics. And as we're hoping to teach those people listening, I'm learning a lot too. So I'm not opposed. I think you might be right, Si. There's going to be something in the future where another opportunity is going to rise up, and maybe it'll be a positive experience. I'm doing this show not to be the opposite of MJ. I'm still trying to speak positively and trying to figure it out.
Oh, Timmy, could I actually have a really good recommendation for you. How's your overall physical health? How are you feeling? Are you on a scale of 1 to 10? What are you right now?
Like right now, after a long day of driving and recording 4 episodes?
Yeah, right now. This is very second.
Feel tired.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
On a scale of 1 to 10?
Like a 6 or a 7?
I don't know. I feel a 7 physically, emotionally, mentally. I'm up there at the 9.
Yeah. Good for you. Okay. Have you ever tried? I want you to try smoking CBD flower, high CBD flower. Because a lot of people who smoke cannabis and they smoke and they go, it's great, it's cool, I guess. It fucks up my bowling score and I worry too much, or I get peril, or I eat everything in my fridge. But then they switch over to CBD flower and they get this more of a euphoric feeling, a better sense of being, a better sense of overall health. I'd reckon, maybe looking at that side of the cannabis coin, because there's a lot to explore there. And I could personally make sure you get some CBD flower. There are some amazing growers in Ontario, and hemp flower is going to be the big thing that is coming out that people really aren't talking about. They're still talking about cannabis, the cannabis part of it. But the CBD part of it and that flower is going to overtake the world, especially when you start seeing hemp cigarettes. They're going to be used as a smoking cessation tool.
I've seen
and,
those. Actually,
people are going
packs
to be
of them.
smoking. That is going to be the product that takes the world by storm over the next 2 years. Mark my words. You can have me back on your show in 2 years, and we can talk about the evolution of hemp cigarettes in Canada.
And you can prove that you are right, and we'll pull up this exact clip. So the only thing I would say about that is Timmy is a health conscious person, and I don't really see him smoking again. Maybe vaping, maybe. But I could see you wanting to try edibles, tinctures, things like that, because smoking's not healthy. I would try a suppository for either my IBS or for my premenstrual dysphoria disorder.
And actually, that's what this is intended for. I keep them on case of emergency, and I've had people in the past ask me for these for both those reasons.
Yep.
Crohn's as well. It's any gastro stuff. You're really suffering. This really helps. And just there is the whole medical side of it, that people are using cannabis to deal with extreme pain instead of pharmaceuticals, right? So there's some of those massive doses, where they might be good for somebody who's in pain who has that tolerance. God, it would probably knock out Joe or Jane average with the doses they're taking. So there's so many different sides to cannabis.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm learning. What about in the media in particular? Ever since we've started this podcast and we've been trying to promote it through different media outlets and social media in particular, there's a lot of people getting, the algorithm is crushing it. In terms of writing a magazine, what has changed in that since you started writing? Like are restrictions there? Like, how do you find getting the word out about cannabis through the magazine format?
For a long time in my professional career, I'm 53 this year. I have used the expression ask for forgiveness, not permission, probably very liberally in my life. Okay. And I know for a fact, and you can go check this out if you like, Health Canada has never issued a financial fine to anyone for breaking any marketing rules. If there have been marketing letters put out there to companies, they're never been publicized from companies like all the big LPs. If you go in bathrooms and nightclubs across Canada, you walk around Alberta or Edmonton and you see legal cannabis advertised on bus stops. And, when we went to okay, I should actually finish. Do you mind if I finish the second part of my High Canada origin story?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Because we had a transition around legalization.
Yeah.
Okay, so when legalization rolled around, we were told to comply. That we were giving a list of marketing rules and regulations. 90% of the businesses, the entrepreneurs, the people that I had worked with for the last 3 years in the capacity magazine editor, most of my advertisers were told, you come to our side or else. And it changed everything. And a lot of people thought they would be grandfathered in. There were companies out there trying to purchase regulated brands with the promise that they would protect them and umbrella them in. There were tons of people, scores of people who worked in underground dispensaries who had done this for the last number of years, who had built up skill levels where there was no education out there for this or training for this kind of work, who had suddenly found themselves unable to work in the legal industry. So with that one issue, we transitioned and did our very best to transition over and comply for since October 2018. So now it's 2021. I watched so many advertisers, friends of mine, companies fall to the wayside after that legalization and now after Corona. It's very, very disheartening to see. And when we made that transition, we did it with the best optimism, the most optimism we could have. It's not just me. We have a big team of people, contributors, or people who put into this concept and idea of High Canada magazine. We run it like an arts collective, so there's a lot of voices and a lot of moving parts. But to see so many of those moving parts get thrown to the wayside and see so many people who picked up charges because they were a bud tender at the wrong place at the wrong time, unable to transition over. I have seen more people turn their back on cannabis, the cannabis community over since legalization, than probably any other time in my cannabis career. And that was a little disheartening. So after 2 years plus of trying to follow the rules, we are finally, I threw up my hands about 6-8 months ago. And I participated in the online cannabis store, which is an online cannabis dispensary, remembering our cannabis roots, thinking about the online cannabis dispensary market is still huge.
Sorry about that, Sai. I think we lost your feed for a little bit. Could you just go back and kind of recap some of what we may have missed?
No problem. I was probably speaking at length about our second transition around legalization, where we as a group decided to try to comply to the best of our abilities to all the new legal marketing restrictions. As a result, of the legalization, I know we saw the rise of the new legal dispensaries, the rise of LPs, but there was an entire industry built up to that point of entrepreneurs, a lot of people who took charges for simply being bud tenders or working at the wrong place at the wrong time, the wrong grow, because they were involved in unregulated cannabis. And we made a really good try of it. We tried to stick to legal topics, but you know what? The legal market was pretty much, well, you've worked with the black market. We can't advertise with you. I know so many legal producers, people who work with the setting of a legal producer. I have friends and work at so many different companies. And every time, besides content, after we tried to comply, it always came down to what the lawyers had to say. And the lawyers were never cool with licensed producers advertising or promoting or even having any sort of branding in this sort of magazine. And so we were working under that there was no legal revenue stream for us. And at that point, we unfortunately had to say goodbye to all of our black market advertising, which pretty much sliced our throat financially. Luckily, we had the foresight to start our High Europe magazine brand, which focuses on cannabis on an international and with an international focus. And that has been very well received. We've done a 5-city tour that got canceled, unfortunately, at the beginning of the pandemic. We're due back there in August to do another 5-city tour. We're media sponsoring the International Business Cannabis Conference, the ICBC, that's been able to sustain High Canada. At the peak of the crisis, we were our printers' needs and our lack of advertisers pretty much dictated that we had to go to a digital-only platform. And we've been a digital-only platform for about 9 months, and I have to tell you, it sucks so bad. And we still get great engagement. We still have this magazine, but we've over the last couple months we've really had to decide that we've had to restart it one more time. So I've been working diligently through the crisis, building new partnerships to take High Canada Magazine into as a true legal magazine. We're not going to just be a free magazine that's available at dispenser or black market dispensaries or at head shops, or quite possibly if you get it mailed out to you. Now we're going to be 100% all new, all legal. We're shortening the name from High Canada Magazine to HCM. We're going to be distributing our new magazine, our new legal cannabis magazine, through legal shops in 7 provinces. We have licensed producers who finally now they're open-minded enough after so many years, so much time, to start working with some groups like ourselves. So we're once they're contemporaries. Once I realized that a lot of the advertising restrictions do not apply to shows, so all licensed producers and all their brands are allowed to put placements in all those show catalogs. And then I noticed that there were a few smaller companies, newer magazines, that were also distributing through the legal shops. And I found out that it's an in-house magazine, so a lot of the restrictions that we've had poured upon our shoulders for the last 2.5 years no longer apply. Mind you, it means that we can no longer talk about our black market roots, our legacy roots, or our friends in the or in the unregulated community, because in order to play in this particular playground, we have to follow every rule that there is, which is great. And I'm happy that we're able to make this hopefully third and final transition with the High Canada Magazine brand. We're bringing with it 6 years of community, a dozen High Canada Magazine correspondents and representatives across the country. So we're really excited about this new move. I'm hoping we're working on the new issue right now, this first legal issue, and we're looking at having it in stores in 7 provinces by probably mid-August. So actually, you heard it here first. We've been keeping it pretty quiet. We had a giant yearbook issue as our last final unregulated issue, last issue. We had pretty much, it was 300 pages of photos. And to be honest, it could have been 1,000. I'm a collector. I have collected photos from so many events, from so many things, from so many shoots, from so many stories that I could have filled 1,000 pages. But yeah, we closed that out. Last issue.
That's awesome. That was a good issue.
Well,
You
I
were in
love.
there.
Were you in there?
Maybe.
Nice. I love how as you've talked about the magazine, and the passion is clear behind it, which is, the driving force behind anything that's going to be successful. But you talked about how you do a lot of stories, people telling their stories. And one of the things we wanted to do here is have people hear our stories. And one of the things that I love to do to learn is not in the textbook, but I love reading biographies and seeing documentaries of people's lives. I guess my question in regards to all that with the magazine, do you have any sense of our non-consumers getting a chance to hear these stories? Like, does this magazine, has it crossed out into a non-consuming audience? Do you know that at all?
I do. It's funny. We had an interesting evolution of our audience. We started building subscribers with Rolling Stone magazine, where it was consumers purchasing from black market dispensaries, and then we transitioned over when we transitioned over, we started. I noticed we're 60% of the people, because we were doing all the shows, it was B2B. So suddenly we had all these B2B readers and subscribers, and 60% for a number of years of our readers were businesses within the cannabis community. And there was a big rise of entrepreneurs a number of years ago. And everybody and their dog was getting into the cannabis game, my friend. And a lot of people lost money on that, but a lot of people made some money too. It was a lot different than it is today, where you have to jump through a lot more hoops. Luckily, with the new magazine, we are some of the groups that we've laterally connected with are helping a lot of legacy brands step up. And that's really important to me, to see that people who worked in the legacy market, from growers to bud tenders, manufacturers, anybody who's been in there should be allowed the opportunity to step out. And work in this market and not be shut out or penalized or placed in jail. I have a lot to say on that topic, so I probably should. I know we don't have a lot of time.
Wow. Well, we do need to start wrapping it up. MJ, do you have anything you want to add here at the end?
I don't, actually. I'm a little slow today, can you tell? It's really hot in here, and it's the end of the day, and I'm really hungry.
What we need to do is go get a nice place out where Sai is, which looks so peaceful and chill and relaxed.
Yes.
Oh,
We need a studio where I can smoke.
Oh, see, I love my place. I can smoke anywhere, and I love that. I can smoke while I'm walking around the lake. I can smoke walking down the road with my dogs. I can smoke anywhere. So, hey, but the only downside is, you know what? I get love letters from Domino's. We miss you, Sai. Come back to us, Sai. I used to live in Toronto. I would order Domino's 16 times a week. They miss me. I miss them too. Domino's, if you're listening, get me delivery.
That's funny.
We'll use our many contacts and figure what we can do.
Thank you. I need
Sai, we want to thank you for spending time with us today and for sharing your story and for talking about the magazine, and from one artist to another. I can't speak for MJ, but it's just so awesome to see somebody who's so passionate about what they're doing, who's being able to sustain themselves doing what they love. That's so encouraging for me. And I just hope you can continue to tell the stories, because I think stories are more important than stats and all the technical mumbo jumbo. So tell the stories, and hopefully more and more people will understand more about this complex plant and the community.
I agree, Timmy. It's been a real pleasure, and you know what? Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to participate in your cannabis journey to some degree.
Well, technically, you already have today.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. MJ, it's always a pleasure. Timmy, it's nice to make it real quick. Nice to meet you, my friend.
Thanks so much, Sai. We'll talk to you soon. Appreciate it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Sai Williams, High Canada Magazine. Or what is it? It's just
fun.
actually High
HCM.
HCM.
That's right, HCM.
Nice. That setting that he was in was, I don't know if it was just the way he just had everything laid out on the table, but I mean, in like, the sleeveless shirt, the natural light coming through the window, it just looks so spacious, like, because it's partially office space there, right?
See, I was just watching the room fill up and get more cloudy as the episode went on.
Such a
that was cool.
a good working environment, and
it definitely looks chill.
Yeah, and it's just, once again, it's just so good to see somebody who's passionate about what they do and loves what they do. So few people can do what they love.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like he's doing what he loves. He's an artist, and he's got a purpose behind his art.
Mm-hmm.
And it was good. It was a good chat. I like talking with him.
Yeah,
I met him once at a we did. It was a Playboy Mansion event.
Oh yes.
And I think I met him once. We were in the back. We went into the back courtyard of this downtown.
Yeah.
It was quite the event.
Yeah.
Actually,
what's really funny is at that event he was discussing the last magazine that he was just talking about.
Oh, okay.
300 photos, or was it 300 pages?
Yeah,
300 pages.
Yeah, that was because I was about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So that was cool. So check out High Canada Magazine.
Yeah.
HCM,
which will be at a legal cannabis store near you.
And
hopefully
those things are popping up all over. They're more frequent. Even my dad's not a consumer. Even my dad sent me a message or something that he says there's like cannabis stores like on every block now.
Pretty soon they're gonna be like Tim Hortons and roller rinks used to be.
That's right.
Yeah.
Move from roller rinks to Tim Hortons to cannabis shops. It's a constant transition.
Progression, yeah.
It is. Well, I enjoyed that conversation. It was another good episode.
Yeah.
What is that? Number 15. Is that number 15 in the books?
I lost track 4 episodes ago.
Can't believe it. It's been a good ride.
Sure
Looking
has.
forward to many more episodes coming up. Hope you guys have been enjoying it. Go back to the very beginning. Follow the journey, because I'm learning, as you saw as we were talking with Sai. I'm learning stuff, but I'm learning it in order. MJ is walking us through steps through her words of the week, and the Teaching Timmy segments. So go back to the beginning, check out, listen through podcast, check it out through YouTube, and we'll leave links for Sai down in the description boxes of whatever format you're watching it in. So once again, I'm Timmy.
Mary Jane, stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. Bam. Cheers.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyendinaga.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network.